Incidentally, thanks to the warmer weather, the good news is that you've got British strawberries in the shops this weekend. Yeah. Does it make any difference? Yeah, because they taste like strawberries, don't they? If you put something in your mouth, Ollie, as you know, you want it to taste like it's supposed to. And in the case of strawberries, you know, the ones that we're getting... Have you tried the ones... Have you had a strawberry recently? You did? Where was it from? Was it either Spain or Egypt? That tends to be the two places, Spain. They're not as good as the British ones. The British ones taste more like strawberries, like British... It's not for you, mate. You're from Aberdeen. You grow your own stuff up there. I bet your mother grows strawberries. Does she? And what, you mean blackberries? Oh, blackberries. Why don't you learn to speak English? What's the matter with you? Brambles. Brambles is what you get caught up in. If you're out collecting blackberries, you get caught up in the brambles. But the actual fruit is a blackberry. I think they're not. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but frankly, we won the war. Okay, excuse me. I think you'll find there are blackberries. What do you call raspberries, then? Brambles as well. Red brambles. They're just raspberries. But it's the same thing, isn't it? A raspberry grows on we used to grow raspberries. I can't remember what they grew on a shoot, but blackberries you can find all over the place. If ever we saw them by the side of the road, we would pull into the side of the road and we'd all start picking blackberries and take them home. We didn't call them brambles. Called them blackberries. And then my mother would make something. What she made, I've got no idea. I can't remember for the life. Isn't it funny? You said, would she have made jam? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No. Yes, we did grow rhubarb. I love rhubarb. My mother... You had a patch. You called it a patch of rhubarb because the more you cut it, the more it would come back, wasn't it? We had a little area that we called the rhubarb patch. It was lovely. I loved rhubarb. My mother used to cook it, and then she'd let it go cold and then freeze it in those containers you get from the Chinese takeaway. And when I used to go round there, she'd say, "I've done you some rhubarb," like it was a treat. Oh, can't wait. And you dipped it in sugar. What, rhubarb? You didn't. Did you really? No. Like, that's why I can't have it. Waitrose used to sell stewed rhubarb in a jar. It's like a compote. It was delicious. You've only got to put some big, thick, clotted cream on there and stuff. Oh. I tell you, I could be up on the ceiling in about 5 minutes. I was very good. Yeah, I've decided today I'm not going to eat all the wrong food that I had. So what did I have yesterday? Soup. I had soup. I had tomato soup, which wasn't very exciting, was it really? But I thought it was quite good. Because I've decided that obviously what I'm putting into my body, you know, has got to be good. First British-grown strawberries will hit the shelves this weekend, says Susan, after the balmy temperatures help speed the ripening process. And Darryl says, talking about pagers, because apparently it was Scottish boy didn't know what a pager was. And what you used to get, somebody would phone a number, and you'd say, "Oh, I'd like to send a message to pager 6700329. And they would then say, "What's the message?" You go, "Please call your mum immediately." And then it would send it to you, and your pager would go bleep, bleep, bleep. And you'd look at it, and up would come the message on a scroll, "Please call your mother immediately." And that was the forerunner to an answer phone. And then I had you don't remember? It's before your time, because they were a long time ago, pagers. They really were. But they were very good. I shouldn't think so. They're very expensive. I shouldn't imagine any of your family had them. But, yeah, so we used to... Oh, come on, your mother takes in washing pants and socks. We know that because you told us. And you see, the trouble is, if you tell people things, it comes back to haunt you. 20 years from now, you know... No, you told me that. Then your mother told me that as well. So I got it from... I mean, I'm surprised your father's not written. To be honest with you, you know, what are you saying about my son? And we're still waiting the results of the DNA, you know, just to find out. Because you might not be one of their children. Who knows? You know, pick them carefully next time. Next time, try and find somebody who's got servants so that they can then do your washing. You don't have to give it to your parents, which is good, isn't it? Is there anything else you can't do? I'm trying to think, actually. What can you not... Oh, I know. But I'll save you that embarrassment. What else can you not do? What else can you not... What is the one thing that you see people... and you think, "Oh, I wish I could do that." It's like, for me, I was watching a Venezuelan orchestra the other day, and they're all young people, but they're so brilliant that you want to burst into tears and explode, because they're just brilliant. They've been on television. There must be about 150 of them, and they're quite clearly, they've come from probably some quite poor families, but they've learnt to play an instrument. And I've often thought, I can't play an instrument. I played in a brass band, but I mean, I couldn't read music. They had to write down what my fingers were supposed to be doing. 0, 1, 1, 3, 1, 2. I played a flugelhorn, which was because they came round. They said we're going to what? Don't start. They it's not a it's a cross between a trumpet and a cornet. But what you've got to do is make sure that when they came round to say we're looking for people for the brass band, they had to test out how big your lips were. Because some people's lips were suitable for a euphonium. Some people, so everybody was, do you play euphonium? Says a lot, doesn't it, really? Says a lot. I mean, I don't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. I'd let you say it first. And then there were other people who played cornets. I couldn't play a cornet, because you have to go like that. My lips were best suited to a flugelhorn. And I was so proud to take it home on the bus. And then I'd get my mother's Duraglit out and I'd clean it. I couldn't play the bloody thing, but I used to clean it and take it back into school again. Did you do trombone? Do you know there's almost a little ensemble going here? What with yeah, there is. There's something going on here. I don't want to be in it. No, seriously, there's only going to be one star in this band, and it's going to be me, isn't it? Playing my little flugelhorn. But I used to love it. There's a lovely line in Mr. Holland's opus, because if you play a wind instrument like euphonium or trumpet or everything else, the one thing that builds up inside it is phlegm. And so every so often, you have to push the little valve at the bottom and go, and all this water comes out onto your feet. And there's a great line in Mr. Holland's opus, because otherwise it goes like that, and it sounds a bit vibrato. But in Mr. Holland's opus, they're playing the opus for him, if you've seen the film. And then one of the blokes sitting next to this girl sort of plays his sort of, and then he empties the bottom of the valve, and she looks at him and she goes, because there was water everywhere. I don't know why anybody ever said that brass bands didn't make loads of water. They did, but I loved it. I thought it was really great. As long as I knew the tune, I could play it. If I didn't know the tune, I was rubbish. But I've often wished I could play. A friend of mine plays the organ so well, and but he plays by ear. He can hear a tune, and then he can immediately go to play. We used to use him on LBC. People would phone up and say, "Can you do Ski Sunday?" Da-da-dun, 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 and he'd go straight into it, complete with percussion and bells and whistles and everything else. So that's why this morning I'm feeling particularly because I can't do anything like that. I watch people doing things, and watching this Venezuelan orchestra. Put in children's orchestra and check out the Venezuelan ones. They're so good. And it's like, you know, you can feel the conductor, who's terribly well known, bursting with pride that they're so good. And it gives people a purpose. And he said he wants to see orchestras all over the world. And I would want to see them as well, but I can't do that. I can't throw a pot. We did pottery at school. No, not that one. No, it's, what have you typed in? That's them. That's it. They are the National Children's Orchestra of Venezuela. They're so good. They really are. The conductor that they've got, I mean, look at the size of them. It's just playing a game. Did you not buy stuff? Because that's something you do as a family, isn't it? You know, en famille. You know, you go out, there's you, mummy, daddy, or mater and pater, or mum and dad, or Bridget and Robin, whoever they're called, whatever they're called, I don't know. And then your sister as well, and you go out for a meal, and then at the end, you sit there, sitting on your little purse, and no amount of prizing it out of your bottom is going to get it, is it, really? And then Dad goes, "Let me get this," and you go, "Oh, what a surprise." You know, like it happens every year since he was 12, I should imagine. So that's it. But you have to get a present for your mother. And I'll tell you for why you have to do that. Because there will come a time when your mummy and your daddy aren't there anymore. And I know, I don't want to bring the programme down, but Darren finished on... we're starting on a low base, I'm afraid. But there will come a time, and I know because I've been there, where they're not there anymore, and then you think, I wish I'd done that. I wish I'd done that. I wish I could do that. Seriously, I promise you. I'm never wrong. I can remember thinking of all the things, because the one thing I was rubbish at, is in the last few weeks of my mother's life, and she's in a hospice, and I didn't know what to say. You sit there, somebody's asleep, you don't know, you know, how long they've got or anything like that. And it's very difficult. I mean, it's a difficult time. I couldn't wait to get back to work. Sitting at home staring the walls, you know, with the phone ringing out off the hook was a little bit sort of tedious. But then you kind of get used to it. So when people talk about losing somebody, I go, I know, I've been there. I've been there with quite a few people. Please welcome my wife, Anna from Chester, who loves you. I shared your programme with her and she's hooked. Now she tells me to be quiet when you're on, says Stephen. And Paul says, I had a pager 25 years ago, hated it. Only went off when I sat down for a break or the loo. I loved a pager. I thought it was great. But I had a field telephone. When mobile phones first came out, I had one which came with a battery pack, and it was a phone, like a handset, that you took off it. And then I had the very first Rabbit phone. Oh, you haven't heard of a Rabbit phone? Oh, good Lord. That Rabbit was Hutchinson Whampoa. And you could only use it out on the streets when there was a sign of a rabbit sticking out of the side of a building. Rabbit's ears, rabbit. So I had a Rabbit phone, okay, and there you go. And I've still got it at home. I don't use it. I've got two of them. They're obviously collector's pieces now. That was a Rabbit phone. You could use it outside on the street and at home. But you had to be under a sign which had a picture of a rabbit. And then they wrote to me one day, that's the Rabbit sign there. It says Rabbit. That was outside Waitrose in Twickenham. That thing. No, not that one. That's Sweep. He's not quite the same. And they wrote to me saying, we're turning into Orange. So we're going to, because you've been a customer, we're going to send you an Orange telephone, fully charged up and free for a year. And so I was working for LBC, and they delivered it to the studio. And we all went, I wonder what that looks like. And you open up the box and there was this phone, and it was already connected, had a telephone. So at one time I had two telephones running. I don't know why. Now I've only got one, and that's quite complicated. But so it arrived, and it was fully charged, and it was free for a year. Oh, cool. So I was sort of, there at the inception of Orange. No, you're not going to get free phones. Of course not. The money you're earning, you don't have to pay for your washing. You don't buy her chocolates or flowers. You don't pay for the Greek meal in the restaurant. What do you do with your money? I'm always intrigued at what people do with their money. I always get to the end of the month, and I'm always, most of the time, 95% of the time, I've still got money left at the end of the month. I'm in a fortunate position. But sometimes they have to transfer money over, because I've got one of those flip-flop accounts, which we keep so much in it, if it drops below a level, it automatically tops up from another account, which is quite good. But I've spoken to people in here who go, thank God we get paid, because I've run out of money, I'm down to my last 25 quid. Now, because most people now don't make a will because they've got nothing to leave. Nothing to leave at all, whereas you're in my will. You are in my... I don't care what you say, you're in it. When they come to the reading of it, it'll be, and so-and-so, and also, hello to Thomas. That'll be it. There isn't anything that comes with it, it's just a mention in the will. It'll make sure... I've asked for him to be a pallbearer. It's going to be a bit difficult, really. Carrying it all by himself. Not booked anybody else. Definitely not. Steve, you've not... Oh, I have to take a break. You've not mentioned ghosts lately, so I want to ask your views on the Enfield poltergeist. I don't do ghosts. I don't do ghosts. I don't do anything like that. That's not that sort of programme. I'm sure that there are probably BBC local radio. It's amazing how many of you remember the Rabbit phone. They have... Lorraine in Spain says they didn't do very well. Yeah, I've still got them. I wonder if they worked now. They probably won't, but I've got two of them. I used to have a fax machine that worked on heated thermal paper. Remember those ones? After a while, the actual fax disappeared, which was hilarious. Steve, I disagree. The Star Wars theme is the best. We don't care what you think. Who cares what you think? Nobody. Star Wars is the best film music ever, voted for in a poll. Nobody cares about Crouch End and what somebody in Crouch... It's like there was a bloke earlier on. I always love it when people start arguing. It's so funny. It's guaranteed to get me listening to radio. This was a bloke who was complaining about Darren and people being rude about the Labour Party and about, the anti-Semitism and all the rest of it. And you could tell by his voice he was fighting a losing battle. He was losing it spectacularly, but he didn't quite appreciate the fact. I loved it. I love things like that. I like listening to Majid when he goes off on one. And O'Brien, he also goes... It's Dara O'Brien, isn't it? This is O'Brien, Dave O'Brien. And he goes off on one every so often. The other day, he was trying to do impressions. To be honest with you, he's just nicked that from me when I go, I do a little bit of this and then YA because I'm worth it and all that. And he did about 4. I thought, you've just blatantly ripped that off from my programme. But then he did admit yesterday that between him and Eddie Mayer, they're running officially the Steve Allen fan club. Which I think is quite sweet, actually. Eddie Mayer's got the best voice in radio. I could never have a voice like that if I practised till I was blue in the face. Because you do get some people... There used to be a guy overnight on Radio 2 years and years ago. More years ago than I care to remember. And he had the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. And I used to think, God, I'd love to be like that. He was almost like a voiceover, but extended. And then I saw a picture of him. and he was bald. And, of course, I was sort of going, oh, he's bald. But then I get people writing in saying, oh, I've seen a picture of you. You're not very attractive. And I go, oh, no, that's why I'm in radio. You can't ever say anything to me that I've never heard before. You know, that's why I'm still here, smiling. Medication all the way through. So we hardly had signs in Manchester. It piloted in London, says Lorraine. It did. It did. Another one here. Wait a minute. Just sort of clear these off very quickly. I'd love to learn to play some drums, says Christine, but I'm tone deaf. When I sing, I think I sound in time, but I'm not. No, in time is not the same as sort of not singing in key. That's different. So I wonder if drums you have to tune drums exactly the same as you tune everything else. Billy used to play euphonium at school, though really wanted to play the piano, Jules Holland style. Yeah, I'd like. What? He's another one. Yeah, he played. Yeah, no. Well, euphonium people, they sit there. They were of the larger variety because you got to. That's why whenever you watch The Sound of Music, the euphonium players in High on the Hill was a lonely. They're the big fat blokes with their cheeks going in and out, and you've got fairly big cheeks, haven't you? So I should imagine your sort of puff percentage is probably higher than Twiddle over there. So you'd be good at that. That's why you just did a euphonium. No, sorry, you did the trombone. I never fancied the trombone at all. Did you do percussion? At school, at prep school, I just wanted to play either the xylophone or the triangle. Was really what I should have done is sort of picked up another instrument, then I could have been fairly proficient. I'd love to do that you never find people doing that as a part-time job, do you? You get people part-time singing in choirs and stuff like that. High on a hill with a lonely goatherd, lay out, lay. I can just imagine. Do you have to wear anything special for your choir? Do you have to wear any sort of clothes? You got a photo shoot this weekend? Oh, I can't wait for that. A photo shoot. I get excited when they do the photo shoot here. Hide and Heel. It's called. You ever seen that? I used to live with these girls in London when I first moved up to London years ago. Bit of a dream for most people. Bit of a nightmare for me. But anyway, so we all lived together and they would walk around the flat naked. Stark naked. I mean, seriously, they had no inhibitions whatsoever. So if ever you took people back, you'd have to open the front door gingerly to make sure nobody was wandering around naked. But they used to use this Hide and Heel. When they did their makeup, they put this stuff on, and it was like a flesh-coloured thing, which you put over spots, and it covered them up. They do it on television. Sometimes, of course, the bad thing is now, on television, it's all high definition. So when the camera goes in close on Sky News, whoa, you can see a skin complaint 3 miles away. Terrible, isn't it? Really terrible. Steve, when my dad had one of the first car phones in the 80s, only 25 people could use them at any one time in Greater London. How technology has advanced. Oh, I'm absolutely with you on that one. Absolutely with you on that one. Stuart Manning's up early this morning. Hope you have a great show. I hope so as well, actually. Somebody was saying to me the other day, they said, oh, is this coming up to your birthday? Will you be retiring? I thought, I don't think so. Unless you know something I don't. What do you mean, fingers crossed? Yes. I don't think you meant that at all. You were just being very bitchy, weren't you? It's only since you've been working with me, you've discovered this other side to yourself. You can be rude to people and then go, ah, ha, 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 and nobody takes a blind bit of notice. Somebody wrote to me yesterday, one of those numpties, sort of going, do you ever say anything nice about people? What for? Who wants a programme like that? That'd be Sunrise Television, wouldn't it? You know, everybody's happy, happy, happy. No, thank you. That generally means bad, bad, bad. No. You only say they're not nasty things about people, and also the things we talk about are all in the newspapers. All in the newspapers. Fantastic. But I love people writing in like that, because the more people keep writing in, the more it goes down against you. So if all of a sudden you get loads of texts or emails or stuff like that, that kind of secures the next contract. I mean, you know, I don't like to sort of point that out to people, but frankly, it's kept me in work for 40 years. Thank you very much indeed. Going beyond pages, do you remember your first telegram, says Jim? I do remember the first I used to get telegrams. I've still got a load of so-called collectible phone cards with various images, says Nick. Do you remember? They had 5, 10, 15, 20, and you went into a phone box and you put it in there and it gave you credit. You remember the phone cards? No, you're not old enough, are you, really? So depressing working with people that weren't born when I started. How depressing is that? There you go. 24 and 22. God, even combining your ages doesn't go anywhere near me, does it? That's embarrassing. But I don't mind. You better not retire, Mr. Sir Stewart. Who would I listen to? There's nobody. There's nobody. You go round the dial at 4 a.m. and you go, I tell you, let's have a listen to... Maybe not. Let's have a listen... No. That's why you're all here. Steve, I played... we've done that one, haven't we? Some collectible cars. I like James O'Brien. I think he's got the best voice in radio. But I barely have time matching with James's programme. Most often I'm listening to the Steve Allen Show. Good timing with Steve Allen, and I like your programme, so Shake. That's good. The frying of food and weather inhibits nudism in Scotland, says Paul. They have nudist camps in Scotland. You ever been to a nudist camp? Probably very wise. If the rumours are to be believed. Right, we're going to take a short break in a moment for something. Probably the news. I don't know, the other day I completely forgot it. I went off on a kilter. Still to come, Prince William calls for calm and unity. Stan Collymore has revealed he's battling a horrific bout of depression. Nearly half of GPs to quit over stress. And the Gran, who kicked an officer in the groin after a flight ban because she was drunk. What? Oh, in a million years. Anyway, moving on. Scott Boy gets ripped off paying £5 a pint. That's where the money goes, says Darren. He does it. He hardly drinks. Seriously, Darren, I promise you. I can tell if somebody enjoys a bit of a bevy. And I don't think he's one of those people. Mind you, I've never drunk a pint in my life, so no point at all. Can you believe that parents have complained that during the kids' lunch break, they play them classical music in this particular school because classical music is proven to actually calm them down. And the parents are going, oh, it's absolutely outrageous. And you think, well, then take the kids to another school where they can be unruly and turn out to be sort of, predatory shoplifters and things like that. Because I think that's a brilliant idea. A brilliant idea. And we were right yesterday. We were the only station covering the earthquake in the southeast, all around the Gatwick area. We think fracking, but we don't know. Stu, you said naked and stark naked. What's the difference? I don't think there is actually a difference between naked and stark naked. I think it's the same. I sat on the nude beach in Brighton once, and that was an interesting experience. It's supposed to be quite liberating, but to be honest with you, liberating was the last word I was thinking of at all. But you're right, I don't know what the difference between naked and stark. I was stark naked, I was naked. I don't know. It's like somebody said being ravenously hungry. And you think, well, you're either ravenous or you're hungry. Can't be both, can you? McDonald's in Birmingham now have a knife scanning arch just to find out who's going in there with knives. Could be most of them, actually. And dig out your lycra. Mr. Motivator is back. He's spilling the beans. Apparently Eamon Holmes used to go and see him. He was Eamon Holmes's trainer. Well, obviously that went wrong. He said he used to turn up and he'd eat all the biscuits in the house. He's not changed. Not changed. And what's the sport that Britain is best at? Come on, you never guessed it. Yes, it's stuffing your face with pizza. We're very good at pizza eating. And that's why they've got that silly programme about, if you eat this and all the rest of it. So they've dug up some deadbeats, including poor old Peter Andre. And he's sort of stuffing his face with burgers. I mean, he can't get a gig for love nor money. He turned up on Loose Women. A couple of others have turned up on other programmes. Anthony says, I used to think playing the drums was the easiest instrument to play until I tried. It was the coordination of timing the foot on the bass drum whilst teaching your arms to work independently. Well, you better grow up, Anthony. And I'm telling you this now. There is a little boy on the internet. He's 4 years old on YouTube and he plays the drums. He's 4 years old. They bring him on set. The drumsticks are bigger than he is. And he sits in front of an orchestra playing the drum. He's a little tiny boy. He's not sort of a miniature adult. He's a little tiny boy. Here he is. He comes on stage. Of course, it doesn't mean anything. Look at him. He's so tiny. Seriously, I've seen Crunchy bars bigger. He's a little tiny boy, and he's 3. I do beg his pardon. And he's playing drums. This programme. 3 years old. Isn't that just amazing? Isn't that? I mean, honestly, sometimes his father's saying to him, "You've earned money," and the kid's going, "I haven't finished playing." 3 years old. Look, his bow tie's bigger than he is. Oh, look, and he makes him stop playing. And he gets and then he goes off on one. He's brilliant, isn't he? Oh, the little. So. What else have we got? I was watching something the other day on the television. What the dickens it was, I've got no idea. Sometimes I sit there, and my mind absorbs things very strangely. And then I regurgitate it. But unfortunately, I've got no coordination on when it gets regurgitated. I've got, no, seriously. Sometimes somebody will say something and they go, oh. And this morning, of course, We're going to be recording an In Conversation for this weekend, and it's going to be, and it's the first time, I think, in living memory that we've ever done somebody's husband. I don't think we've ever done somebody's husband before, but that's what we're doing today, because we're going to talk to Scott Mitchell, and you know who Scott is, because he's the husband of Barbara Windsor. And so what we're going to be talking about, I mean, he's done a couple of interviews for the newspapers. I don't think he's done anything on the radio yet. So we're going to use him for this weekend's In Conversation, because they've had to learn to adjust. And there'll be a lot of you listening who've had exactly the same problems, but he had to learn from a base of zero. It never encountered it before. So we're going to find out just how Barbara is and how his day works. Because there's, some days I've read she knows who he is, other days she doesn't have any idea. So we'll find out later on this morning. He's going to be in really early, which means he's going to be up very early, I should imagine. Bless him. Alan in Fife says, I tried a holiday at a nudist camp. Accommodation was all right, but the food wasn't great. It was all meat and 2 veg. I don't know, really. I don't know whether we're attracting the right people to this programme. There used to be some sort of element of class, which is obviously not going particularly well. But, at least we're trying. Have you ever been to a nudist camp, Ollie? Has he been to a nudist camp? You been to a nudist camp? You have to think about it. Why did you have to think about it? Oh, right. There's a nudist beach right next to the golf course. Oh, right. That's a bit... I bet you saw a load, didn't you? Really? It's always funny, isn't it? Because it's always the unattractive people who go to nudist camps. There's never people who look like washboard stomachs and sort of gorgeous, unless you see them in a magazine. It's a lot of fat Germans, isn't it? It's a lot of fat German people. They do like... Yeah, because you're not a fat German person, are you? Not even a fat Scottish person. And we don't know where are you from? Where's your family from? Where? Sussex. Oh, right. I don't know anything about Sussex, apart from the fact it features on the Branston pickle jar, because they've got a horse towing a plough, and it's a Suffolk punch, so I always think of Sussex. Oh, right, oh, look at that. Darryl, Throwback Thursday with Scott Boy. What's that mean? Is that you? Can't be you, can it? Oh, he's trying to pretend it's you. Oh, I see. What, the one on the right? Could be. That's Granny, isn't it? That's some. I can't remember what it is now, but something like that. Deepest voice in radio. I'd say it's a tie-up between Darren and Neil Nunes. You see, that's the one thing we all wanted, wasn't it, years ago? You wanted the deep voice for radio. Now, you want a voice that sort of reflects just about everything, which is probably much, much better. So let's go with the Sun. Chill says Wills. This is Prince William out with the wife, and they're playing a bit of football, generally left to Harry, but Harry's been superseded. Prince William and Kate showed off their footballing skills. I think they're a bit more... I mean, I have to go with Anne Widdecombe from the other day. I have to go with Anne Widdecombe, where she said that Harry and his wife have lost the plot. Basically, it comes down to that. He needs to rein his wife in. She's a member of the royal family, whether she likes it or not, and she must like it for the privileges that it brings. But they need to sort of sort it out. But he's very weak. He's not effective enough. Let's face it, they've just extended their holiday, haven't they? Because they don't really have anything else to come back to. Also, very good news that Ed Sheeran married his childhood sweetheart. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but how does a bloke who looks like him pull a girl like that? I mean, she's stunning. Money and fame. What, she got money and fame? What is she? Is she a model? Her name's Cherry Seaborn. I mean, he's not great looking, and that's when they've done him up for photos. But he is very rich. He got hitched in December at his Suffolk estate, despite having plans to build a wedding chapel. They're rejected. And his childhood village is a place called Framlingham. So that's nice. I mean, I like it when people get married. It's just that you do look and you think, how can you pull somebody who's as good looking as she is? I don't know. And Lee says a hole's been found in the fence at the Sunnydale Nudist Resort. Police are looking into it. It's an old one. That's an old Harpo. Is it Harpo Marx? Chico Marx, one of the Marx brothers, who said, he said, I was getting changed in my dressing room. He said, next door there was a bunch of dancers getting changed. He said, and there was a hole in the wall. He said, and I thought, nah, let them look. Which is true. Leapfrog and ball games were banned, Steve, at the nudist camp, but hoopla was a popular pastime. I was the chairman of the over 35 nudist leapfrog team, and very difficult to get members. Which was best, says Nick in Tring, Space Invaders, Missile Command, or Asteroids? I only know Space Invaders. I've never heard of the other ones. I'm sure they were for younger people. Gene and Iceman are off to Dubai in India today. I really hope we can hook up to the podcast. What do you believe? You could listen to the programmes. Seriously. I once accidentally, says Alex, walked across a nudist beach in Barcelona. Nothing was left to the imagination. All I could think of is, I hope they're wearing enough sun cream. Yeah, you can. You can burn all sorts of extremities, can't you? Why would a Suffolk punch remind you of Sussex, says Jim? Why don't you mind your own business? What's got to do with you? It just reminds me of Sussex, all right? There you go. Because the first two letters are S-U, all right? Get over yourself. Goodness sake, why do people question everything? Honestly, you can't say anything now. Do you know what I really wanted yesterday? I really wanted an ice cream. It was the weather for an ice cream. And I thought, I'll have an ice cream. And then I got back to the car and I thought, I don't feel very well. And so I had to go back home and I missed out on the ice cream. But I could have eaten one. I could eat one now. I don't mind, actually. I quite like buying a tub which has got strawberry, chocolate and vanilla in it, and then taking a big scoop, and I buy the cornets, and I put it in there. Sorry? Neapolitan, yeah, which is nice. It's very nice. And we used to have it years ago. It came in like a brick, and you sliced it, and then you put wafers either side of it, and then you licked all the way around it. It's gorgeous. It's really fantastic. Whereabouts in Sussex? Chichester. Don't know anything about Chichester. I'm trying to think, actually. Chichester. Is there a harbour there? You live near a harbour. Oh, right. That's all I can think of. Please, by the way, the producer has said, please do not send in your favourite type of ice cream. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire. I know you might have thought it sounded vaguely similar, but I promise you it's not. We leave it to them and their minuscule audience to try and sort of work out what your favourite ice cream is. Because we don't really care. But, yesterday we did Zooms, didn't we? Zooms and Fab. Zooms and Fab. Fab was the one with all the hundreds and thousands around it, which you could lick off. And a Zoom was the one where your mouth had to get bigger as you got towards the bottom of it because it started off like a rocket. Did you have those ones? Did you? Oh, with a gumball at the bottom. Oh, right. Did you have oysters? I quite liked an oyster. They were very messy. I didn't realise halfway through you have to, oh, God, I'm just going to drop it on the floor. And if you're by the beach, seagulls attack you for oysters. What is it that seagulls have now got this insatiable urge to eat people's ice cream? Not very good. Did you hear about the nudist who was thinking of retiring? He decided to stick it out for one more year. Thank you, you're barred. And when did LBC move from an all-news station to an all-phone-in station, says Colin? Got no idea. It's not all phone-in. It's not all phone-in. My In Conversation is not phone-in. Steve Allen is not phone-in. Who else is not phone-in? Can't remember, actually. Don't think there is anybody else who's not phone-in. Sorry? That's it. It's just me. It's just me, isn't it? Good Lord above. Oh, well, there you go. And another one here. So I can't tell you the answer to that one. Apparently there's a nudist beach at Clacton. I didn't know, says Chrissy, until I jet skied up to it. You didn't kind of sort of spot the fact that they weren't... I used to. A little bit naughty, I know. Along at Brighton Beach... They have the beach. Well, I say beach, it's full of stones. I mean, it's all stones. And there's a little railway goes along the back, an electric railway called the Volks Railway. And it takes you all the way up to the marina. But halfway up is the nudist beach. And so what a lot of so the train slows down. It gets to the nudist beach. I used to stand up and wave with my hands behind my back. And I used to think that was quite a good idea. People who should enjoy that. They go, oh, look, naked, and then pretend to be shocked. When and where was your last pie and mash? Never had pie and mash. Never had pie and mash. Never had pie and mash. I do like a pie, and I do like mash, as you can well imagine. So perhaps I should try, I think. Alex says, favourite ice cream... Oh, I'm not doing favourite ice creams. But, sorry, get a bit carried. Naturist Camp, there's one in South Wales. Excellent, says Vernon. There's a very famous one over in France, Cap d'Arge, I think. Not that I'm supposed to know that, but it's a complete city Shops, apartments, everything. You can go shopping, although pushing a trolley's a bit of a problem for a man, but never mind, you know. Sometimes you take your hands off and it goes along by itself. No, you don't want to go in the freezer aisle, do you? No, not for you. Heavens above. But it's it's like a city. Just for naturists, but you're right. Mainly full of Germans and French and the British far too reserved. The British go, I think I'll just wear my pants. And you walk outside because you look ridiculous. Because you're the one that everybody looks at. If you've seen enough naked people, after a while you just go, I think I'll send them a sympathy card. And you just drop it on top of their towel, I'm so sorry. I had more than that when I was 12. And, because you do that, don't you? That's what people do. When we went to the south of France, Dale and I, years and years ago, we went to Cannes, because he knew a lady who owned a print shop, and she had a flat on the Croisette, and we stayed in it a few times. But the beach at Cannes, at the front, is all divided. There's the public beach at the end, then there's different hotels that got their beach, and they're all topless. Every beach. It's like all the swimming pools in Vienna, all topless. They went topless about 30 years ago, even more probably. But the beaches in Cannes are all topless. And of course, we were with a person who used to work for another radio station. I can't tell you who he is because he works for the BBC now. And his wife wanted to go topless. He went up the wall. Absolutely crackers. You put your bra back on again. And she totally defied him. So I actually took a picture of her topless because the sky was so blue, the sand was so lovely, and it was Cannes, and it was fantastic, and it was boiling. You couldn't walk on the pavements in your bare feet. It was so hot, the skin would just melt the bottom of your feet. But everybody topless. So the people who were wearing a bra, you looked at. Everybody once you've seen anyway, you don't sort of worry about it, do you? You sort of look at them, and then you look at yourself. And then you cry for a few minutes, and then by Vienna, along all the rivers there, it's all nudist. We hired a bike, well, two bikes actually, and we went cycling, nude cycling. Bought some tickets for the lottery the other day, for the Tuesday lottery. Was it Tuesday? And I probably bought about 6 or 7 cards of different sort of nothing, absolutely nothing. Normally, I get sort of a couple or 3 or 4. I've had 6, 7, it doesn't matter. Nothing at all. Nothing. I was so disappointed. Steve, you can't beat a nice one on Southend seafront. A Rossi, not a nudist beach, a Rossi. Do you know, isn't it funny? When we've had all these nice, freezing cold in the morning, but lovely, absolutely lovely in the afternoon, and you have an ice cream, and if you're there on the beach or standing on the promenade or you're on the pier, there's nothing nicer than an ice cream. I don't know why they go hand in hand, but they apparently do. Steve, whilst walking through a nudist beach in Spain, my wife told me off saying, "Don't look." I said, "What do you mean, don't look? If I look left, there are breasts. If I look right, there are breasts. If I look up, I'll trip over breasts. If you don't want me to look, take me to Iceland for a holiday." I think you probably found to do the same thing there. I don't think you should preclude people going topless just because you're in Iceland. To shower in spas, you must be naked. Oh, right. How do you know that? Oh, you've been to Iceland. Oh, right. Oh, is that why Darren... Oh, right, Darren likes it for that. Does he do the naked bit under the showers? Why do you have to be naked under the showers? Is it some sort of cultural thing? Is it really? Really? Well, that's very... Well, I'd have to say I'm not showering then. Simple as that. I know, that doesn't sound any better either, does it, really? I suppose after a while, as long as you don't look down, you're fine. If you look up, you're okay. Steve, I think Ed Sheeran's wife is his childhood sweetheart, says Jet. I've just told you that. I said on it, it's his childhood... Why are people not listening this morning? Honestly. Goodness sake. Yes. But she is. It still doesn't change the fact she's much better looking than he is. And another one here. There's a nudist beach at Clacton, and like Jaywick, one of the best beaches in the country. What makes a good beach? I don't know. Sorry? Sand? Yeah, sand would make a good beach. Clear water would make a good beach. As opposed to no water at all, or sort of muddy water. And when... I can't tell you. When we were children, we used to whittle in the sea. When a wave came in, you'd jump up into it, and then I don't know why. I suppose you couldn't be bothered to walk to the toilet. Paul says I stopped going topless when I got breasts. Oh right. Next time you're in Brighton, says Catherine. Thank you, Poppy. Go to Brass Monkey, all organic ice cream. No, the best ice cream is my friend who's got an ice cream shop in Richmond, and they make it on the premises. They've got a gelato machine upstairs which makes everything. Lovely ice cream. Really, I mean, summer, sometimes in winter, there's a queue a mile long. Very nice. I haven't been there for ages. But occasionally when I do sort of wander down that way, I like to try an ice cream. It's a strange thing, actually. I think it's more Italian. Because if you go to different countries, they sell ice cream all year round. Only over here do we think to ourselves, ice cream, summer. But in fact, you can eat it all year round. It's lovely. What else we got in the paper? Oh, this giant rat got stuck in a manhole cover. And they had... it was terrible. It bit into the glove as they were trying to... because it couldn't get down the drain. The fire crew were called and freed it. Within 3 minutes, it immediately dashed back into the sewer. Some people were saying, kill it. And I don't think you can actually do that. I don't think they're protected in any way, shape or form. Plus Katie Price being investigated by police over an F-word rant in a school playground. Of course, there's a hilarious bit today where she congratulates Peter Andre on being an excellent father to their 2 children. And you think, well, of course he is. Compared to you, you're drunk most of the time, aren't you? You're not exactly a very good mother at all. Drunk in the back of your car. Drunk, all over the place, drunk being carried out of a club. Why would you be a good mother? Goodness sake. Anyway, she's now being investigated over an F-word rant in the school playground. She screamed at Kieran Hayler's girlfriend, "Are you enjoying," and then it's a rude word, "my husband?" Michelle was picking up her son from a previous relationship at a primary school in West Sussex. Katie was collecting her kids. Police confirmed they received a report of verbal abuse. The trouble is she's just deeply unpleasant, but the worst thing is she doesn't know it. She doesn't know that she's deeply unpleasant. It's like Kerry Coke-Toner, a drunk and a cokehead, and Daniela Westbrook, both people. It's really embarrassing. Although I noticed in the paper the other day, or perhaps it was something overnight, somebody wrote to me and said that Kerry Cotona's son was given a black eye by somebody at school, and so she ranted on about it. I thought, really, you can't rant on about these things. What you do is you put your kids through something absolutely dreadful. And then you worry, when people, they probably didn't know it was your son. But, she was drunk on that dating programme. It's just an embarrassment. And as for Chelsea Healy, what an embarrassment. Small wonder, love, you're single. Steve, what makes a good beach? The arcade machine. 10 games with no alarms. #kick. That's right. Actually, on some of them, if you kick machines, they stop working. They stop working. Alex says in the 80s... apparently nearly everybody went topless abroad. Now people keep their tops on. Well, exactly, because you can get burnt. And also, I've seen this naked attraction programme. There is no attraction. There is no attraction. I've never seen so many awful-looking people. It was terrible. I went to a topless restaurant, Steve. It was very nice until it started to rain. Took me 4 hours to finish my soup. Don't applaud him. It just encourages bad behaviour. If hot tea cools you down in summer, does eating ice cream warm you up in the cooler weather? I don't know. We used to get excited over Raspberry Ripple. Nowadays, you go into the ice cream shops and you look at the bewildering array of ice cream that you can get. And some do it with a scoop, some do it with a knife. Some have a machine where they pull it down and it goes, and you do that one. That's quite nice. Mr. Whippy. I thought that was something completely different. Morelli's in Broadstairs, Steve, is the best ice cream. I go there every summer, and they even make a special ice cream for dogs, and it's free. Yeah, of course, it might not be free. I don't want you all turning up going, "Oh, Steve Allen said it was all free." It might not be. Check him out first. Thank you, Janice. Yeah, I mean, you can't be... I don't like it too hard. I like... so it's... the one where they pull the handle, and it quite like that one. But I don't do crushed nuts. There's something about me. I don't know why. I just don't want to do crushed nuts. But I don't mind a drizzle of chocolate. When they get the thing out, they go, "Chocolate drizzle." You go, "Yeah." Psh, crushed nuts. I said, "You want a thick lip?" It's the usual sort of thing. Ice cream men becoming familiar, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock in a little while here. So, people panicked yesterday. Well, they did on this programme. They were rattled by the Southeast's biggest earthquake in 50 years. Wow. North Mouth Divide. Can you decipher regional put-downs? I'll give you some of those after the news. You'll quite like them. You get all these... Are you mugging me off, they say on Towie. The answer is, of course they are, because you're stupid. Of course, I'm well gel. Sorry? I'm well gel, aren't I? By the time you've heard Gemma... Imagine a conversation between Gemma Collins, the 2 Fahirs sisters, and Joey Essex. I mean, it's seriously the most thick conversation you've ever heard. Are you well gel today? Yeah, I was sick. Were you? Where? Sorry? You were sick? Yeah, I was sick. No, that means... sick. I was sick. Yeah, of course you were, dear. Off you go. So we'll have a look at the North Mouth Divide. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is where the world comes out to play. Thank you very much indeed. And so somebody said to me, why was the 99... This comes up more times on LBC than anything else, even more than Brexit. Why was a 99 called 99? Was it 99p, says Nick? No. It's called that because the majority of ice cream merchants in the 50s were Italian. What did they call them? They called them the Hokey Pokey Men. The Hokey Pokey Men were the Italians who would come around, Hokey Pokey, and you would take your dish out to them, and they cycled with this thing at the front of it, a bit similar to some of the ones you've seen nowadays, and they would put ice cream into your bowl. They were the Hokey Pokey Men. The King of Italy, though, had an elite bodyguard consisting of 99 men, so anything elite was called 99s by the Italians, so they called the elite ice cream a 99. It's as simple as that. There you go. Problem solved. Please don't write in again. It gets too tedious. Steve, are you bored with Brexit and all the incompetent MPs, says Stuart Manning? You notice we don't do a lot about Brexit on this show. I think because there's so many other shows that do Brexit, I leave it to the experts. No point in a rank amateur trying to talk about Brexit. Darryl wants to know if a coffee table is still a coffee table if you put a cup of tea on it. I don't know. Is it still a coffee table? I thought it was a coffee table if it had books on it. You know, books are sort of big picture books. I've got one of the Cairo Museum, and I've got... You think that's BBC Local Radio? Yeah. I think you need to... BBC Radio Shropshire is available, I think. And I made ice cream yesterday, Steve, with bits of dark chocolate and pieces of meringue, thanks to the lovely Nigella Lawson. What was she doing in your kitchen? So you made ice cream with dark chocolate and pieces of meringue. Isn't that sort of like a chocolate-eaten mess? Isn't that the same sort of thing? As opposed to chocolate, you know, you put strawberries in. So I do love an eaten mess. I love an eaten mess. But it is just meringue with ice cream and then drippy sauces over it as well, which is quite nice. And apparently, our Scott boy, what's the name of the ship that sank in the film Titanic? Now, stop trying to confuse him. You know that's not good for... Don't think about it. You either know the answer or you don't know the answer. Don't do that to him. Seriously, we've got enough trouble as it is this morning. He's got a few issues. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but I can see them from here. Steve, you've got me howling at 5 a.m. You're probably a wolf then, aren't you, I should imagine? You're doing it to the moon? And there's a place in Redcar called Pasitos. Have the best lemon top ice cream, says Peter. I don't want to be rude or ignorant. What's a lemon top ice cream, for God's sake? A lemon top? I've never even heard of one. If somebody upsets you in Yorkshire, says Mel, we say, hope his rabbit dies and he can't sell his hutch. Right. Oh. That's why you're in Leeds, I suppose. Steve, Scotty Boy is so famous now. Hey, soon you'll have him on In Conversation. He's the producer of In Conversation. I know. Blame everything on him. He's the producer, aren't you, Popper? You're the producer of In Conversation. He's having a badge made, producer. Because it makes him feel a bit more important. Because otherwise he's just Scottish Boy. So that's his claim to fame now. But if he has a badge made with Scottish Boy, producer, I'm surprised he hasn't put it up on his email. Normally he sort of puts up, you know, AP on Steve Allen Show, producer of In Conversation kind of thing. But actually, seeing as he's not been so brilliant, we can't really do that. So here's this man. He's a war veteran. His name is Steve Leal. He was in the army for 32 years. And as a veteran, he gets access to priority NHS care. But he suffered the insult of a staff member at an optician's while he was there with his partner, Mo. This is Specsavers. And somebody who works in Specsavers, accused him of killing innocent people. Anyway, Specsavers bosses have now suspended an employee and are investigating. Mr. Leal posted on Facebook, totally disgusted with the attitude. I will no longer use their service. As I stood in the main area, the optician came to find me and said, Mr. Leal, I'll refer you to the hospital for your left eye. I then asked her to annotate my documents to show the fact that I'm a veteran. She turned to me and asked why. So I explained the supposedly faster appointment. She said, why should you have that after invading countries around the world and killing innocent people? I was so gobsmacked. I didn't retaliate, but I've since filed a complaint, having paid for new glasses for both me and Mo, and I'll be going in to request a full refund and go elsewhere. This is not the end of it, so watch this space. Anyway, Specsavers say these, we've actually suspended an employee pending a disciplinary investigation into comments made to a customer at the Woodbridge store. The alleged comments do not represent the views of Specsavers, who are active supporters of Blind Veterans UK, a charity which cares for former military personnel with slight problems. It's absolutely outrageous. That's in Suffolk. In Suffolk. Woodbridge in Suffolk. Sorry? No, it's Suffolk. Bad, isn't it, really? Very bad. You don't expect things. Why would somebody say that? I'd go to them, oi, shut your beaky. Shut your beaky. It's not up to you to start telling what I do. I mean, it's just a dreadful thing to say to somebody, isn't it? A war veteran going around killing people in the... Oh, dear me, honestly. Well, the sooner they're kicked out, the better. We need to get rid of these people. We really do. It's just, it costs nothing to be nice. And I know that more than anybody. Because I'm nice to people. I'm N-I-C-E. Can't help it. M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. Mickey Mouse. I used to watch the Mickey Mouse Club. My God, you hated the kids on it. They were all so happy. So happy. And then I kind of got into it myself. I went to Disneyland in Anaheim, which was their first one. The one that supposedly Walt Disney is supposed to be buried in. He's supposed to be buried in the Magic Castle. Suspended. So this cryogenic, so they can bring him back later. I don't think so. And we went there, and they were all terribly happy. Terribly happy. And I thought, that's obviously what it's all about now. There is a whole town, I think, where I think it's owned by Disney, or it sort of subscribes, and everybody's happy. That would drive you mad after a while, wouldn't it? I mean, somebody eventually is going to go completely barking mad. Steve, all towns and cities whose names end in Chester, Castor, Cester, or similar were once Roman settlements, being corruptions of the Latin word castra, meaning camp. Oh, right. There's the riveting piece of information we didn't want to know this morning. I want to go and walk the, what's that big, not Hadrian's Wall, the Great Wall of China. I want to do that. But then there was somebody on the television doing it the other day, and I was really impressed, actually. There's lots of it you can walk. There's bits of it that have fallen down, but my God, it was amazing. And, Steve, whilst flicking through local radio stations in Kent last evening, I heard a fascinating topic raised. What's your favourite laundry detergent? Powder, tablets, or gel? I know. You sure that wasn't Shropshire again? They seem to be coming up with these sort of things. We love it. It's so exciting. Steve, best ice cream is a place in Dawlish. I've never been to Dawlish. It's Devon clotted ice cream. That sounds very calorific. Not really for us, I think. I need the thinner thing. I'm not sure whether I like a lolly or I like ice cream. Because when we say ice cream, we think all of it is like a generic term. But, to be honest with you, I don't really care. I'm going to have one today. I don't know what I'm going for, actually, Ollie. I don't know. I really don't. I might lean into the freezers in Iceland and have a quick look. Because actually, it's really cheap in there. You can get 10 lollies for £1. 10 lollies for £1. Mind you can't eat 10 lollies. You have to start passing them out to people on the street. Could you eat 10 lollies? You can't. You couldn't. I ate 16 fish fingers. I'm not that stupid to try it with the lollies. Can you imagine? 16 fish fingers. I mean, I feel ill thinking about it, but they were delicious. It's very easy to eat. Because they weren't that big. They were chips. You could eat 16 chips, couldn't you, really? Oh, I suppose you could. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails this morning. Unless, you're sort of one of those ones who's on medication, in which case, we have to lose you fairly quickly. Here is a drunk grandmother. We've had these before. It's people who turn up at the airport and they're just drunks. This one here is a school admissions officer called Alison Yorston. Alison Yorston was stopped from boarding a plane because she was drunk. She's been convicted, incidentally, so that's why I'm telling you exactly who she is. And she then kicked a policeman in the groin. She was jetting off to celebrate her 50th birthday in Dubai when she launched a foul-mouthed tirade at staff. Alison Yorston, a school admissions officer. As officers intervened, she began flailing her arms around and kicked one constable in the groin. During the struggle, she fell to the concrete floor, breaking her right arm in 3 places. She shouted, "Why are you breaking my arm? I will effing see him." She's a class act. The company director's wife had shared a bottle of Prosecco with her daughter. She blamed her wobbling walk on the high heels she was wearing. You foul-mouthed old baggage. Cabin crew at Manchester Airport refused to let her on the plane when they saw her stumbling towards the departure gate. Police had to be called when she began pushing and prodding the ground crew, screaming, "They've ruined my holiday. I'm going to board that effing plane." Yorston, who appeared at Manchester Magistrates Court, wept as she was ordered to wear an electronic tag after admitting common assault and a public order offence. She was convicted of a third charge of assaulting a policeman following a trial. She comes from Sale in Greater Manchester. You're an embarrassment to everybody, aren't you? She got a 6-month community order and was fined £735. Should have been prison. You don't work at the airport or become a police officer to be kicked in the groin by a drunk old baggage like her. Good sake, honestly. And you're a school admissions officer. Not for much longer, I'm hoping. Not for much longer. BBC bosses have been accused of rinsing, such a good word, rinsing, their licence payers with a new Netflix-style service, BritBox. A joint venture with ITV will feature many of the network's best-loved shows. But the BB's told the Daily Star it has no plans to include a free subscription to the service as part of the annual licence fee, which rises to £154.50 on April the 1st. Good God. Everything's going so expensive now. By the time you bought the licence fee, by the time you've gone to the laundrette and you put money in the machine to sort of wash your bits and pieces, if you can't operate the machine at home, that's very expensive. If you drive a car, you need to get your insurance, you need to get the tax disc and stuff like that. We don't have tax discs anymore. We've still got to pay it. Life is so expensive, isn't it? Everything's going up. The congestion charge has remained the same, but now you've got that emissions charge, and that's £12.50. And that's not good news, is it? All of a sudden, lots of people are going to be having to pay that. Dreadful, really. Also, Chloe Green. You know Chloe Green. That's the one who managed to go out with that felon, the hot felon. Anyway, there are rumours that they've split. Hilarious. It's almost like Gemma Collins, isn't it? Although he's actually saying, we're hoping to get back together again. I hope you're not playing the media for the fools that we know that they can be. Do you remember the lolly called the Fan? No. Do you remember Twinnies? Do you ever have a Twinnie? A Twinnie was a lolly with 2 sticks, and then you broke it in half, and then you and your friend could have a lolly each. The peasants, people who couldn't afford to buy a whole lolly, went for a Twinnie. We used to have that. And the one thing is very difficult to find, but we do have them in Twickenham when the ice cream van appears in summer. Banana lollies. I love banana lollies. I could die happy with a banana lolly. I really could. But anyway, it's another story. 5:15 is the time. Should we get a check on the road and the rave? It's Thursday, the 28th of February, last day of the month. So tomorrow we'll be doing Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. I always go home black and blue on days like that, seriously. Cleaners are so marvellous this morning, honestly. There's so much glass outside here and he's cleaning the whole lot. Fantastic. Steve, now I want ice cream, says Stuart. Asda do a lemon sorbet. I'm not big on sorbets. Awesome pudding, says Kevin the restaurateur. On our menu, thought of you, Prosecco panna cotta with raspberry clotted cream ice cream. Well, that sounds like a heart attack on a plate for me. I went to a town owned by Disney last month, Sir. It's called Celebration. It's very odd. Everything is perfect, like a film set. I know, I thought Disney were absolutely perfect. I told you, when we went there, they had a new ride, which was put in, and I can't remember which one it was. And anyway, and we went over it, and they said, that's the new ride. And I went, okay, what was there before? Which was the wrong question to ask, because the lady from Disney said, it's always been there. And I said, no, what was there before the ride arrived? She said, no, it's always been there. And that's how they work. That's the mentality. It's quite clever when you think about it. It's very, very clever, because they were saying it hasn't been built. It's just that you couldn't see it. Now you can see it. Funny Feet Pink Lolly, says Chris. Can't get them. I remember Funny Feet. I don't know why, but why do we have parts of the anatomy? What's funny about feet? Nothing. Kerala, in India, it isn't a problem to serve alcohol in the plane to passengers, but you can't board the plane being drunk. I think they should ban alcohol completely from flights, although my friend Graham would disagree entirely, because he enjoys drinking as he flies across and goes on holiday. He's very keen on things like that. And I've never done it. I like to arrive the other end, at least compos mentis. I don't want to be sort of this 3 sheets to the wind. But you do see people, they get to the airport and they start drinking, Anish. Seriously, I mean, I find it amazing. I thought, it's like Christmas time. People start drinking, and I think, But you can drink any time. This woman who was just done for assaulting the police officer, she'd shared a bottle of Prosecco, and she turned into this aggressive old harridan. I mean, quite dreadful. But I don't understand why some people are good with alcohol and some people aren't good with alcohol. And I think it's your metabolism, isn't it, where you have to kind of work out how much you can drink. I mean, some people are very good at drinking huge amounts and don't seem to have, you know, any affliction that goes along with it. Other people have a few, and then you see them on the television programmes. All the police programmes are dealing mainly with drunks, people getting behind the wheel of cars, people, you know, seen in cars when they're drunk and they're abusive, and they don't know what they're doing. And so what they end up doing is arresting them, and they just stick them in a police cell for the night. It's like, I think they should charge them. It's like a hotel. Shouldn't have to pay for something like that. And then in Australia, they're even worse. The main problem they have in Australia is, do you have a licence? And 9 out of 10 times on these programmes that I've watched, they go, yeah, and they go, is it a full licence or provisional? Provisional. And you think, well, they have a law there, I don't know if it works over here, where there's only so many people that you can have in the car. So if I'm a new driver, I can't have 6 people in the car with me. I can only have enough people in the car for the seats that are there. But I failed my driving test first time, passed it second time, and been driving quite happily for donkey's years. And I like driving. I love driving. In fact, yesterday I just got in the car and went for a drive. That's when I got back and I was going to have the ice cream, but I didn't have the ice cream. And then I thought, if I have the ice cream, could I take it with me in the car? And then I thought, say it drips on me. That's not going to be good. It's like, I remember years and years ago, I was driving around Hammersmith, trying to get out, and a wasp came in the car. Well, you've never seen erratic... Anybody who was behind me, of course, they wouldn't see the wasp. I saw it. So, of course, I'm opening all the windows furiously to get the blooming thing out. And it didn't seem to want to go out. Eventually it did, and I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed all the windows. I've got a fear about wasps, and they know. Do you remember Mini Milks? I'm sorry, we're not doing a programme on ice cream. I do beg your pardon. You've obviously missed the idea here. 4 in 10 doctors want to leave the NHS. Large workloads and demoralisation are behind the exodus. I love my doctors. I love my doctor's surgery. I love everything about it. Without them, I'd be in a dreadful state. Dreadful state. Every day there's always something that goes sort of, awry. Gemma Collins rushed to her mother's bedside after she developed pneumonia. She'll no doubt be sort of talking about that. She rushed from filming The Real Housewives of Cheshire to Essex. Oh, God, they've shoved her in that... that's why she was out with those 2 people the other day. Yes. It's also been a rollercoaster couple of days. No, she's just a sad, lonely old woman who's not going to ever find happiness. She's been out with Crims, she's been out with Art, she's been out with a few people, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. I mean, she's pushing 40 now. And she go, oh, it's been such an awful week. And they go, oh, it's true. I mean, every day she's having a breakdown of some sort. Really, she's not really fit for purpose. Not fit for purpose at all. Also, Michael Jackson's family, as you can well imagine, have hit back over telly-accusations. He was a serial sex abuser. They say he was naive. That was his downfall. And livid brothers Tito, Marlon, and Jackie and nephew Taj appeared on American television to defend him. I believe them. I absolutely believe them. I believe Michael Jackson was just somebody who liked people. You know, it's possible to like people without being an abuse. It's very easy for people to come forward now and go, oh, yes, I was actually abused. And you can make a programme to say just about anything. You know, it's you know, the moment George Michael died, out came all the rumours of he was this, he was that, and all the rest of it. You know, most of it was just a load of old codswallop from a few people who thought they'd try and cash in on something. In this particular case, there is not one piece of evidence that corroborates their stories. They're just people who want to be famous. They go on television. And they start, and after a while, after they've told the same story about half a dozen times, they start believing it themselves. And that's what's so depressing in this day and age, isn't it? That's all you get in the newspapers, you know, so-and-so. So when you read about Gemma Collins and her silly little coke-taking boyfriend, you know, and they've split, you start thinking, well, good. Well, good. But they're too stupid to realise and too naive. You know, she does her little tantrums, you know, I'm a diva. She wrote a book about being a diva. She's not, it's just a rude, offensive person. Like the people going on dating, you know, Kerry Katona, drunk on it, Chelsea Healey, just rude and offensive, full stop. You know, they're only doing it because they need a bit of money in the bank. I'll be so glad when it all finishes, when we get some, actually, hopefully we get some new reality shows this year, we can ditch the last lot of old has-beens. It's like another picture of Abby Clancy in a bikini or underwear. How many more pictures do we need? I mean, seriously, she's designing beachwear now. Can't be that blooming complicated, can it? Heavens above. And apparently, ding ding, the battle of the drag queens in a programme. I don't even know what it is, actually. It says the Battle of Drag Queen. New series kicks off this Saturday. But they don't... It's somebody called Davina De Campo. It's just another drag queen, but it must be from up north, because I said yesterday, I've never heard of this person. And it's Saturday at 7:30. Oh, this will be this dreary, what's it programme? What's his face? The one who does the X Factor and... no, I can't remember his name now. I've completely forgotten his name. The good-looking boy that everybody says, oh, he's great, and they use him. But he leans on things. No, not Ollie Murs. Dermot O'Dreary. That's it, Dermot O'Dreary. He's on this programme. Last week, was it last week on the same programme? Richard Madeley was the celebrity. Such is the low budget. Such is the low budget. And he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. I mean, for goodness sake, about time somebody realised this. Also, Eurovision. Oh, God, we're coming up to Eurovision, aren't we, I suppose? We have to try and find people. This is the man... Oh, because... the Eurovision party's in April. Are we really up to Eurovision already? I thought that was much later in the year, but apparently not. Michael Rice has landed his first big gigs. He was picked as this year's UK act. Oh, well, forget it, mate. You've washed your career up straight away. Nobody does Eurovision anymore. It's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. The 21-year-old who will sing Bigger Than Us in Tel Aviv tops the billing at the London Eurovision party in April. Riveting. Ever heard of him? No, me neither. So Ukraine has pulled out of Eurovision amid the Russia row. Withdrawing country. Bulgaria is out. So the host broadcaster, Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation. So many pull out now. I mean, we've still got Australia in it. What they're doing in it, I've got no idea. And also, because a lot of the countries that pull out, they're frightened of Russia. Years ago, it was all quite... Well, actually, I tell a lie. It wasn't. Years ago, it was even worse. We didn't vote for Germany because of the war. They didn't vote for us because of the war. And there were other... Now you've got Russia intervening and you get some sort of little band coming on there. What did we have last year? When was it the year before? All these old age pensioners who came from sort of Russia somewhere. And it was just like, go home. Go home, please. It's very sweet. The final is the 18th of May. We don't stand a cat in hell's chance, do we? We never do. Not since Puppet on a String and Congratulations and Lulu and all these other people. Brotherhood of Man, I think. Oh, we did have Love, Shine a Light, which I liked. One of my favourites. One of my favourites. Steve says, Steve, in South London, maybe the next reality show for Katie Price should be called Jordan in Jail. Well, you know they won't do that. You know the reason. She's got a disabled son at home. The longer she keeps him at home, there's no chance they're going to put her in prison. Of course they're not, for goodness sake. Anne in Richmond says, back home now after breaking my hip, like you, couldn't fault the NHS at the West Mid. They were amazing. It's a great hospital. I think they're... Listen, I've never had a bad experience in a British hospital. And I've been in most. Well, I haven't been in most, obviously, but I've been in lots of hospitals, and I think they're amazing. I seriously think. I've been in there. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit. And then, you know, and they were brilliant. I had my stents done in the West Mid, because they've been doing those for a couple of years now, and Westminster and Chelsea Hospital for the burns, and they're all brilliant. But you do see life. I don't know how the nurses do it, says Anne. Big thank you to them all. And now an excellent follow-up from the NHS. Bravo. Holly says, Jamie Oliver produced packs of fish fingers in conjunction with Young's, which I enjoyed. I remember buying them. I can't find them now. We love Jamie Oliver. We love Jamie Oliver. Actually, it was Phil Vickery who did fish fingers the other day. I wasn't sure if we'd actually sort of kick-started the fish finger thing, because I love fish fingers. Or failing that, you could have fish fingers just sort of mashed up in potato, couldn't you, and then fried. That sounds quite nice. Quite fancy that idea. Also, Stacey Solomon and Paddy McGuinness have signed up for telly's most outrageous panel show. This is Keith Lemon and Holly Willoughby for the ITV2 hit of Celebrity Juice, or as I prefer to call it, the unfunny host with a ridiculous hat on his head. I mean, the clothes he's wearing, where do you get rubbish like that from? Is there some garbage shop that's selling... And then somebody said, oh, put a hat on. I'm sorry, Boy George did it years ago and did it better. And funnier. Much funnier. Celebrity guests Amanda Holden, Emily A. Tack, she can't get arrested, Will Mellor and Johnny Vegas. The programme, I mean, do you have to be drunk to enjoy it? Because I frankly watched it the other day and I was just deeply embarrassed that Holly Willoughby was even on the thing in the first place, but it's her husband who produces it, so, you know, that's the way it goes. Dallas says you can buy fish fingers mashed up with potatoes, Steve, and fried. They're called fish cakes. Thank you. Well, they're not. They're not, because they don't have the batter on or the bread flakes, do they? So, can you decipher regional put-downs? We've had our fair share. The North Mouth Divide. Okay, so this of me, North, will... you have to excuse my accent, because it's not going to be very good here. Will you stop chelping in me luggles, you wazzock? Okay. Over in the south, mate, stop giving me ag. Short for aggro, but they obviously don't know that. You were K-lead last night, lass. I don't think it's a dance. Over in the south, it got messy and I just want a cotch. I have no idea what that means at all. You've had monk on all day like Mongy Sprog. Seriously, it's another language. I feel totes emosh. I'm hanging out and you're giving me the ump. Sorry, emosh. What's that? Oh, right, emotional. Oh, right. Oh, there we go. We found somebody who can decipher for us. How cool is that? We didn't even need to bring in a qualified person to do it. He's here. Koch is chill. Oh, right. Who speaks like this? Does anybody... I mean... Can you imagine me going up to my boss and going, right, James, I'm well gel. You don't look at me like I'm mad. I found your brick in Ginnell, you daft airpeth. What's that? Over in Essex, yeah, I lost my dog. Everyone was steaming and the place was full of mugs. Presumably cups of coffee or something, I don't know. You look jiggered. Get some scran and kip sharpish. You look tired. Get some food and sleep, yes. I'm Hank Marvin, going down Golden Arches. Don't be gel of my munch. I'm assuming Hank Marvin's starving, yes. Going down the Golden Arches, going to McDonald's, I'm assuming. Don't be gel of my munch. I'm assuming, is that jealous of my food? What do you just say? Don't be jealous of what I'm having because you're a peasant and you're not having it, okay? You reek and you're making me jip. You're smelling me, making me sick. Do one, I smell pucker, you're doing my nut in. I mean, seriously. Sorry? I smell nice. You're annoying me. Okay, right. How bizarre. It's an odd one, isn't it? I'm so glad I don't go up north very often. I'd never manage it. People would be saying things to me, I'd be going, thank you. Fish cakes, Steve. No, not toasty at all, says Chantel. And I think our Eurovision song is good, says Dean. He's a good singer, but they won't vote for us. No, of course they won't. Apparently, Gary says it's not K-lead for drunk, it's pronounced K-lied. K-lied. Am I K-lied? Why don't you just say drunk? It's easier. There's less letters. And Paul says, I only ever watch Eurovision for the late, great Terry Wogan's sardonic eyebrow work. Yes, I mean, he was just sitting in a booth with all the other people from around the country. Darren from Croydon, poor soul, honestly, a cross to bear if ever there was one, says, the other day I was told I look really sick. Apparently in snowflake world language, it meant I look great. Most odd. Yeah. Oh, I'm well sick. Well sick. And that also, what was that one that sort of poor old Joey Essex came up with all the time? He used to ream. Nobody says ream. Nobody's ever said ream. It's only buffoons like him, poor soul, honestly. What a sad state of affairs. Sorry, are you ream? Yeah, I'm ream. Who says that? Nobody. There's nobody in Essex who is ream. Is there? You only have to look at Paul Sugarhut. They let people like Gemma Collins in, who's now turning up in The Real Housewives of Cheshire. I mean, dear God, honestly. Having to do guest appearance on somebody else's show. Oh, bad news. Steve, I've just burst into song singing Puppet on a String. I love Sandy Shaw, says Irene. You need help. You need help. You can't stop singing songs like that. I like her, you won't have heard of it. It's called Mr. Dupont. Monsieur Dupont, I know it's wrong. I interviewed Sandy Shaw. I was so excited. Whenever I meet people from the 60s and 70s, I get very excited. That's like sort of, you know, people nowadays wanting to meet, I don't know, somebody from One Direction. The PE teacher is in the paper today. Can't remember his name, actually, but he slapped a 4-year-old. I don't know how badly, but anyway, he could lose his job over it. You're not allowed to touch children. We were watching television the other day, me and some friends, and I was saying, do you know, you can't do anything to children now. If you're a teacher, the kids can abuse you to the ends of the earth and tell lies about you, and you can't do anything. They're just allowed to get away with it. Small wonder they turn out the way that they do. Anthony Russell was just about to kick off in Hull on the X Factor tour. He's now not on the X Factor tour. Why? because they found drugs in his bedroom. So immediately he's been taken off the tour. What is it about stupid people nowadays who sort of think, so they're given the golden opportunity of golden opportunities. You've been on the X Factor, you weren't the winner, you were a bit naff, but anyway, you're going on the tour. You can earn a bit of money, it's your opportunity to sort of, try and make inroads. And what do? Drugs. That would be stupid. That would be the daftest thing you could ever do. And nowadays, people, it's like, little Danny Dyer, her boyfriend, doing cocaine. A more stupid person, you'd be very hard pushed to find. And you begin to wonder whether or not there is a brain between these cloth ears that they appear to have. Also, one of the columnists has said, sorry, Stacey, referring to Stacey Dooley, but I'm afraid pictures of you in the wild do not help the poorest. I know, it's just done for publicity for them. That's all it is. All these they find all these celebrities, the people they're going over there to see. The worst thing is they go, Stacey Dooley, the poor little black child, doesn't even get a name check. Doesn't even get a name check. They're that insignificant. It's that bad. The British sheepdog. Sheepdogs are worth a lot of money. If you get a really good sheepdog, they can go for a lot of money. And we've got record price here. Well, it doesn't seem very much to me, but in sheepdog terms, this is a lot of money. They've just sold one for £14,700. Kumbai. Kumbai. Sit. Down. Sit! And the sheep are going, oh, God, because we had that, didn't we, with Pig? And the pig went up and said, I'd be really very much obliged if you could just follow my directions. And so Pig then moves all these sheep around who happily wander in from thing to thing. But when they used to do one man and his dog, and that was not a night out in Essex, but it was a case of, it was a man with a sheepdog, and then they would go, I'm sure it was Kumbai. Kumbai. Because I followed up with Yah. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. But they didn't sing to the dog. It worked on a series of whistles, which meant that the dog could get the sheep from, I don't know what the purpose of this was, but they got the sheep from there into the thing, and then everybody clapped. And I used to watch it, and all these men who looked like they were brought up in the country, because they've all got flat caps on, they've all got a walking stick or a crotch or whatever it's called, and I think, that must be quite a nice life. And then I thought, yeah, it's lovely in the summer, but it's absolutely awful in the middle of winter. When you've got to go out there was that poor woman, wasn't there, who had to sort of go and find her sheep in snowdrifts. Sheep are so stupid. They'll sit there, it starts snowing, the sheep gets covered, and they just sit there. They don't do anything at all. And I dare you to shout out, Alexa, play Puppet on a String. No, that would be awful, wouldn't it? In Glasgow, Paul says, if you hear, come here, I will nae hurt ye, run. I will nae hurt ye. Actually, I remember years ago, I'm old enough to remember, when they used to interview people from the Highlands, people right, as far as you could get, and they used to put the subtitles underneath. Underneath, you could see what these people were saying. And you used to think, good Lord above, honestly, how times have changed. A fishfinger walks into a bar, says Jonathan in Cambridge, and the barman says, sorry, we don't serve food here. Thank you. That's almost as bad as the white horse that walks into the bar, and the barman goes, we've got a whiskey named after you, and the horse goes, what, Eric? That's so stupid, isn't it? What sits in the corner is red. Naughty strawberry. Steve, could we have a referendum about coming out of Eurovision? I mean, I don't know how much it costs. I'd love to see the workings, the breakdown of the figures, because I'm not sure we need it. We don't do very well in it. It's not the launching pad it used to be. In fact, for some people's career, it was a total disaster. Total disaster. People used to go, oh, don't vote. Are you stifling a yawn? Don't vote. I think you were. Don't vote. I could tell. I can always tell when you're doing it. The trouble is you try and make it look sort of go, oh. Can't fool me. I've been in the business too long, matey. I know what a yawn looks like. 17 minutes to 6. So, the unprecedented Labour revolt forces Mr Corbyn to suspend the MP over the anti-Semitic slur, and then people start arguing about whether it was anti-Semitic, whether it wasn't anti-Semitic, why he's been down, and so it goes on, and then you get the people that you heard with Darren overnight basically saying, this is anti the Labour Party. You can't win at the moment. The whole thing is in total disarray. Total disarray. I mean, over in America, you've got a man called Michael Cohen who is there. People were queuing There was a queue a mile long to go in and hear him declaring Trump is a racist, a con man, and a cheat. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you? And they put it on television. What was the other one? Oh, the Star Wars tune. There is a little list of tunes which are put down as the best film themes. And I like the Star Wars. I tell you what, I also like Dances with Wolves. Dances with Wolves, I think, is another great piece of music. Thanks to the warmer weather this weekend, you've got British strawberries. They will taste better than the ones that are coming in from Egypt and Spain. The only reason you've got Egypt and Spain is because nowadays, with aeroplanes and with refrigeration units, you can get fruit in all year round. There's no fruit, whereas at one time, years and years ago, you used to only get fruit and vegetables when they were in season in this country. I nearly bought seeding potatoes the other day, and I suddenly thought, I don't actually eat that many potatoes. There's no point. There's no point in I'd end up with so many potatoes. I might grow some strawberries in baskets and some tomatoes, but that's about as far as it goes. Even that becomes a bit tedious after a while. So, no, it's begonias all the way, apart from the hanging baskets, which will have all sorts of bits and pieces in there. What was the other one? The parents blasting the school officials. I thought it was quite a good idea. Why would you not be in favour of the kids eating their lunch, listening to classical music? Calms them down, then they go on to the next class, and that's fine. No, parents are up in arms over it, complaining bitterly. The shocking catwalk picture of emaciated models. I mean, it really is an embarrassment, and that's what the Mail have said. A shocking catwalk picture of models who are so thin, they don't represent anybody. They really don't. The majority of women are not this size, but they insist on doing it at all the fashion shows. They just get, sort of thinner and thinner and thinner. And if you're not thin, you don't end up modelling. So people take to drugs, people take to all sorts of things to keep themselves thin. It must be an absolute nightmare. Graham in Yorkshire says, "There's a reet grand chap, a reet trooper, and what that says is champion." That's supposed to be Yorkshire. I'm so sorry it didn't sound at all Yorkshire, but I like that. A reet grand chap, a reet trooper, and what that says is champion. I used to go to school in Yorkshire, in Withensea, long time ago. Right, we'll take a short break, shall we? 5:45. Check on the road and rail this morning. It's getting morning. A pretty nice to have your company. Steve, I went to a pub with a dartboard on the ceiling. It made me want to throw up. That's the extent it is in Blackwall, I'm afraid, this morning. It doesn't get any better. Patrick from Guildford says, driving isn't always jolly hockey sticks, Steve. In Australia, they tell you never to leave your car windows open at night if you don't want a nasty surprise the next morning. 7-inch huntsman spiders have been known to drop into the laps of drivers when they pull down the sun visors. Oh, no. The funny thing is, I'm not too bad with spiders. It's just that I can't tell which ones are the dangerous ones. And so that's the only reason. And I'm not frightened. I don't think I'm frightened of things like that. I don't think I am anyway. It's slugs that get me. Steve, I went to university with a Scottish girl who worked as a barmaid to make ends meet. If anybody gave her trouble, she'd say, "Pick your window, you're leaving." That was good. Actually, they were showing the other day an old EastEnders on the television. And it's amazing how many of the characters... There was one time, there was a very interesting bit where... Barry and his boyfriend have had a burglary at the house, and the policeman comes round. I mean, he'd never get away with it nowadays. He was the most homophobic copper I've ever seen in my entire life. Dreadful. Steve, could we do a phone-in on our top 3 British accents, says Phil. I think not. Steve, yellow raspberries in the allotment this year. First early spuds went in yesterday. Bring on the spring, says Mark in Thurrock. And Bill in Suffolk says 2 cows in a field. One turns to the other and says, have you heard? Oh, sorry, have you ever had mad cow disease? The other one says, of course not, I'm a penguin. You wonder why comedy's dying, don't you? LBC is giving you the chance to win a real iconic experience. There are experiences, and then there are iconic experiences. And this one is a 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard. I want you to think about it, because it's a real super thing. For 7 nights, from sailing from Southampton to New York, or vice versa. If you want to fly from New York, if you want to come back in the ship from New York, we'll fly you out to New York. Okay? So we'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom. You'll wake up to a stunning new view every day. Water. lots of it, and it's very deep. But this is an ocean-going liner. The transatlantic crossing on Cunard's flagship, Queen Mary 2, is something you have to experience. And you can do it quite easily. You just have to be pulled out of the lucky dip. So you'll get 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery. The indulgence is the entertainment and the food and just being lazy and lying on deck. Seriously, I mean, the size of this ship is unbelievable. Your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it first was in 1847, now with the finest refinements at sea. The service, the celebration, only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. It's really lovely. And it could be you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter whether you've come from a council estate in Peckham or, an upmarket estate in Sunningdale. It's open to everybody. And this prize will include all meals, entertainment and flights either to or from New York, depending on which way you would prefer to sail across the ocean. So it's up for grabs. It could be anybody. And I think this one actually finishes tomorrow. So for your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2, just text the word cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, cruise, in capital letters, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March, which is tomorrow, to enter. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions. Rules and date restrictions are on our website, lbc.co.uk. So it's cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters please, to 84850. I hope it's somebody listening now or the other day or any of the days that we've done it. Somebody who listens to this programme. That would be really lovely. Really lovely. And I've never done it. Never done it at all, but it sounds absolutely fantastic. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, front page of the Express. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't have thrown papers in the cup of tea this morning. Not very clever, is it? Half of GPs want to quit over stress, and not surprising. They've got... we have a system now. We didn't used to have one before in my local doctor's surgery. Now you book in an appointment and they can tell you the time and everything else. And near as damn it, you're seen at that time. Days from Brexit, the Duke. This is William echoing the Queen's plea for Britain to come together and issues a rallying cry for leadership in times of trouble. You don't expect the royals to get involved with things like this, but occasionally they say something which makes sense. Star Wars chosen as the best ever movie tune. There was only a list of 5, I think. I think Radio Times compiled this one. At number 5, The Good, the Bad and the Ugly by Ennio Morricone. Do, 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 do. Number 4, Jurassic Park. Great piece of music. John Williams. In fact, John Williams does very well, as you can imagine. Number 3, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Very good. Ollie likes that. Very big fan of... He sees himself really as... Well, sees himself as Hermione, but I think really it's Harry Potter he'd rather be. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. I couldn't even sing that tune. I've got no idea. I never saw any of the Lord of the Rings. And number 1, Star Wars A New Hope from 1977. So that's nice, isn't it? And they've also got the controversial James Bond theme composed by Monty Norman and aired in 1962. Dr. No finished only in 11th place. Elmer Bernstein's theme to The Great Escape came in 17th, while Henry Mancini's Pink Panther was 19th in the poll. US composer Mr. Williams, John Williams, 87, took 6 spots in the top 10. Fantastic. Such a clever man. But BBC Music Magazine editor Oliver Condy said that top 10 would feature Williams was inevitable, given the quality and popularity of his work. Also, the fact he writes such brilliant pieces of music. There's no two ways about it. Also, that grandmother, the school admissions officer. This is well-known yob, Alison Yorston. Don't ever buy her a drink anywhere, thank you very much indeed. And, that looks quite nice. What is that? This is Family Fury, as drugs firm locked in NHS row gloats about its lavish headquarters. And it is a lavish headquarters because the drugs firms now make an awful lot of money. The Gang of 9 jailed for rape and abuse of care home girls. And here they all are. It's a huge problem. Grooming, they say, is still putting thousands of people in danger. So the ringleader, Basharat Khalik, jailed for 20 years. 20 years. Zishan Ali, 32, Fahim Iqbal, 27, Mohammed Usman, 31, Kieran Harris. I'm assuming these people are married. Perhaps their wives will be delighted. Isa Hussein, 32, Parvez Ahmed, Naveed Akhtar, and Saeed Akhtar as well. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Most of them seem to get between 16 and 20 years for rape. It's the culling together of everybody and bringing them all in, getting them into court, getting the convictions, if the conviction is necessary, and then putting them in prison. Do you know what today is? You won't believe this. I didn't know. Why did I not know about this? Why did nobody tell me before, at the beginning of the programme, what is today? National What Day? And nobody mentioned to me at all. I'm looking at two blank faces. This is the most important day in the history of the English-speaking world, and not one mention of it on Steve Allen's programme. Today is National Toast Day. And nobody mentioned it. Seriously, they've gone stum. Like all of a sudden, oh, we couldn't possibly do that, Steve. Do we need to celebrate it? No. We celebrate National Fish and Chip Day for some peculiar reason. And what? What? Piece of toast. Razor toast. Razor toast. Oh, God, honestly. You're not booked in for any more shifts, are you? Tell me you're not. But it's National... Why are we having National Toast Day? I have to be honest, you can't beat a piece of toast. We must be the only country that does it. They don't do it in Austria. They've got no idea. If you ask them for a piece of toast, they look at you blankly. And you go, bread under the grill? No, that doesn't work. So, I mean, shouldn't it be a day for emojis? A day for UFOs? Maybe not. Or a day for fish and chips? Well, there is a fish and chip day. I've had it delivered here before, not recently, but we have had Fish and Chip Day before. But unfortunately, at the moment, it's National Toast Day. I mean, I'm sort of underwhelmed. Unless somebody turns up with some piping hot toast with butter on it, because you can't beat hot buttered toast. You can't. I mean, I just love things like that. Love it. Steve, could you bring your partner in the studio one day for an interview? Is something the matter with you, or what? You're on medication. I suspect probably medication, and probably not of this world at all. Actually, if we have National UFO Day, we could stick you on one and send you away somewhere. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Producer says he'll happily put the steps up. E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home. Okay, coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning. Steve Allen's early breakfast. Steve, as we always do lamentably badly, why not put on a novelty act? Spag Bowl, says Richard, who might get the sympathy vote. We're not going to get the sympathy vote. It's just, anybody who does it now, it really is. In recent day of February, tomorrow, we'll be doing our pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns as we enter the 1st of March. Doesn't seem possible, does it? Although yesterday the weather was absolutely delightful in the afternoon. It really was. It was quite nice. And it's such a shame in the morning when we all get up. It's freezing cold. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We live to fight another day, and we do it quite well, we think. So we're here every morning, Monday through Friday. Grace says, Steve, my family and I call our coffee tables coffee table, no matter what we put on them. There's no books on my coffee table. I put the computer keypad on it. I actually have books. I think to have a proper coffee table, although I don't know what they call them now. What do they call them? It's almost like it's sort of made out of material and it's on legs and you lift it up and you keep things inside it. It's a bit like an ottoman, I think. I think it's an ottoman. But I've always fancied one of those. But I haven't got any room for one of those, so I've got a coffee table instead. And it's got books on that I think you should pick up and read. So I've got a book on the country houses in this country. I've got one on the Cairo Museum and a few other bits and pieces, which is quite nice. Quite nice. Steve, I said to the gym instructor, can you teach me to do the splits? He said, how flexible are you? I said, I can't make Tuesdays. Thank you, Hannah. This isn't a comedy programme, I should point out. Not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes it actually could be. And Steve, Walt Disney is about to make a cartoon documentary about the president and his wife. It'll be called The First Lady and the Trump. First Lady and the Trump? Get that one? I can't believe that people are actively going on television and calling him out, which they are. Theme from the movie Gladiator has got to be one of the best, says Lee. Do you know, I would have gone for that one, but I didn't like the film because they showed you how they did it. And people didn't get hurt. I was quite disappointed. I thought the whole idea of gladiators was they went into the ring and they didn't come out. That was it, unless they were particularly good. I asked for hot chips in Vienna once, so they gave me microwave crisps, says Rebecca. That is, I asked for lemonade once in Vienna, and I got some lemon juice in a thing. Didn't make any sense. Behind you, the same in America, isn't it? Where you ask for chips and you get crisps. You have to ask for fries. Because I said, I'll have some salad sandwiches with ham in, and some chips. And I got a whole plate full of crisps. Rubbish. Chips were so much better, but you've got to ask for fries. And don't ask for... Well, it doesn't matter. Steve, I love you more than hot buttered Marmite toast, along with a refreshing beverage, says our Curve fan this morning. And Declan says, to celebrate Nation's Toast Day, I gave my rabbit some brown toast, toasted, and some white bread toasted. He died. Mixing my toasties. Lord above, honestly. We must have sort of... But do you know, gone are the days where people stood on stage and just literally rattled off gags. Unless it's... there are a couple of comedians who do things like that. Velcro, that'll tear them apart. And you know, and stuff like that, which is clever. Whoever decided the best film theme, says Richard, had not seen the Dam Busters. Or my favourite, Battle of Britain. Dun 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 dun, which is very good if you like any of those sort of things. I bet you're all going, you can't sing, can you? I've just had now, Steve, to do some hot buttered toast. That's good. I wish you wouldn't talk to me about food. I don't mind me talking about food, but you can't talk about it. Where was the blood-curdling Jaws theme? Atmospheric enough to keep millions of people out of the sea ever since the film was released. I used to work in a nightclub, and they had it on a little loop. The bit where the shark comes out of the water, it still looked fake to me. Steve, the music for Midnight Express was fantastic. Patton wasn't bad either. I don't remember that one, actually. I really don't. It was Nigel in Wimbledon who talked about Jaws. Dun-dum, dun-dum. And Mick says, your story about the woman and Sandy Shaw song reminded me of the chap who went to the doctor and said, Doctor, I can't stop singing the green, green grass of home. You need this, said the doctor, handing him a bottle. You seem very sure, doctor. Is this a common problem? The doctor said, it's not unusual. You have to be a certain age to get that one. If you don't get it, it's absolutely terrible. Line of Duty boss Jed Mercurio says he can't employ posh actors as they won't fit in. I have to be honest, there was a series that we went through on the television as they were looking for people who were just ordinary. They didn't want somebody who'd been through stage school who could sort of do, you know, sort of East End kind of accent. They were looking for sort of... I mean, you can't imagine Danny Dyer ever being able to string two words together, can you? So, who are the main rivals? This is in the backlash over the Beebs Netflix. Furia's licence payers are told to fork out another 60 quid for the streaming box. So the main rivals, BritBox, will have to contend with Netflix, Amazon and Sky's Now TV, which already have a foot in the British streaming market. Are other streaming platforms in the pipeline? Apple, I think, long rumoured to be launching its own video streaming platform, while Disney and Warner Media are working on plans in America. The pricing, well, they're being a bit cagey. The BBC and ITV said it would be competitive. Competitive to whom? The BBC is still charging people for a TV licence, an issue that's become a talking point in the face of rival service. They're hoping to launch later this year. Yeah, I mean, I object to paying the licence fee. I really do, but without it, they can't survive, can they? And the shocking scene, the owner of a car came back to see it. This was in South Wales. I can't pronounce the place here. And he's got a very nice little car here, and somebody has embedded a pickaxe into the bonnet. And I wasn't sure whether or not it was a threat or whether or not it's an act of revenge, mindless hooliganism. It's difficult to tell whether it's genuine either, but one online person studied said, could you point out where the criminal damage is? Because it's just literally a hole in the bonnet. Oh, dear. Used to get that years ago, only just done by really stupid people who drink, I suspect. Also, late Beatle George Harrison's musician son Dhani, whose father would have turned 76 this week, admits to continuing the former eccentric obsession with collecting... What does he collect? He collects ukuleles. Isn't that cool? So George Harrison used to collect ukulele, and asked how many have been bought by the Harrison family over the years, Dhani, who bears a striking resemblance to George, cheerfully explains, probably more than I would care to admit, and probably more than he would have cared to admit. We don't stop buying ukuleles, we just pretend we don't have as many as we do. Which means they must have a load of ukuleles. Isn't that cool? I bet he plays them. Because our Ollie, he plays the ukulele. We don't know if he does it just for fun or if he does it, you know, sort of professionally. Do you go out, you just do it for fun? Do you sit in your bedroom going, when I'm cleaning windows? What do you do those songs, or do you do other thing? Really? How strange. How strange. People are very odd on this programme. I don't know why. I've got a brooch for sale today. Fancy a brooch? This is a lovely one. This is an Edwardian Belle Epoque aquamarine and diamond jewel, bought in 1910 and owned by Britain's first woman MP. This is Nancy Astor and her husband Waldorf. Were living at their country park at Cliveden. In fact, if you see Cliveden now, it's a huge spa. At one time, it was their private house. That's how rich they were. She was famous for her sharp exchanges with Winston Churchill. You know the famous one? Famous one, she said, if you were my husband, I'd poison your tea. To which he then replied, madam, if you were my wife, I'd drink it. Viscountess Astor died in 1964, and this brooch has remained in the family. But it's now coming up for sale. 20,000, they're saying, but it comes with provenance. Never been worn, but has been preserved in tissue paper, and it comes up at Druitt's auction house in Newbury in Berkshire. Sale takes place March 13th. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that an amazing thing to have? Absolutely amazing. Also, it's Abby Clancy again, and more pictures of her in a swimsuit. For some reason, if you wear a swimsuit now and you're Abby Clancy, you have to have your hair down over your eyes and sort of look as if you're sort of vaguely trying to be sexy. Not easy when you're that tall, but, she does try. And so she's launched a swimwear range. How much longer? I've got no idea. A trash mountain scars a school field, and a pervert pensioner here caught upskirting. You've heard of upskirting, haven't you? This is where people put a camera on a thing, and if they're on a tube or something like that. Unfortunately, the person that was upskirted was an off-duty detective. Maybe not the cleverest day, but sentencing coming up very, very shortly. New brands promising a winning formula for your skin. Everybody's doing on it. There's so many products for skin. I mean, one of them's got to be the right one, hasn't it, really? And here's a Tanzanite. They're constantly telling us on the jewellery channels, Tanzanite, it's as rare as hen's teeth. Another pile of rubbish. And there's loads of people selling it. It's dirt cheap here. A whole pendant, which if they were selling it on the television channel, they'd be describing this as they are the most peculiar presenters. I don't know if you've ever seen them on some of the people selling the jewellery. It's bizarre. I sit there watching on QVC. I'm fascinated because they sell bedding, they sell jewellery, they sell just about everything. And then on the other one, Ideal World, and I bought from both. But I'm fascinated more by the presenters on the jewellery channels. The rubbish they come up with. And this, of course, would be the sort of thing that you get in Tiffany's. No, it wasn't. Don't be so silly. They do tell rubbish. And then they go, this is the rarest jewel in the entire world. $29.99. And you've got a couple of old women on there who really are fairly ancient, and they're sort of going, collectors are coming in now. Welcome to Adam, welcome to Leo, and they make up all these names of all these people, and these are collectors at $29.99. Oh, guess what's coming? Pancake Day, Shrove Tuesday, which is amazing. I love pancakes. I love a pancake. But, as I say, I can't have the sugar on them now, so I just squirt them with lemon juice. Or failing that, put a little bit of that compote in I was talking about before. James Broham was talking about how nice your aftershave is, says Andy. What have you got on today? Creed. He can't afford it. That's why he mentioned it yesterday. He mentioned it. It's Creed. Because I think there was somebody who came on who said he bought an aftershave at £150. I thought, cheap. I want to buy my stuff. 250 quid. And I only bought it because my friend Danny wears it, and I smelt it and went, oh, that's nice. I used to wear Estee Lauder Intuition for men, but now I use Creed, but I'm very sparing with it, it's like that, little atomizer. But he was talking about aftershave. I think he's still on High Karate. I don't think he's moved on from that, or what was that other one that he was very, very popular with? Brute. I think he liked Brute, or Lynx. Spray it all over. But Brute was that one, wasn't it? Advertised by all sorts of people. In fact, it smells awful now. I can't bear it. Especially when you bought other ones. But it's not the most expensive aftershave, my one. I found one, which I think my friend Warren used, at £600 a bottle. £600 a bottle. I mean, that better work, I'm telling you. Because when you put some aftershave on, and you go, and people say, you smell nice. And he was talking about it yesterday. So it's Creed. Aventus. Right, 6:15 is the time. The LBC News brought to you clock watching. And most people seem to be clock watching, don't they? You go down to the station. And also the other day, they had all sorts of cancellations at Waterloo. I mean, I find it mildly entertaining. I don't sort of worry about it too much. But then they moved the Reading train. Might not mean anything to you, but the Reading train normally is miles away. Seriously, platform 22, which is like another country. And then yesterday, they put it at platform 14. Completely threw me. Because sometimes you get on a train, they go, this is the Reading train. It's not going to Reading. And you start worrying about it. Where am I going to end up? Oh, I've ended up in all sorts of strange places before now. A hotel has come under fire for offering a groom academy for blokes about to marry. This is a hotel in Argyll and Bute. Lovely. Offered to teach men how to iron, work washing machines, make cocktails, and serve breakfast in bed. Some commentators said it was sexist. Lynn Graham says, we received a few comments on Facebook, but it's just a bit of fun. Oh, don't worry about people writing on Facebook. That'd be silly. These people are sort of, trolls. They would complain about everything. Seriously. We're going to stop singing the national anthem at the end of the film. It's outrageous. It's disgraceful. They're sort of people who live in a rather sad little world. Rather sad little world. Best theme, Lawrence of Arabia, says John in Spain. Yes, I would. Well, I don't think it's the best theme. I think it's certainly up there. Certainly up there. Also, let me see, we've done that one as well. And friends of missing Libby Squire have set up a Facebook page to protect fellow students at Hull University. She vanished 4 weeks ago after taking a cab home, sparking a huge search involving up to 70 police officers. I mean, one student, a male student, said he'd been mugged and attacked with a knife in the city in the early hours. Dear me. It's just really got worse, hasn't it? Marks & Spencer's and Ocado have linked up in a bid to transform online grocery shopping. They will trade as Ocado.com, but will stock M&S branded products. And what happens if they don't have them? They give you a substitute, don't they? That wouldn't suit me at all. And lazy Brits waste almost £4 billion a year on what? Top of the list, wasted gym memberships. People wasting money on gym memberships. It really is. It's what's the point of joining a gym if you're not going to go there? Admittedly, the sort of thing you can do in a gym, you can do at home or at work. You can walk upstairs. You don't have to take the lift. You can walk down the stairs. You can do all those sort of things. And at the end of the day, you'll feel better. I have to be honest, I'm lazy. David in Sidcup says, you won't be hearing from me for a while. I'm being investigated for the theft of swimming pool inflatables. I've got a Lilo. Oh, it doesn't matter. we do our best, don't we? So Pancake Day. I think that's... is that not next week, is it? Pancake Day? I can't remember. Shrove Tuesday. I think it was religious, wasn't it? I'm sure it was a religious kind of... Next Tuesday. Woo-wee! Oh, next week's a busy week. Next week's a very busy week. Also, Stacey Dooley accused of having a white saviour complex. We did this the other day. This is where we send out celebrities, and I thought that Comic Relief had said they weren't going to use celebrities. They're going out there to sort of be pictured holding, cute little children who are starving and stuff like that, because it doesn't serve any useful purpose. One online critic said she had a white saviour complex, with another reading, poverty porn at its most vile. I mean, seriously, all she did, she was pictured holding a child, but the child, as I say, doesn't get a name check. It's just a child, which, is a bit bad. But, of course, a lot of celebrities get involved with charity because it's good for their image. It's good for their image. So in this particular case, I mean, people have said... In fact, actually, there is one of the main critics this morning. I was looking earlier on thinking, that's a bit unusual. Oh, I must tell you that David Hockney got caught in a lift the other day, in a cramped lift in an Amsterdam hotel. He was in there for 4 hours. No, an hour. Sorry, I thought he was in there for 4 hours. But at the end, he had a picture taken with everybody. I just bought the film A Bigger Splash, which was made some years ago about David's relationship with this model called Peter, who was the actual picture was called A Bigger Splash. And I only realised when I was watching it that there's lots of these naked people walking across in front of the camera, and one of them is David Hockney. David Hockney sort of sits there, stark naked, conducting an interview. Don't know what I mentioned that to you for. There's no logical reason why I did it. But who is this? And I'm going to find this one, because otherwise it'll drive me completely mad. Oh, yes, there's also the Shooting Club, blasted for using the ISIS bride's picture as a target on their range. This is the ultimate airsoft range in New Brighton on Merseyside. I mean, some people, really not good. And the national knife crime is, as I pointed out the other day and the day before, a national emergency. Seriously, there is no answer to cutting down on knife crime when you actually look at the size of the knives. Even police in Birmingham have installed a knife scanning arch outside a city centre McDonald's to search for blades. I mean, what serious people go out to McDonald's to actually take a blade? I really can't understand it. And it's Ian Birrell writing for the Daily Mail today. He says, sorry, Stacey, but I'm afraid pictures like this don't help Africa's poor. They claim that the family wanted a picture of the child being held by her. What for? I've got no idea. Nobody knows who she is. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to find people in this country who know who she is. And back. Yes, get it all back, because he's back. Mr. Motivator, Derek Evans, more gloriously bonkers than ever before. He was also apparently Eamon Holmes's fitness person. And strangely, wait for this bit, he was their personal trainer. Perhaps not the easiest of tasks. He used to come round my house and eat all my food, he says. What, all of your biscuits? Everything. He'd go through the cupboards. We had a lot of emotional issues back then, Mr. Motivator says, of the curmudgeonly Northern Ireland broadcaster. Then we fell out because a newspaper said I called him Fatty. I never did, but he hasn't spoken to me for years. Oh, he hates being described as that. I mean, that really is his ultimate. But he is. He's fat. He must know he's fat. Everybody who knows who's fat knows they're fat. But he has little strops over it, He still sees himself as sort of somebody who's sort of, on the rise, but he's not. I think he just says yes to as much stuff as he possibly can. Also in the paper today, the superbug fight, raising the risk of sepsis in the elderly, which is not good. To stop infections becoming resistant to treatment, GPs are under pressure to reduce the number of antibiotics that they prescribe, because most of us now take a combination of tablets, a lot of tablets. Also, the newborn baby, this one here at a hospital in Tokyo. When he was born, he was the size of a large onion. A large onion. I've seen large onions in Paul Cooper's shop. But now, he weighed just 268 grams, under 10 ounces. And he was the only boy with the lowest birth weight to have been discharged from hospital in good health. So there you go. So much for the death of skeletal chic. Sarah Vine doing a report on the designers promising an end to painfully thin models. Have a look at the Yves Saint Laurent show. These people are skeletal. I mean, seriously, these people look like they've not eaten in ages and ages. Why is that appealing? Not good. Not good at all, and that's what they're basically saying. And now boot him out. The Albanian killer in deportation row attacks his British wife. He's played the system since 98, and he's still here. But actually, nearly 800 Albanian criminals are languishing in our prisons after a surge in offences by crooks from the Balkan state. Amazing, isn't it, really? But this one here, he's a machine gun killer. He claimed his right to a happy family life will be breached to be sent back to his native Albania. It's just ridiculous. It seriously is. We've got so many people here. And now yet another dinghy intercepted off Dover. 100 migrants caught in the Channel this year, knowing they're not going to be sent back anywhere. Birthdays today. Robin Cook, the Scottish former Foreign Secretary, died in 2005. Vincente Minnelli died in 86. He was the second of Judy Garland's 5 husbands. She had quite a number of husbands. So Brian Urquhart, the former Undersecretary General, helped to establish the organisation and was its second recruit. He was a World War II veteran. He helped liberate Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, survived a parachute drop where his chute failed to open and narrowly escaped being killed when he was kidnapped by Congolese rebels during a UN peace mission in the 60s. And Natalia Vodianova, I've never even heard of her, but she celebrates her birthday today. She's 37. She's a Russian model, aren't they all? And she once sold fruit by the roadside to make a living as one of the world's highest paid models, despite working only 20 days a year. She's still asked for proof of her age if she orders one. I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. Why would we celebrate her birthday? She's of no consequence to anybody at all. Jude Law is going to get married, so that's good. We like Jude Law a lot. They're making a big deal about, she's younger, he's younger. And now you've got to put up with Susanna Constantine's must-read new column. Oh, bored already. Bored already. Yes, the cart horse and the... What did they call them? I can't remember. There was something very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. Steve says, Lee, I find it very hard to believe Eamon Holmes had a personal trainer. You could bend copper wire that shape. He hates it when anybody talks about his weight. But I mean, you have to look at him, to realise why people can't face up to it and why people get funny. Why not laugh it off? Otherwise, every comedian makes jokes about poor old Eamon Holmes. LBC News Time, 6:00 here. It's all going on in Notting Hill Gate. Why? Because a lot of residents were a little bit nonplussed the other day when they passed a woman shuffling out of her clothes in a tent on their street. They go and pose on people's front steps. The residents have had to put notices going, "Excuse me, these stairs are private property. Stay off them." I suggest you just throw a bucket of water over them. I've never anything like it. They just wander onto somebody else's property and take photographs. One of them here, Sarah Rich, a part-time fashion and beauty blogger, was one of hundreds of people who will visit Farmer Street this week to pose for photographs to post on Instagram. Even as she disappeared from view to change outfits, ignoring a pair of bra pads left in the gutter by a blogger from an earlier shoot, there was another woman posing with a smoothie for her running blog. Well, it's absolutely outrageous. It's terrible, isn't it? Mind you, not half as bad. As Kensington and Chelsea Council in West London, gangs of raiders armed with drills, sledgehammers and vacuum cleaners are stealing cash from parking meters. What they do is they use vehicles or heavy-duty hammers to smash the meters open or drill holes before sucking out the cash. Well, I mean, surely the simple answer is that you empty the machines. You empty the machines at the end of the day, like 4 or 5 o'clock, and so whatever's going to be in there won't be very much tall, and then leave it. Apparently, gangs have taken, they say, £120,000 from machines in Kensington and Chelsea. In Leicester, the council has reinforced the machines after the theft of £32,000. Thefts have been reported in Wales, Wimbledon. It's the same people. They just drive around with their equipment. We had it one time when we were in Gray's Inn Road. We came back one day, somebody had cut down all the parking meters. They'd come out with an angle grinder, cut them all down, the entire road, and they just emptied them out of all the money. It's ridiculous. But moving away from coins and relying on a mobile parking payment is a great way for councils to reduce it. Well, I haven't used cash in a machine for ages. I've got the parking app. But I can understand if you're a new listener and you're a new driver into London and you think, oh, well, maybe, we'll just do that and pay for it that way. Donnie says, McDonald's in Eastbourne, 2 security guards always on duty. What's the world coming to? I know. For a burger joint. You got it here. You got it here over the other side of Leicester Square. Security on McDonald's. 3 or 4 on a Saturday night. You know why? Drunks. Steve. Fabulous idea of having a hotel teaching domestic skills. Says Nicola, I think I'll send my husband for our 20th wedding anniversary this summer. Love the show as always, thank you. And Steve, you made me titter since 5 o'clock. You're such a tonic, says Jill. Yes. The Thatcher Library money. Baroness Thatcher's funeral had yet to be held when admirers activated their plan to open a memorial library. 4 days after she died in her private suite at the Ritz in April 2013, a deed was drawn up, creating the Cherish Freedom Trust. Its grand plan of a visitor centre with a target budget of $15 million would be modelled on the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum in California, which houses 50 million documents. But they also purchased some of Margaret Thatcher's iconic outfits. But it's looking a bit down, I'm afraid. It's a charity, the Cherish Freedom Trust, part of a complicated set of interests around Donald Blaney, a brand management specialist. He rose to prominence in 2015 with the Tatler Tory scandal surrounding the suicide of a 21-year-old former member of staff at his Conservative Way Forward group. And so they've got about £50,000 left. So, in other words, that suit that Margaret Thatcher wore when she met Nelson Mandela sold for £44,000. It's a phenomenal amount of money. So they've actually got it. Whether or not they've actually got any more money. In fact, the Times investigation says the library money's spent before they've even laid a brick. It's amazing now, isn't it? It is absolutely amazing. What is it, these people wanting these libraries? I shouldn't imagine she'd have ever wanted a library. I couldn't understand really why Ronald Reagan got one either. I always thought that was slightly odd. And what else do we have? Oh, it's power dressing, very thin people. And a pharmacist from Birmingham has emerged from the Islamic State-held territory, pleading for help to return to the UK. He left Britain, was traced to a Kurdish-run prison. He denied taking up arms, claimed he travelled to Syria to treat civilians. Don't think we want you back. I'm sorry, I think we have to put our foot down on these things. And also, this is lovely. Oh, no, it's not lovely. An animal sanctuary's llama shot by poachers. This is not good. This is in Northumberland. They say they think poachers might have mistaken him for a deer. I didn't even know we still had poachers. I seriously didn't know. No idea at all. Also, the English National Opera are doing Franz Lehar's The Merry Widow, which opens at the London Coliseum tomorrow, which, if you've never seen, is a great piece of music. It is, Le Cabaret Soubrette, the ladies of Maxime's. Over the weekend, I heard my mum in Wales also listens to you via the mobile application in the morning. So, Kiki, have a great day today. Helping Granny Isabel. Lovely. Looking forward to Pancake Day, says little Julie, so I can cook them in my new non-stick saucepan, as recommended by your good self. And why do school-run mums, Steve, think they have the right to park where they like? Well, to be brutally honest with you, I see both sides of this. If you've got a kid in the car, you want to get them out by the school. You're not going to leave, otherwise they might as well have got the bus. I don't know why they do the school run anyway. Most kids I know manage to actually get on a bus. Little children, I've seen little children, bags bigger than they are. They can get on the bus. They manage to get there. But for some reason, some mothers want to clog up the roads. And the reason is they go, oh, well, we don't think it's very safe out there. Well, everybody else manages to get to school fine. So, come on, you don't need to get them out. Make them get the bus a lot easier. But they do park on double yellow lines, and they do double park. They do it in London, James. It's not just where you are in Hampshire. It's all over the place. I wasn't fortunate enough ever to have, been taken to school. Even if I missed the bus, I just had to get the next bus. There's no point in running home after that and go, I missed the bus. You go, well, go back and get the next one. Otherwise, it's a disaster. Yeah. You got the school bus or the public. Well, we didn't have a school bus. We didn't have a school. Not in we did in Yorkshire. There was a school bus because there wasn't another bus. Well, there was, but it was about sort of once every 3 weeks. So we used to get the school bus, which was lovely. But you never spoke to anybody on it because when you're a new person, it's a bit bad, isn't it? You get on the bus, you think, oh... I remember my goddaughter, when she was of school age, my oldest, she got on the bus. They said, the school bus here. She got on it, she went and sat on the back seat without realising that's where all the rough girls go and sit on the back seat. She learnt very quickly, very quickly. They have a metal detector outside McDonald's in Romford on certain nights. So the Dagenham Roofers, I'm not at all surprised. Funny, isn't it? A burger place. A burger place. And they've got, security and everything else. Here, there's about 4 security on the McDonald's over there, basically to keep out drunks. Although I've never seen anybody pinch anything from McDonald's. Must be one of the safest places, or a Kentucky Fried Chicken. Nobody's ever going to leap over the counter, are they? But very shortly, you'll have it all glassed up with bars, and they'll push the food through. Give me the money first. Give me the money. And they'll take the money, and then they'll give you your, bargain barrel or whatever it happens to be. Doesn't matter, does it really? Doesn't matter. But most people in the morning... the McDonald's at Waterloo Station is heaving all the time. From the moment it opens in the morning, which must be about 6 o'clock, heaving. Absolutely. And you think, why don't they just open a bigger one upstairs? They seem to have enough money. It's only a franchise. Can't be difficult to get. My friend came round for a coffee yesterday with a gift. He bought the box set of The Wire, which is now sitting on my coffee table, and apparently it takes a few months to get through it all. It might possibly eat into some of my social life. Do your Scottish boy think it's worth the risk? It's one of his favourite series. I've never seen it. So I have Idris Elba and Dominic West, but it's one of his favourite things. He loves it. Well, that's what he says. I don't know. He could be telling fibs. No idea. So Anthony Russell, as I say, kicked off the X Factor tour. You probably won't have heard of him. It doesn't actually make any difference. He's another one of these stupid people who ended up with drugs in his room, whether they were his, whether they were somebody else's. You don't do that. So they've kicked him off the tour, never to return. Never to return. Michael Cohen's still singing like a canary in America. He's openly called Trump a racist, a con man and a cheat. He'll be going down very well with Kim Jong-un then, won't he, I should imagine. Also, Shooting Club using the ISIS bride as a target on their range. Whether or not you think that's a problem, I suppose is something up for debate. I like the idea that Mr. Motivator is back. I love the way that, Eamon Holmes thought that he called him fatty. He said, I never did, but of course Eamon's never spoke to him ever since. But that's what Eamon's like, a little bit of a temper and a tantrum. When I was young and lived in Covent Garden, Steve, I was fortunate enough to obtain one of those yellow bags or caps you put over parking meters to indicate the meter is out of order. My friends and I got endless use out of the yellow hoodie. They used to do that in Only Fools and Horses. When he pulled up to go and do he parked the thing and he put the thing over, the machine not working. But I thought if the machine wasn't working, you're still not supposed to park it. 10 to 7, Phil and Sue in Slough want to know why people drive to the gym. I don't know either, actually. I've got no idea. I suppose it's too far away. Steve, metal detectors for knives, waste of time. Perspex, ceramic, plastic, blades, all sorts of things. You're probably right. The Guardian, carbs are back, how millennials fell in love with pasta. We seem to have resurgences every so often. We've noticed, all of a sudden they'll go, oh, pasta's back in again, and everybody starts doing it. And I keep thinking, I don't really go on pasta, but if somebody cooks it, I'm more than happy to eat it. The Guardian's headline, racist liar conman claim that imperils the president. Here he is with Kim Jong-un, both smiling, which is good news, I suppose. They haven't solved anything. There's nothing that's been done, but they will be having more dialogue. Whether it goes anywhere, I don't know. Bit of a jolly, isn't it, really? Get on a plane, go over there, have lunch, pop back again. Ex-aide claims, this is Michael Cohen, that he broke the law from the Oval Office. He did pay hush money to cover up an affair with a porn actress. I didn't even know this is Stormy Daniels. Not her real name, of course, she's a porn actress. And he's produced a personal cheque from Mr. Trump that, he said, was written in 2017 to reimburse him for paying Stephanie Clifford, who claims that she had an affair with Mr. Trump. I mean, honestly, can't even get people to keep quiet about having extracurricular. Daily Telegraph, Trump a racist, a con man and a cheat. So it goes on. Corbyn ally suspended. This is Chris Williamson. But apparently the Labour leader has insisted that he wasn't anti-Semitic in any way. The MP for Derby North was last night placed under investigation. God, there's non-stop investigations in the party. Disabled pensioners hit by care crackdown, which is a story on the front of the Telegraph for today. And pensioners with dementia and Parkinson's are facing crippling care bills as health officials try to limit the number receiving NHS funding. So it leaves families with bills, and that's why people end up selling property. It becomes immensely stressful. Alfie says, I don't feel safe in parts of North London I live in. I still lock my car doors at the age of 25. What makes you think I'll let my young child walk to school on their own? Well, because everybody else does. There's safety in numbers. I mean, surely. And Donald says, ever thought of being a radio commentator for England's favourite pastime, cricket? Yes, when the ball isn't being bowled or batted, i.e. the majority of the time, the commentators fill in with wonderful gibberish. Yes, I'd just be going, well, here we are again, very boring, very tedious, and here we go, this is the bat when they're coming in, hits the ball, and then somebody's hit it, and then we all have another drink, which is great. Most boring thing ever, actually. Michael Parkinson was obsessed with it. I tell you what they reran on television the other day. I couldn't believe it. His interview with Helen Mirren, where he started talking about most awful things, where he was just dreadful, talking about, the fact she had a reputation and her, and her sort of chest was on. Oh, seriously, it was only when you watched it back again that I suddenly realised, where was he going? The Daily Star, Ice One, dwarf is tot of the pops. We did this story 2 days ago. They're very late, some of the papers. Stan Collymore reveals he's battling a depression, which leaves him sleeping 20 hours a day. Well, that must be good, mustn't it? I would have thought if you had depression, perhaps you don't sleep. But there again, he comes with sort of checkered history, but he's vowed to fight back. I think everybody suffers. I think some people misinterpret what they think depression is. Those people who suffer from depression, it can be really quite traumatic. Corbyn's hateful new low, Labour leader, front page of the Daily Mail, tries to save close ally in vile anti-Semitism storm, only to be shamed in suspending him by 38 of his own furious MPs. It's all falling apart, isn't it? Have you noticed? Everything is falling apart. Kevin says, due to a house move when I was 15, I had to get the school bus from Epping to Harlow, and I met my first girlfriend on the bus, and we were together for 13 years. Wow. That's where you met people, isn't it, on the bus? That was the good thing. Happy days, he says. Yes, we all think happy days. Been listening to you since 4, says Julie from Sidcup. You made me laugh. That's what it's all about. Bruce William, front page of the Express, calls for calm and unity with a month left till Brexit. The Sun this morning, Ed Sheeran has got married to his childhood sweetheart. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Sorry, you sort of look at them and they when they say childhood sweethearts, does that mean sort of 14, 15? So why do people then want to get married? Listen, if you don't need to get married, don't get married. I bet the prenup runs to about a book, don't you? I would think so. Also, chill, says Wills. I love that. The royal family telling us to chill. I think we should be saying that the other way around. And the Eye, outrage at anti-Semitism speech by Labour MP Chris Williamson, suspended after saying the party had given too much ground on racism accusations. And so everybody go, oh no, you mustn't do that. And then people come out and go, I think we're going to suspend him. Also, flaming February, although after today not. More fires across the UK, some started deliberately. They need to find these people. And India and Pakistan on the brink after jets shot down. They've dragged the pilot out and he's been paraded around. Vegetarian diet helped kill my mother, says top cardiologist. Go on, blimey. I thought people who are vegetarian and piscatorial or whatever they are, they're all sort of proclaiming to be the healthiest people ever. And it turns out maybe you're not. Maybe you're not the healthiest person that I know. Because Scottish boy's sort of part vegetarian. He likes to think he is, but then, of course, only when it suits. Only when it suits. You're a demi-vegetarian. I like that. What does that mean? That means sometimes you are, sometimes you're not. Most of the time you are, but some of the time you're not. So doesn't that kind of defeat the object? Yeah. What are your shoes made of? Just thought I'd ask. Yeah. They're not real leather. Oh, imitation leather. You think imitation leather? I didn't know they did such a thing. Isn't that called plastic? I don't know. Yeah. They're leather, aren't they? I bet you've got leather shoes at home. I bet if I went to your house, there would be leather shoes. What, leather shoes? I'm wearing leather shoes. I really can't afford it. They're no more expensive than a few of these pints you've been pouring down your throat. You know, £5 a pint, that's a lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. You could have a nice pair of leather shoes. Or leather. Have you got a leather belt on? Is it a leather belt? You've not got a belt on today, OK. Don't worry, I'll find something before the programme finishes. I will have to. Just about it for this morning, incidentally. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I think we've managed to sort out most of the problems in the world. There weren't that many problems in the world today, were there, really? I mean, apart from the political parties falling apart. I mean, they really are. It's backbiting and backbitching every step of the blooming way. The Duke of Cambridge issuing this rallying cry. With what to back him up, I've got no idea, but I suppose they have to be seen to be saying something. And the catwalk picture on the front of the Daily Mail. They're the only ones who've gone on about this Yves Saint Laurent catwalk with these extremely thin models. I mean, they just look very, very, very thin. It's not a very, very good look. And the big shopping debate this morning. I bet you somebody will go for this one. Are you weeping or whooping as Ocado ditches Waitrose for M&S? Does that make a difference? I mean, they're roughly on a par, aren't they? Except I think Waitrose has got far more items than M&S have. In fact, you can go round the supermarket at Waitrose. They've got things you've never even heard of. They must have about 20 or 30 different types of pickled onions. That in itself, I think, is a bit of an achievement. Anyway, I wish you a very, very pleasant... Remember, when they did the Oscars this year, no presenter. And, you know, it's very interesting that when you look at how the Oscars descended into chaos, could you do without comic relief? Well, possibly, yes. It's just another charity. Has the money that they've raised done any good? Yes. Has it solved the problem? No. So, you know, where is the big problem that David Lammy's got? Is it because she's white? She then wrote and said, well, because they don't have any other celebrities. The trouble is, it'd be so easy if you could put it into context. And I'm not going to dwell on this one because we've talked about it before. It's very interesting to put it into context. If he came over a rubbish dump in Africa and asked people to raise money, and then she came over the rubbish dump and asked people to raise money, who would raise the most money? Because, to be honest with you, neither of them are known in Africa. His family are from the Caribbean. Her family are from, I don't know, the East End, I think, or something like that. Does it make any difference? Put it this way, have they ever used her before for comic relief? No. Has she been making documentaries for a long while? Yes. Why have they never used her before? Because she's nobody. She just makes documentaries. She's not a celebrity. So she went on a dancing programme. Did she get paid? Is there a fee for doing things like that? Because presumably if you're flying out of the country for a few sort of days, it's a case of, you know, well, who's actually going to, you know, I normally earn £500, £600 a day. Do I get paid for... Oh, yes, don't worry. Because charity is a business. But I tell you, it's taken off even beyond my dreams. I didn't think it would go that much, but they've been doing this for 30 years they've been doing this. Nobody's ever complained before. Lenny Henry's been out there, so they hold him up as like a token black person. You know, and yet only the other day on the show we were talking about poor Clive Myrie, a black presenter on the BBC, receiving death threats. I mean, you could bet your bottom dollar the trolls will be out for David Lammy and for her. You can't win. I was listening to people shouting at Sheila Fogarty yesterday. Some people, they couldn't see the end of their nose. Eric says, the way you were talking, I thought Twickenham was upmarket. I've been there. It seems a right dump. You can't afford to live there, mate. We wouldn't have anybody called Eric living there. It's ridiculous. It's way above your price bracket, pal. You're just renting, aren't you? Have you got one of those... Oh, what's that thing attached to the satellite dish? Oh, it's a council house. Such an old gag. I love using it. I nicked it, actually, off the television, that one. I thought, if you're going to nick the best. Shane says, first day of autumn in Australia. Oh, I forgot to do it. I need to get pinch and a punch. I nearly got the Scottish boy in to do the pinch and a punch. It would have been a punch. Pinch and a punch for first day of the month. Pinch and a kick for being so quick. Did he just touch you? OK, well, you've got me as a witness because I saw him doing it, so that's OK. He's not had... I know, we finally got him. He's not had a good week this week, actually. Yesterday was a very stressful day, wasn't it? Very stressful. Because then he started texting me in the middle of the afternoon, because people think that, presenters, such as myself, are above talking to the hired help. No, I talk to them. I'm paid to talk to them. Not all the time. I had to keep saying to him yesterday, go to bed. Go to bed. And he said he'd been to bed, he'd done 4 hours, and he was up, and then he was going to go back to bed again yesterday evening, because we were sort of scrabbling around, because we'd had people dropped out of in conversation, and then some people that wanted to do it couldn't do it at the time we wanted them to do it. And it was just absolutely exhausting. And then he started saying, how about that? And at one point, wait for this one, a guest for In Conversation. The Harlem Globetrotters. Well, of course, we went for that one in a huge way, didn't we? So I wrote back, what, the whole team? Like, what I know about the Harlem Globetrotters, apart from dun, 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 sweet Georgia Brown. That's all I know. And the fact they're all about 7 foot tall. And that's it. One of them is called... yes, the one who's offered is 5 foot. Yeah, one of them is 5 foot. Yeah, the other one was 6'5". I mean, can you seriously see Steve Allen talking to the Harlem Globetrotters? Because he goes, because I like American sport. It becomes a little bit... Anyway, so we finally got everything sorted out, and it's going to be good. It's going to be good this week. Very nice one. And one of the interviews is, as you know, because I told you yesterday, it's Scott Mitchell, who is Barbara Windsor's husband. And it's a very, very moving interview. He's such a good lad. He came in yesterday, he was in here by 5 to 8, which is unheard of in my business. When you get people, they go, what time do you like us in? And we go, 10 o'clock would be nice. They go, what, in the morning? And you go, yeah, that's fine. Anyway, he was in at 5 to 8, and we had a really good chat. And he was absolutely lovely and charming, because I've known Scott for a number of years, and Barbara as well. In fact, actually, I can't remember if I knew Barbara first and then Scott. I think I might have done. But anyway, he tells you the whole story of how he worked out that something was not quite right. And it was a few years before she then announced that she had dementia. And she kept saying, well, I'm not going to tell you anything about the interview. You have to listen to it tomorrow morning between 6 and 7. Then it's repeated in the evening, on Sunday evening. You have to listen to it, because it's a very, very moving interview. Very moving. Because, she's not the Barbara Windsor that you remember. She's 81. And, life is difficult. It's put a strain on him, but he's discovered running. He's going to do 2 marathons, half marathon and a full marathon. One of them he does on his 54th birthday, and it's to raise money for anything to do with dementia. Do you know there is no government funding? 850,000 people in this country suffer from dementia. Some of them don't have any backup. They have no friends. They have no family. They might not even know that they've got dementia. In fact, there's a very good chance they probably don't know they've got dementia. Scott's very lucky, because in between him and Bar, they've got a huge circle of friends. Sometimes she wants to see them. Sometimes she doesn't want to see people if she's having a bad day. And it's a very moving interview, in so much as he didn't know anything about dementia beforehand. Now he's equipped with it, but he has to get out of the house every so often, because he looks after her. He does the overnight shift, and that's when she's not at her best. So an interview with Scott, who had his own career. He's an actor. He trained as an actor. That's where they first met. And he tells the story of how they met and how they fell in love and all the rest of it. And 25 years on, still together, but now the strain is on him. But as I said to him yesterday, I said, if anybody can do it, everybody would exactly say, you're the one person that can do it. It's seriously. In fact, I got a bit teary at one part of the interview because that's just the way it is. Because it's when you know people, and you know, and he was so. In fact, he said afterwards, he said, I was so thrilled. He said, I'm on In Conversation. He's listened to it for ages, and he said, I'm actually on it. So that's tomorrow morning between 6 and 7, and then on Sunday evening, Scott Mitchell In Conversation talking about bar and also the marathon and a half that he's running. Regarding, says Gerald, the comic relief row, the view of Lenny Henry would obviously carry tremendous weight at this point, but he's unavailable for comment, according to the Times. Strange. This is a real difficult one. I said yesterday on the programme, and I've got to stand by it, because there's a picture of Stacey Dooley, who last year when they did Comic Relief, nobody approached her because she's nobody. She's just somebody who makes documentaries. Then she goes on a dancing programme because quite clearly in her own mind, she wants to be famous, and she thinks she's famous enough. If I'd been her, I'd have said, listen, I'm not famous enough, to go out there and represent Comic Relief. But they asked her, and she went out there. And so she's pictured holding a black child who has no name. The child is totally anonymous. You would have thought this is little, Mpika, or it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter who it is. This child obviously has a name and a family, and she's holding it like it's some trophy. She's wearing £300 boots. Something's wrong somewhere. So, in one way, I agree with what David Lammy says. The other problem is, does it make any difference whether you have celebrities going out to Africa? Could you just not show a film? I mean, think about it. What do you know David Attenborough for? You know him for saving animals and being eco and all the rest of it. How often do you see him pop up in his programmes? Hardly ever. Hardly ever. He makes the voice. He's the voiceover. And I reckon if you heard Stacey Dooley, you wouldn't recognise her voice from Adam. Don't forget a poke in the eye for being so sly, says John in Brightlingsea. Yes. So delusional, Gemma Collins tells Dan Wooten on a lesser radio station. She's been having visions of receiving a Hollywood Oscar. I mean, you worry about her sanity, don't you? 37, but mentally about 5, I think. He says, your only Oscar-winning performance was you faking your fall on Dancing on Ice, being wheeled around in a wheelchair by Fat Arge. It's truly buried your acting career, says Stuart. There was never any acting career. That's like well-known drunk Jordan, out again getting drunk. And, and I said the other day, it's a case of, really, really bad news for her. It's all collapsing. She still owes money to the tax man she's paying back. There's no work on offer. The house you can't do anything with. Absolutely nothing. Oh, Eric's back. He said, I'm not renting. Of course you are, Eric. Don't be so silly. You're called Eric. But own my house a long way from Twickenham in an elite area. You're more stupid than you sound, aren't you, really? You can't afford anything round our way, dear. It's way too expensive for an old person like you. You must be on your last legs, I should imagine. You've got a bit of string round your trousers to hold them up. Or perhaps not. Dawn says, I was listening to your show Thursday morning on Catch Up and somebody dared you to shout out, Puppet on a String. After you'd done that, my Alexa started to play Puppet on a String, but it wasn't the original. It was a reggae song called Puppet on a String by the Jewelers. A completely different song, but actually quite nice. Oh, I like that idea. I think that's a brilliant idea. I didn't know there were different versions of Puppet. I mean, so it isn't the original version, but is it the same song, but just done reggae? I don't know. I don't want to hear it, just in case. But I would, there might be some rude words that pop up in it. Perhaps we could send them to Africa. They could go and climb over. I'm sure people would appreciate music. It's going to run, that one, because yesterday it's almost like the Begum girl who's now gone missing. Different song, completely different song. Isn't that funny? Same title, different song. Well, there you go. So the Begum woman's gone missing because apparently some women in the refugee camp have threatened to do her in. And I heard somebody say on LBC, good. Now she'll know what it's like for all those people who were beheaded by the group that she supports, ISIS. She supports all their thoughts and the way they do things. She thinks it's okay. That's how thick she is. And now she's picked up her skirts and run. Because there'll be a price on her head now. I told you there would be. I didn't think you could stay over there and start dissing the group you've been with for 4 years. And you think you want to come back here? We don't want you, Dove. Thank you very much indeed. Stay out there. You've made your little bed. Better start lying in it. We also lost Andre Previn. In my eyes, and probably a lot of other people's eyes, I only knew him for appearing on Eric and Ernie. And I knew the fact he was a conductor, and they had a reputation, Eric and Ernie, of putting people on there. And then I can remember, was it, who was the actress? They had a very famous actress on there, who was sort of, had to sort of say in this sort of broken English. It was all terrible. Glenda Jackson, one of our great classical actresses, and she was reduced to nothing at all. And it was brilliant. I mean, I think what the idea was that I think Eric was trying to fill in for Yehudi Menuhin. And there's a name to conjure with. And I think it was then that Andre Previn said, "You're playing all the wrong notes." And and he pulled him up to him by his lapels and he went, "I'm playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order." Well, that was the line that brought the house down, which was brilliant. 1971, that was 1971. It went down in history. To be honest with you, I didn't even know that Andre Previn was still alive. 89 years old, and he was one of our greats. Also, the two mums blasted for scrawling their names in drying concrete under a World War I memorial. A pair of chavs, by the look of it, judging by the size of their arses. I'm sorry to use that word, but here they are writing their names on a bench that's just been cemented in to keep peasants like this away for it. They will find them. A woman's being interviewed in relation. I bet everybody said, "I know who that is. That's Chief Chav. She lives with Eric in the house with the satellite dish on." Guess who's just suffered a stroke? Luke Perry. My producer didn't know who he was. I said he was in Beverly Hills 90210, and he went, "Oh." Didn't mean anything to him. I said he was huge. Well, in fact, still is huge. He's 52 now. He was in town to film a series of a Netflix teen drama called Riverdale. He's under observation, and he suffered a massive stroke. At 52! At 52! Slightly. Friday. I thought I'd make him... I am right, actually. Sorry, you missed the conversation. Auntie Enid fan says, thank you for interviewing Scott Mitchell and highlighting the truth of love and dementia. Although I must say, fancy making a rod for your own back by teaching Scotty boy a tangerine wasn't an ornament. Oh, don't. He's worried this morning. You know why? Police are looking for 2 cars up in Aberdeenshire who've been used, one of them a blue Mini, to drag ATM machines out the wall to steal the coins that are in it. They don't use any sort of notes in there. It's far too dangerous. And he said, "Oh, I know that. I know where that area is." And I thought, whoa, blimey. Interesting. I mean, you don't expect that. I always think Scotland, I think the Highlands, you take the high road and I'll take the low road and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, for me and my... Anyway. And I just imagine it's like that, and then when it snows, it's really bad. And the rest of the time, I went once, I used to go to Glasgow on a regular basis. Every month, I would go to Glasgow. Don't ask why. It was one of those things. I'd fly up there, and we'd stay in a hotel, and I'd go and visit the United Biscuits factories. And I remember looking at Glasgow, and it was a bit of a dump. When we used to get the taxi from the airport, the drivers used to have metal grills between you and him, and you put the money onto a tray and slid it through. There was no in case they got ripped round the throat from people. And there were certain places they wouldn't go to, like the Gorbals. As you come in from the airport, you can see the Gorbals, and it was rough. It was rougher than Crufts, and they used to say to I say, pardon, and then he'd tell us about just how bad it was. In fact, they wouldn't even pick up there. Next time we went back, Glasgow was European City of Culture. The whole thing had changed. People were sitting out having cups of coffee and being nice to each other, and it was a complete different place. And then I went to Edinburgh. And that was a bit of a culture shock. Dale and I went up to Edinburgh and we spent a weekend there. We used to do 3-day aways. And this was a 3-day away in Edinburgh. And it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful, but full of American tourists. It was so nice. And we stayed, where did I stay actually when I went to Edinburgh? We stayed in a hotel literally just on the outskirts, and we hired a driver to just take us around. And it was lovely, the history, but you do see people walking about in kilts. In Scotland, in Glasgow, we didn't. But in Edinburgh, I saw people walking around in kilts. Steve, what time will Scott's interview be airing on Sunday? It'll be airing between 9 and 10. I don't know which way round they go, the interviews. It's Scott first. Okay, so Scott first. So 9 o'clock on Sunday evening. You have to hear it because it's very moving. And for anybody affected by dementia or people who, because he said people have been so nice to her. And she loves talking to people. She loves black cabs. She loves black cabs. The moment she gets in a black cab, he says, first thing she says is, where are you from then? She likes to talk to people. He said, and the public want to talk to her. They love seeing her. But I did ask him, have we cut anything out? Have we cut it a bit out at the back? Or did we leave all of it in? Is it all left in? It's all in. Right, okay. So, because there was a bit at the end, and then he carried on chatting. I thought, I don't want to lose that bit, because I was quite keen on that. And I asked him, I said, how is she? And I said, because everybody wants to know. And he said, well, you wouldn't recognise her as Barbara that you knew from ages ago, because that's the way it goes. But she's not the only one. She's not the only one. There's 850,000 people. I've done some interviews in my time. This is a lovely one. Lionel in Luton. Oh, the place has got an airport. Once again, we hear nonsense from David Lammy. If he was white and had said the same about black saviours, he'd be considered racist and out of a job. How does he get away with it? Well, he's said it before. This isn't new. Well done, Stacey, says Lionel, for going out there and doing something and not sitting on your backside in a comfortable London office. I'm an older black male and find David Lammy and Diane Abbott an embarrassing representation of us black folk. Us black folk? I've never heard that expression before. Never heard that. No, somebody said, why don't we send Diane Abbott out there? But I don't think she'd be much cop at it at all. So they send Stacey Dooley. I mean, can you only send black people to black countries? Is that how David Lammy wants it? Does seem a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? I'm surprised he actually hasn't complained about the House of Commons. So many white faces in there. You know, should there not be representations of all sides? The one thing I notice, and you probably notice it too, when you watch something like the Ellen DeGeneres show or any of the chat shows in America, the audience is unbelievably mixed. What I would call mixed. You know, it's a good cross-representation of black Americans, you know, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, everything. Turn on the Jeremy Kyle show, it's just white trash. Seriously, it doesn't get any better. Hannah says, I'm very pleased I can listen to the whole of your show, as usually when I get up for work I only catch the last half an hour, which is such a tease. It's my first skiing holiday. Oh, my God. Oh, well, you'll have an accident. Everybody has accidents skiing. It's very dangerous up there. It's very slippery. I think so. Steve, several countries around the world participate in charity telethons aimed at fighting poverty. Whilst living in Japan, I watched their annual telethon. It was a mirror image of Comic Relief with celebrities highlighting poverty in Africa, going there to help communities. Would Mr. Lammy object to their activities, or is it just white people that aren't allowed to help? I think it's the fact that it was Stacey Dooley holding a black child, and nobody knows why she was holding a black child, apart from the fact that the charities said they asked her to hold the child. The child just looks a bit nonplussed by it. They don't know who she is. On the other hand, says Monica, should she change into some well-used clothes and shoes borrowed from someone to satisfy critics? Imagine what storm that would cause. Besides, my shoes were a mere 50 quid, but I bet somebody would comment on them, being a few years of local earnings or something like that. No point in joining. Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is that she was only doing it for charity. Also, it's good publicity. She knows that her picture is going to be in the newspapers. Now, to be honest with you, that picture that you saw in the newspaper yesterday, we haven't even got round to Comic Relief. By the time you get round to it, you've forgotten about Stacey Dooley. Nobody gives a forex. Mo says if Stacey Dooley had said no to Comic Relief, she would have been criticised. Actually, she wouldn't, because nobody would know about it, because they don't publish a list of people who have said no to going out and doing charity. There must be loads of people who've said, I don't want to go out there. But you would never ever think... You would never ever know about that at all. Steve, says Nigel, Twickenham is most certainly not a dump. Take a walk from Ealing Broadway to Hanwell along the Archbridge Road. Now there's a dump. Mind you, the Bentleys are pretty. They are actually. Oh, of course, Eric, you know he lives in a dump, don't you? I love the way he always writes it. You can always tell he's a bit of a simpleton, because he couldn't spell for a start, and he's called Eric. I mean, rest your case. Oh, I live in a class of... No, you don't. He's a liar. That's the trouble. And, of course, an old man of his age, still telling lies. Still telling lies. Steve, happy St. David's Day. Is it St. David's Day today? How fantastic. 1st of March. There you go. Happy St. David's Day. Get your daffodils out. Wave them in the air and your leeks and all the rest of it. Aberdeenshire boy still thinks the Rhodes cat's eyes are jewellery. Remember that? You know the self-cleaning? Did you know cat's eyes were self-cleaning? How did you know that? Where did you learn that? Would you learn that at school? Or... Oh, you didn't know? Do you know how they're self-cleaning? Because when you look at the cat... You know how they're self-cleaning. The thing that they're in is rubber. and when the car drives over them, which they do on odd occasions, it pushes them down, and the bit of rubber goes over the glass ball and cleans it, keeps it clean. Look at that. Am I educational or what? Your mother, when you go back to see your mummy next year, you say to her, did you know that cat's eyes were self-cleaning? There you go. And they are. So, everybody's a lot cleverer than you are. But that's it. So if you stand on one in the middle of the road, try not to do it in the motorway. The ball presses down and then it cleans it. I wish I'd invented something. I wish I'd invented something really interesting. I remember seeing Romy and somebody's Great Day Out, and one of them went in and said, I invented, what did she say? It was paper notes or something like that. And somebody said, no, you didn't. She went, yes, I did. They were lying because everybody always goes to them. So since you've left school, what have you done? What have you invented? And it was always very interesting on what people say. Some people are very clever. It's like, I'd have loved to have met Alan Turing. Hope this Begum woman realises what it's like fleeing for her life, says Teresa. The difference is those who tried to flee from ISIS were innocent people. Yes. Yeah. The worst thing is that it's sort of a case of she thinks she's being really clever, so she's had to flee now. There will be a price on her head. I personally couldn't care less what happens to her. I think I did say on air, you can check it out on the podcast, the moment she started talking about ISIS, I thought, you're in a camp in Syria. They're going to be coming to get you, dear. If you don't think they are, have a look at the other people. They've just found, haven't they, a grave with 50 heads in it of children and women who they beheaded. Now you know, Miss Begum, that's what you're heading for. Heading for? That doesn't even make sense, does it, really? Steve, poor Stacey Dooley, says Martina. I adore the lady. She has her own documentary programme and is doing her bit to put the spot of the poverty in Africa, which still exists today after all the hard work Comic Relief have done. Get baking, walking, or whatever you fancy. Let's support Comic Relief. Yes, it's not going away, this one. It's not going to go away, I promise you. They're going to be desperately struggling to find black celebrities, which, of course, they said they were going to do some time ago. 31st of March is Mother's Day. There you go. I shall tell Scottish Boy. He'll be so pleased. Be saving up to get your mum a card, won't you? You put it in the diary. Oh, well done. He's had a very bad week. Do you know washing? So Mother's Day is 31st. When's washing day? 29th, but you're close. You're close. Or any day your mother can get her finger on the washing machine. LBC News Time for Friday. Aren't you glad it's Friday? Aren't you glad you're not Katie Price? It's all gone pear-shaped. Completely pear-shaped. I mean, I should imagine it's only a matter of time. I said this year could be the final year. She'll have to declare herself bankrupt. There's no work. Nobody's interested in a tragic drunk, who basically is going out and, people are going... And then you read some of the rubbish that the trolls write to her. The trolls that like her. She gets trolled by people going, oh, you're such a great mother. And I'm thinking, are you reading the same newspapers that we're all reading? 84850. Simon Cowell's son's called Eric. I expect he has at least 5 luxury homes. He hasn't got any homes. He's Eric. He's a little boy. Eric is a new name of influence. I think not. He's just a little boy. He doesn't have any homes around the world at all. His father, called Simon, might have homes. It's a bit tragic, isn't it? Now we've got somebody called Eric trolling us. Nothing worse than a troll who goes, oh, I've been through Twiggy. You can't afford to live there, pal. It's way out of your price scale. Steve, this one I can't believe, from Tom. In 100 years, they'll call the British scum because we didn't keep the British Empire. They'll say that most of the kids would have been saved if we were still there. I'm so glad I won't be around in 100 years' time or anywhere near you, Tom, I should imagine. It's a bizarre thing I've ever read. Tom says it's only got to be time before Katie Price will have to declare herself bankrupt. Yeah, there's a big 2-page spread in the paper. She'll probably see that as good news, but it's not. They said she's hit rock bottom, dodges jail after being found drunk in a car, then goes boozing. Cops called over the F-word bust-up with an ex's lover. Can't cope with Harvey. She wants to shove him in a home, but she wants to adopt another disabled child. And she owes, I think it's about $220,000 in tax. Little work and can't flog that shabby old mansion. It's not worth £2 million, Simon Boyle, the Bazaar editor. She'd be lucky to get 1.3. Lucky to get 1.3. And, as I say, and then she was printing pictures the other day of Harvey with hardly any clothes on, standing in a changing room in a swimming pool. And I was thinking, should you not have got his permission? He's 16 years old. Then adding to her stress, well, I'm sorry, everybody has had stress. Loads of you listening, Eric's had loads of stress today. If you've had stress, do you then go out and get drunk? No, of course not. Of course not. But the trouble is, she doesn't have any friends. One of her friends is supposed to be Kerry Coke Toner. I mean, you might as well give up now. There's a woman who can't even cope with her own life. Ridiculous. Also, what else we got? Oh, a lovely picture of 9 St Bernard Cross pups have made life a dog's dinner for their owner after their surprise arrival. And they're so cute. Puppies are so cute. A friend of mine is thinking of buying a dog. And I said, oh, that'll be nice. Get a dog. And he said, well, I can't afford one at the moment. He said, they're quite expensive dogs to buy. See, I thought they were cheap, but they're not. And I thought to myself, if ever I retired, I would probably get a dog. Good way of getting exercise, isn't it? 2 consecutive days of 37 degrees in Oz, says Ulrika. No rain for an eternity. Some months before Christmas, we had the last rain. An all-consuming drought and a total fire ban. I had to buy water twice, as the tank's always empty. Well, we had rain yesterday afternoon. I didn't mind, actually. And do you know what I didn't do? I didn't have an ice cream. And I wanted to. So today, being Friday, I'm going to treat myself to an ice cream. I might go and get... I don't know whether to buy a block of ice cream. Because I'm not going to eat it all. So it's luckily in Iceland, it's cheap. It's like £1.50 or something. So I don't mind that. And I just have a little bit of it. A little bit of chocolate, a little bit of strawberry, or raspberry, whatever it is, and a little bit of vanilla. And that's quite enough. And I've got an ice cream scoop that you put in there. And so what I do, as you know, I pretend I'm an ice cream shop. And I run round to the kitchen window and I order an ice cream, then I run inside and make it, which is quite nice. And I buy the cornets. You can buy the cornets in Iceland and wafers and stuff like that. Of course, you've got to be careful, because if it's rock-hard ice cream, it's going to break the wafers. But great fun. And, we might have some good weather soon. Probably. Oh, look, the LBC microphone. Look at that. That's so clever. That's the Sally Challen retrial. The LBC, they've got this microphone cover that they've designed to go onto an iPhone, and you push it over it, and then you just hold it there. So much more sophisticated than we had years ago, and you had to stand there with a ewer and a microphone, and then go, oh, it's not working, I forgot to recharge the batteries, and that kind of stuff. 2 stories of David Beckham today, the very rare... LBC logo again. And the first one is David admiring some cheerleaders, looking a bit pervy, I'm afraid, with that funny hair on his head. It's a great-looking thing. I mean, obviously suits him, but you just want to know what it's made of. But somebody said, you wait till in 2008, the wife was sitting next to him, and she wasn't happy at all. Then in 2012, he was looking at the Lakers girls. 2008... and then he was doing it again at a basketball game. Ooh, dirty. But the other thing is David Beckham's new clothing range. And this is items that cost 10 times more than you can get them. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's the papers call it the rip-off. What they're doing, he's selling a Stone Roses waterfall T-shirt. Okay. And this one here is £95. For a white printed T-shirt, you can get the same thing, practically, $9.95. Why would you want to waste your money on something that came from David Beckham's? There's one here, a Reebok tie-up with ex-Spice Girl Victoria, included a pair of jogging bottoms costing £219. A similar pair from the sportswear brand cost £21.48. Other designs in the collaboration with Kenton Kerwin, of which Beckham is a business partner, include a £75 Stone Roses hat, £155 sweatshirt and a £450 jacket. Go buy on Amazon. Get them much cheaper. Don't be ripped off. David Beckham, seriously, the reason they're that price is because of his fee. Why would you want to fall for that one? Don't fall for it, please. If we can save you money, we do it. Oh, bad news for Ryan Giggs, I'm afraid. Ryan Giggs and Gary Neville. They've actually closed their restaurant. Customers moaned it was like McDonald's. Cafe Football. God, how naff. Whoever thought of having cafe... at least call it something better. Cafe Football shut after 6 years in Stratford, East London, with many unhappy with the prices. Reviewer Sue wrote, just like McDonald's. And Wills added, remortgage your property before eating here. So there you go. 2 outlets still, Manchester and 1 in Singapore. I'm never a fan of things like that at all. It was very interesting. I must tell you just a little story from yesterday with Scott Mitchell, and you'll hear this on the interview this week, which is very good, very, very good. Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, and then repeated 9 o'clock on Sunday evening. And we were talking about What were we talking about? Oh, that's right. We were talking about when he got with her, people were saying he's after her money. And he said nothing could have been further from the truth, he said. As it turned out, she was £1 million in debt. She had a pub, and with her then young man who was called Stephen, I think. And so he said he was the one who had the flat. Scott had the flat and said, listen, if the worst comes to the worst, you can move into my place. But it was very interesting. He said everybody thought I was after her money, he said, but she didn't have any. She didn't have any money. I mean, now, of course, completely differently, but she has to keep checking. Has she done a will? Has she done all these other things? It's such a good interview. Steve, I remember growing up in the 70s, hearing about starving children in Africa. Fast forward 50 years, nothing's changed. Even though millions have been raised. Where's the money going, says John the cabbie. Corruption? I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you. You're right. 50 years on. I remember growing up in the 70s and pictures of starving children. I remember. You know, it's a simple case of people raise an awful lot of money and then other people take it from them. You know. Another one here. You, young man, should eat diabetic ice cream. Oh, no, absolutely not. Oh, no. Ask any diabetic nurse. They'll tell you, do not eat any of these diabetic foods. You don't need to eat diabetic food, diabetic ice cream, nothing at all. Simple as that. So it says, if you don't look after your diabetes... I do look after it. I'm very good with my diabetes, Lorraine. But you don't eat diabetic ice cream. Or diabetic chocolate. It's like a laxative. You don't eat that at all. Definitely not. You can ask any of the experts. They'll tell you all the same thing. It's just a rip-off. OK? 84850. Somebody's gone, Eric Morecambe, Eric Sykes, Eric Clapton, hardly losers. They don't live in Twickenham. They can't afford to live in Twickenham. What are you on about? God, dear. Is that the same poor creature, honestly? Oh, yeah, and two of them are dead. I'll leave you to work out which two you think. 84850. John says, can you educate your listeners? Africa's a continent and not a country. Ooh, pedant. Ooh, what a pedant. I've just looked at your picture on the app, and you look like a slightly thinner Paddy from Emmerdale. Why would it worry you what I look like? Unless you're some sort of peculiar person who goes, oh, I've seen your picture, you don't look at it, and you think, oh, very worrying. Miss Price may want to organise some crowdfunding. Might help her financial situation. No, I think this year, this is the year that she goes under. This is the year she goes under. She's got to stop drinking. I'm surprised she's allowed near the children, the amount of time she's been pictured drunk in the back of a car. And then she talks about it as if it's some sort of great thing to do. Unfortunately, it's not. Once a drunk, always a drunk. Get some help. Get some help. And she says, Harvey wanders into the bedroom and goes boo and all this kind of thing, and so she's thinking of putting him in a home. That's kind of her answer to everything, isn't it? And let's sort of just brush it under the carpet. As everybody says in these interviews with her so-called friends, she won't accept any advice. That's why she's in the mess she's in. She thinks she's really clever, and the pricey is never wrong. Unfortunately, the pricey's always wrong. And very shortly, the pricey will be bankrupt. Other stories which are running today. The broody Duchess of Cambridge admits she'd like a fourth baby. Harry goes further down the list. Have you noticed? They'll do anything to keep Harry away from the throne. And the other one, George Lazenby. You might not remember George Lazenby, but he was in one of the Bond films. I think we've had quite a few Bonds, but he said the only Bond film he's seen is the one he's in. Which is amazing, isn't it, really? Also, somebody wrote to one of the papers today saying the junk food experiment proves that Peter Andre will appear in pretty much anything. Well, he's got to. He hasn't got any work, has he? He did his concert the other day where he sort of sing-a-thong, and all this kind of thing, but he's not really a singer. And what was the other thing I was thinking about the other day? I was thinking about, somebody else on the television. I remember thinking, I wonder why they're still on. I was watching one of those 8 out of 10 cat programmes. I quite like I can't help thinking it's a bit set up. They must have a rough idea, mustn't they? Do you think so? Just guessing. I like all the comedians. I even like that Rob with the bright blonde hair. Rob Beckett with all the teeth. Looks like he's got piano in his mouth. And he's actually quite nice. I quite like... What do I think of... Yeah, 8 out of 10 cats does count. I'm surprised you watched that, actually. Do you understand that? That's okay, is it for you? You learn a new word every day, and the word is Dictionary Corner. And there they are. That's good, isn't it? I quite like that. I like Jimmy Carr laughing, but then I always like Jimmy Carr laughing. Anybody who laughs that makes me laugh gets my vote. But, of course, today I'm very excited because it's Friday, and I might have Kentucky Fried Chicken. I might have Kentucky Fried Chicken. I will have an ice cream at some point. I will have to put petrol in the car. And what else am I doing today? I'm just going to be bone idle. I'm going to be lazy. I think because we've had such a stressful week with Scottish Boy. I mean, seriously, honestly, my phone. If I put it, in there and said, "Who sent you the most phone calls this week?" Him. Why I ever gave my phone number to him, I cannot imagine. I was a fool to myself. It's now I've become the person. If he can't get through to Samaritans, he calls me. Or the producer. We all get it. You go, hi. I just thought I'd sort of... I mean, seriously, if I ran through the list of names of the people that he's been looking at for In Conversation, I mean, you'd laugh. You'd laugh, wouldn't we? Been a very stressful week. You've aged, haven't you, this week? You don't think so? Oh, I think you have. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, well, exactly, apart from all the eruptions and everything else. But actually, this morning you look quite good. Have you sort of... I'll tell you what the thing is for things like that. A hot flannel wrung out and do it like a sort of a steam bath. Yeah. What moisturiser are you using? It's something cheap. Is it L'Oreal cheapy one? Yeah, it works. Well, obviously it doesn't. It obviously does. It works for me, he says, sitting there like join the dots. No, actually, no, it's not that bad. Seriously. Not much. Right. Well, Julie says, you mentioned ice cream. What about a banana lolly today? It's got to be more than a banana lolly. It's got to be more. And then somebody says, so what are you getting from KFC then? Bucket or burger meal? Burger meal? Who has the burger meal? Lord above on a summer radio presenter. Bucket. Always bucket. And Steve, try Iceland toffee and pecan roulade, says Zara. No, I don't like pecans. I don't like pecans. In fact, I'm not bothered about a roulade. And somebody says here, I've just started the 12 to 8 dial, eat 3 meals or whatever I want for 8 hours, then fast for 12. It's amazing. I've lost 3 kilos in a week, says Richard, who's phoning us from a mortuary, I should imagine. You're only supposed to lose £2 a week. If ever you go on a diet, £2 a week is maximum. Lose any more than that, you're in big trouble. Gavin in Dudley, poor soul, honestly, he says, you sound like my friend Simon, who dislikes Katie Price. I don't dislike Katie. Where'd you get that from? God, blimey, you're a bit thick up there in Dudley, aren't you? I don't dislike her. I'm just waiting for the bankruptcy. I don't dislike her at all, no. And he says, and he won't purchase food from Aldi. Do you have an Aldi? I don't think so, no. What is that? An Aldi? What is it? Is it a supermarket or something? No, of course we don't have that. We have Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose. Good Lord above. That's why you're in Dudley and we're in super rich down south. I mean, everybody's like basking in money down south. This is where it's all happening. There's an Aldi in Kingston, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? I think it's opposite Argos. It's near the station. Oh, well, I know exactly where it is. Then it's near Argos. You got Argus on one side. That's probably you call it up there in Dudley. And then the other side, we got that other place as well. And looking forward to double Devon cream vanilla ice cream this spring, says Paul. You can have it all the time. Have you heard of freezers? You can buy a freezer now and you can put ice cream in there and it'll keep forever. Actually, I used to keep loads of ice cream in my freezer and lollies. I used to have a thing in the summer for lollies. All different flavoured lollies. But I don't do lollies very often now, but I wouldn't mind a bit of ice cream, which is probably better for you than a lolly, which is just full of the different colourings. Tony at Westgate says, do you hear about the death of Kenneth Pitt, who was the former manager of David Jones, which was Bowie? Yes, he didn't manage him later in life, did he? I didn't think so. He was 96, so Bowie died a few years ago now. A few years ago. Seems odd, doesn't it, when you think about the people that we've lost? That's right, just after Space Oddity, which was his... And then they went separate ways, so that's why I said he was only there at the very beginning, so he was with David Jones. Ground control to Major Tom. And what was on the other side of that one? The laughing gnome, wasn't it? It was the laughing ha-ha-ha. So, I don't know why I laughed. But, yeah, so that was it. So Kenneth only looked after him until just after Space Oddity took off, and then, as I say, Bowie became legendary. Grace said, I've just had an ice cream in my dream. Oh, I've never eaten an ice cream in my dream. That must be quite worrying. Though I lost my mobile phone for a week and could manage without it, but with some difficulty. I couldn't. And the reason I couldn't is because I wouldn't know anybody's telephone numbers. And I've got quite a number of telephone numbers. Quite a number. What else we got? Ukraine have pulled out of Eurovision. I don't know why we don't pull out of Eurovision. What's the point of doing Eurovision? We're not going to win it. We're not going to win it at all. This was over a Russian row. Other nations may quit over Palestine. And Edward VIII went on a vile rant about Australia's indigenous people, saying they look like monkeys. That was different in those days. The crematoria, which raises £1.7 million selling metal body parts which don't burn. If somebody's had a hip replacement and stuff like that, I think they're sort of left there. And then they have a magnet after you've sort of departed. Steve says, Mo, my boiler's been working great all winter. Serviced on the 14th, went off on the 21st. And the engineer's on holiday. Oh, dear, like pre-central heating days. Actually, it's not cold enough to put on the heating at the moment, is it? I don't think so. Iceland, says Darren, sell Weight Watchers chips. What's the point of that? I mean, any chips are Weight Watchers chips. Or, if you think you're going to eat... If you think you're going to lose weight by eating Weight Watchers chips, think again, you're not. It's just bigger bits of potato, so you don't get as much oil. So, in other words, thin little things like you get in McDonald's and Burger King and all the other places have probably got more fat on them than the big fat chips. If ever you go out somewhere, you want to go for the big fat chips. Although I personally like the little thin ones, but they don't seem to last 5 minutes, which is a bit of a shame. OK, who have we got today on the front page of the Daily Star? We've got Holly Willoughby, my Momo terror. I don't even know what a Momo is. Apparently it's something that frightens children. Could be back to Katie Price again, I don't know. David Hasselhoff is getting ready to sort of make a film version of Knight Rider. He's 66. Would that be any good? Do we want to watch Knight Rider again? Do you know, he's huge in Japan. Knight Rider's huge in... because he's a singer. And so he's sold loads and loads of stuff. I don't know. But it says, playing a high-tech crime fighter, the series made him a household name around the world. And now, 33 years on... he wants to bring it back. He said, I can't talk about it, but if I was a betting man, I reckon you could take some popcorn to a movie theatre and see the new Knight Rider with David Hasselhoff. Wow. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I don't think so. Next door, they don't know. Scottish boy's got no idea who Knight Rider is, do you? Before your time. What did you grow up watching? Do you remember the Sullivans? No, you don't remember the Sullivans. Home and Away? Neighbours? Oh, right, you watch Neighbours. You don't remember Home and Away. OK. What were you watching on television? Were you watching Ragtag and Bobtail? The Simpsons? That's where you came in, was it? Oh, you don't know Tales of the Riverbank, The Wooden Tops, Sooty and Sweep? You remember Sooty and Sweep? Oh, right, that's OK. And The Simpsons. So, yeah, that's all you watched. You're not allowed to watch much television. Oh, right. Well, your parents are a bit strict on that. Were they worried that it might sort of lead you down the wrong path? Probably right, I should imagine. Mind you, I thought The Simpsons was bad enough. I've interviewed people who've been on The Simpsons. Yeah. You just cough into the microphone. Just coughed there. I'm noisy. Turn away. Another cough. Worse and worse. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. I can't remember what I was going to do. Oh, yes, 3 in 10... But this is this thing again. I don't know what it is. 3 in 10 British children have already been affected by the Sick Momo suicide challenge. What in God's name is that? The viral prank. It comes from... it's 1 in 20 youngsters would go on to harm themselves. What? An app tells you to harm yourself? Channel Mum psychologist Emma Kenny says no matter how frightened your child is, you can help them overcome their fears. Oh, God, I was so glad when I was growing up we never had stuff like that. That sounds far too yucky. Far too yucky. The Daily Star says David Lammy's off target. They say he's attacked Stacey Dooley for acting like a white saviour in Uganda as she raises cash for comic relief. Yeah, but how much does she raise for comic relief? Do we know that she's responsible for raising, say, $1 million or $500,000 or something like that? So he writes, he says it isn't personal, and I don't question your good motives. My problem with British celebrities being flown out by comic relief to make these films is it sends a distorted image of Africa which perpetuates an old idea from the colonial era. I mean, does he know any more than she does? Has he been out there? No. Has he been invited? He says yes. He says yes. He says he's been invited, but for some reason he didn't want to go. Wonder why not? Must be a reason for that, mustn't there? Also, Michael Schumacher is continuing his rehab from a near-death skiing accident by sunning himself at the family's Mallorcan villa, which is worth £26 million. That's not the most expensive I've seen. Not the most expensive. Emma Willis modelling a bathing suit. She could wear a cornflakes box and look good, couldn't she? Not for us. Not for us. Everybody's suffering with lack of sleep today. I don't know why, but little Treasure didn't get very much sleep because we were trying to sort things out. Did you have some more last night before you came in? Oh, it was good. Are you able to just sleep like that? Another 5 hours? What, in total you had 5 hours? Oh, no. Extra, so you had 9 hours. 7 hours. God, it's like doing semaphore, isn't it? 5, 7, 6, 2 hours. Producers had 2 hours. Why you had 2 hours? Because you went to a football match? No. Well, you're up during... Oh, okay. You didn't go back to bed before 2 hours. Did you go and see football? I thought, were you going to see Wednesday night? And how did your team, Crystal Palace, don't laugh, they lost, did they? Did they win anything? Is there anything that they win? Oh, right. Have you been to football? Have you seen Crystal Palace? I've been. It's so exciting. Of course, I'm far too busy to go to things like that. Anyway, we'll take a short break for the news and the movies. Top 10 grossing films. Half of them. Friday, first of the month, Pinch and a Punch. And apparently that gets you through to HR, right? If you touch anybody. We've already had a bit of a complaint going on here this morning with the AP, that's what we call them now, attacking the producer. Apparently thinking he was doing something good by doing, Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. But of course it doesn't quite work like that, does it? You can't do it to perfect strangers. I wonder how it would be if I turned up at Waterloo Station and started punching people and going, first day of the month. I think that's an assault, isn't it? Imagine you go, but wait a minute, everybody says it, Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month and no returns. I mean, why not? It's an accepted part of British fair. I'll try it on a police officer. I'll go up to a police officer and go, Pinch and a Punch. And then wait till he goes, I think you're under arrest. So go, but why? We've all been doing it for years. I've been doing it on my radio programme for a long time. Steve, the Momo isn't just scaring children, it's telling them to kill themselves. It's as creepy as heck, says Matt the Trucker. I've never even heard of it before until it was mentioned the other day. Let's have another royal baby. Nick Abbott will pay for it. Does he like royal babies? He doesn't like royal babies. Right. That was the play on words. He doesn't like royal babies. But, of course, you're going to get him for the next 2 weeks. Oh, he thinks they're all spongers. Does he? Oh, Lord above, honestly. Oh, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Especially as he's going to be in my studio. He's going to be in my studio. Will he be in there driving it, do you think? Oh, right, so I'll have to sit... No, he'll have to learn how to put another microphone on. That'll upset him, I can tell. You watch. As always, the lights will go off. So there's going to be so many people in here. I'm going to have to come in here and clear you lot out so I can come in here. Well, nobody's mentioned that. And where is my dressing room supposed to be? Dressing room and makeup? Out there. I don't want to go out there. I want to be in here. This is my cut. Can't you stick him in the studio downstairs? Doesn't he want to work in that one? You see, I don't like the one downstairs either. It's too big for me. It's too big. I'm not generally the sort of person who sort of turns away size, but I'm not, interested in something I'm so far away from people, you can barely see the whites of their eyes. Steve, I grew up watching Tales of the Unexpected, says Mark. They don't make them like that anymore. They won't know what that is next door. They won't know that. No, see, both of them, they're far too young. Far too young. Dallas says, when I was young, if there was something on your plate you didn't like, you were always told that starving children in Africa would be really grateful. By the way, who's Stacey Dooley? She's nobody. She's made a few documentaries over the years. She decided she wanted to be more famous, so she puts herself forward for the dancing programme, and that's it. And then the next thing is, because she's now famous, she's been invited out to Africa, and that's where the David Lammy thing started, and everybody's gone all pear-shaped over it. It's a shame, really, isn't it? But you're right, my mother used to say to me, there are children starving in Africa. And that was when I was little. And I used to think, well, put the food in a bag and send it to them, because I'm not eating it. I can remember that Ronnie Corbett programme where he played somebody called Timothy, and his mother would say, eat your food. Was that Sorry? I loved it. And eat your food. He'd go, I don't want to eat it. So she'd put it in the fridge. She'd bring it out the next day. And until he ate it, it was going to keep... Timothy? And then the father said, manners, Timothy. Language, Timothy. Steve, Momo is a hoax, a proven hoax. It's the parents actually scaring their own children but warning him with the twins. So I'm completely confused by the whole thing anyway now, completely. Also, safety-conscious snowflakes reckon 10-year-olds need supervision to eat Cadbury's mini eggs. Because they say that they could choke on. I'm surprised we even make it out of bed in the morning. So many snowflakes around now, aren't there? So many snowflakes. Lisa Sheridan has died suddenly after struggling with dark moments. I don't know what dark moments are. Filmmaker Michael Dunaway said she really did radiate this impossibly bright energy. Do you know, sometimes you look at people And they appear to have everything, don't they? Really appear to have everything. They've got looks, they've got a great job, they've got a nice house, they've got a relationship, and yet it's not enough. In this, her death was described the other day, it's only 44, as unexplained. She had plenty of dark moments over the last few years, and you begin to wonder why. Why would she have dark moments? And there's no answer to it. It's just that some people have them and some people don't. And another one here, happy St David's Day for all the Welsh listeners, says Richard. I know. See, we don't do that, do we? We have to be reminded to do St David's Day. We know St Patrick's Day, but we don't know what people get up to on St David's Day. St Patrick's Day is just another excuse for... and there will be. I bet there's nothing in Trafalgar Square today for St David's Day. The mayor couldn't care less. But for St Patrick's Day... Oh, they'll ring the bells in every church in the land. St Patrick's Day will be celebrated in Trafalgar Square. There'll be people going around with big Guinness hats on and, people going, the old Blarney Stone and all this, and everybody will celebrate it. Yet nobody worries about anything to do with Scotland, and nobody worries about St David's Day either. We just go, oh, it's daffodils. And I feel a bit sorry for them, actually, because I want to wave a flag, I think. Nathaniel, Steve... at LBC Nonsensical. How dare them white people try to get money for poor people? Shame. Stop getting money for poor people. Stop being privileged. I know. What's the point of giving them money? They're not used to having it. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But, I mean, it is celebrities. Sometimes you have to ask yourself who the celebrities are. I mean, if you've not seen her on Strictly Come Dancing, you just see her as another attention seeker. But quite clearly, David Lammy said it's not personal. Although it's beginning to sound personal, but he said it's not personal. And he's just not over keen on this kind of thing, which is exactly what I said the other day. These people in other countries, mainly Africa and places like that, don't seem to raise money for anybody in the Caribbean. Why don't we do that? I'm sure they must be just as needy, but it's a case of we sort of raise it and people do it with it's like any charitable thing. People do it. When you raise money for Make Some Noise, we don't go, it's for white children or black children or Asian children. It doesn't matter. It's for just children. And these are just people who've got nothing at all. And the best hope they've got is to be nice and try and smile to somebody like Stacey Dooley. She's just making a thing. I still asked a question, though. Sorry if it sounds a bit bad, but, is there a fee for that? Is there a fee? I know if you go on Comic Relief, if you do the thing on the television, there's no fee for it, but I'm sure there must be some roundabout ways. I mean, I'm assuming she wasn't just flown out there, do the photo and fly back again. I'm assuming there's a hotel involved somewhere. Is there not? I'd like to find out. Shane says, my mum served up liver for tea when I was a kid. She said, think of the people in Africa. I said, they can have it. I know people used to hate liver. Isn't that funny? I remember, I used to love, I still love liver. If I go to Joe Allen's, the one thing I'm going to be having is liver and bacon and mashed potato. And I like it so it's crispy round the edges. My mother used to do it so it's crispy with some fried onions on the top. It was delicious. And yet I know people who go, oh, no, not liver. I couldn't see that because we grew up eating it. Whether it was any good for us, I've got no idea. But liver and bacon, little bits of bacon, and then some nice mashed potato with some onion gravy. God, I tell you. That was fit for a king, it was. Steve, there was a villain on an episode of Boone who resembled you. Hi-ho, Silver, Guppy Lone Ranger, who resembled you on the drama channel. Were you fighting Michael Elphick by the canal? Yeah. It's easy to say yes nowadays, isn't it? I said that to John Pertwee. He said he used to go to all these Doctor Who things, and people used to come up to him and say, do you know when you were fighting so-and-so, was it because of so? And he'd go, yes. He said, I discovered it was easier to say yes. He said, because I didn't have the faintest idea what they were talking about. Bless him. Bless him, bless him, bless him. Here's Gemma Collins meeting up with Beyonce's producer, Naughty Boy. Oh, come on, don't make such a big deal about him. He's not that big a deal. But apparently, Gemma dumped Arj. He spent last night there. What are you on about? Lies, lies and more lies, I'm afraid, from the Collins' mouth. But there again, Arj is a bit like that as well. But apparently, Gemma dumped Arj after he made jibes about her having more roles than Greg's. Yep, I would think so. She's had her hair cut shorter now, like the Kardashians. Looks even worse. When Arj returned to the house, he bumped into the producer and words were exchanged. Naughty Boy, that's what he's called now. Naughty Boy, you naughty boy. Has promised to produce her debut album. She said, what a weekend we've had. I mean, nobody's going to buy it, dear. Seriously, no, you'll sell less than Brian McFadden. And that's a bit bad, isn't it, really? Not so good. Also, having a lie-in at the weekend has no long-term benefits. That's what you think. That's what you think. How many people do you know that they get... I mean, sometimes I know that when I go to bed on a Friday... I went to bed early yesterday evening because I'd done all my phone calls, done them in bits and pieces. I've got a routine that I stick to. I'm a bit of a creature of habit. And I did the phone calls and I thought, John, can't wait to go to bed. Can't wait to go to bed. And I was in bed and I was out for the count and it was absolutely wonderful. Steve, talking about Ronnie, I remember the two Ronnie's Sweet Shop sketch. Nothing too much trouble in this shop. Old classic humorous comedy, says Jasmine in Birmingham. Where can I find a picture of Scottish Boy? Be nice to put a face to the guy you talk about. No, it really wouldn't. Seriously, no. I mean, the only picture we have is when the police had one of him from some years ago. And that was it. No, you don't want to see him. Seriously. Just look at a picture of me. He looks very similar. We could almost be twins. We could almost be twins. We're not, but, just have to take it like that way. Honestly, says Nathan, I don't care if we're sending criminals out to get money for poor people as long as they're raising money for poor people. I know. And the one thing we do in this country, let's wave a flag for this country. Come on, whoop, whoop, whoop. We raise money. We raise money. We're very good. You're very good at giving, to people. I've always said, listen, whatever you've got, it's more than they've got. 10 times more. 10 times more. Lee says, nobody seems to celebrate St. George's Day. If you wave a flag on the street, they think you're a racist. It depends which flag you're waving, isn't it? That would be because of the fans of old Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Remember him? Little Stephen Yaxley Lennon. What a pain in the rear end he turned out to be. That thug. Horrible piece of work. Not a nice person at all, actually. I don't know why I even mentioned it. Let's call him Stephen all the time. Let's not even bother calling him whatever his name is. Tommy Robinson. Is it changed by deed poll, or is he just some numpty who's decided to change? What a horrible person. What a horrible person. You do get horrible people, and he would be one of them. He might have changed it. No, he hasn't. He's just decided... He could have called himself Enid, couldn't he, I suppose? Steve, how do we celebrate St. George's Day? Get a tattoo? I don't know, I can't think of anything how we celebrate. Let's ask Stephen Yaxley, what's-his-face. Facebook Spikers, good morning, from Ruth. Loving the show, wishing everybody a happy Friday. Yes, I'm wishing everybody a happy Friday. John in Bromley says, all these snowflakes moaning about whites doing charity work in Africa. What about our starving kids and homeless here? Shouldn't charity begin at home? Well, we do charity for here at home. We really do. What do you think Make Some Noise does? Our charity. That's for people in this country. Some of the things you'd never even hear about. I did something a couple of years ago to go down to it was a house, a lovely house actually, that had been built to look after children who were very seriously ill. And many of the children don't survive, but this house is to give their mummies and daddies a bit of a break. And I came away from there, and you think, my God, if I had tons of money, you'd give it to them. Somebody had gifted them the house. They had a house built for them, and it just had 2 flats within it. And there was like a walk-in shower. Sebastian's Action Trust, it was called. And it still is. And people go down there, their mummies and daddies can stay in the flat there. You can wheel their bed into the shower, all that sort of thing. They've got a swimming pool. And it's a lovely, lovely place. And they hardly get any coverage. So that's what we were doing for Make Some Noise, trying to draw attention to charities that don't really get anything. It's like when I was talking to Scott Mitchell the other day about dementia. Do you know there's no government funding? There's nearly 1 million people have got dementia. I'm sorry, I nearly swore. 1 million people nearly got dementia, and there's no government funding, nothing. And you think, why not? Why not? We happily send money overseas to rich countries. Why can't we send it to charities in this country? It drives me mad. Seriously, I get so het up about Baggio. I love it. £128 million. That won't stay in the country, will it? And it comes 5 years after the painting, the 66th by Caravaggio, was found in a dusty attic in France, where it had lain for a century and escaped notice in a burglary. And what it shows is the biblical tale of Judith and Holofernes, a widow who seduced and beheaded an enemy general. Art appraisal experts Eric Turkin says the violence in it is almost unbearable. It's on display in London Gallery Colnort before going to Paris. God, can you imagine lying undisturbed in a loft, and then you go up there and go, oh, we've got this dusty old picture up there. It's like a scene out of Only Fools and Horses, isn't it, really? Also, BBC weather presenter Diane Oxenbury was an oasis of loveliness They told her memorial service the other day. She was only 51, honestly. People are getting younger and younger. It's very depressing. Very, very depressing. The Duchess of Cambridge joked about having a fourth baby after saying she felt a little broody. Little broody. Her dad, Alan, quipped, baby number 4. And the Duchess laughed. I think William would be a little bit worried. Well, I mean, quite clearly, she's fairly fertile. I see no reason why she shouldn't have baby number 4. Yeah. Are we paying for it? Well, yes, why would William... Yes, you're right. Why do they worry at all? Small wonder they only ever smile. I'd smile if I didn't have to pay for anything. Not nothing. They don't have to going down the shop going, William, fillet steak's fairly expensive. And he'll go, we can't have it this week. Let's have it next week. Yeah, right, whatever. Anyway, they did a walkabout in Ballymena in County Antrim. And the Duchess commented on the little girl's coat saying, I love your cool coat. Charlotte loves pink. And the kid probably went, Charlotte who? Who are you talking about? I'm only standing here because he gave me a flag and said wave it. They praised mums who'd overcome the struggle of breastfeeding. Lovely. Too much information. They're all doing... Have you noticed? I'm sure it's all done to knock poor old Harry sideways, because Harry's a bit lazy. And Meghan, I mean, she's expecting, so you're not expecting her to sort of bounce around, are you, really? Also, an Italian has been jailed for 3.5 years for assaulting a Liverpool supporter at Anfield. Dad of 3, Sean Cox, suffered catastrophic head injuries in the attack before the Champions League semi-final against AS Roma. A hearing heard Mr Cox of Dunboyne in County Meath, Ireland, is unlikely to live independently again. And this fan, Simone Mastrelli, 30, pleaded guilty to GBH, and he only got 3.5 years. Oh, God. That's how wet we are. That's how wet. Mr Cox's daughter, Shauna, said this violent and unprovoked attack left Dad in a dire situation. He went to watch his beloved team, Liverpool, and he never came home. A dreadful offence. 3.5 years. God, I've made it life, dear. Stay in there in life. Rot, but we don't. Myths, risks and reality checks on viral threats as Momo dangers are played down. Experts analyse it, and they've listed, if your child has any problems at all, then you need to speak to Childline, Samaritans, NSPCC/02 Parents Helpline, the Professionals Online Safety Helpline. There's loads of places you can go to get help. And as the West Midlands Police declare knife emergency, they say we've lost 2,000 police, so is it any wonder this epidemic is destroying so many lives? I think what you have to do, the moment somebody produces a knife on the street, you shoot them. It's as simple as that. I'm sorry, I think we have to have armed police. These people are just walking around. There's a man here. How many people were ensnared by gangs in the UK? 30,000. 30,000. What is the increase in knife crime in the West Midlands? 72%. Then we have somebody the other day. Somebody was chased into shop and knifed in the back of their leg. And then literally a little bit later on, somebody was knifed and they died outside this shop. How many knife crimes in the West Midlands this year? 500. 500 knife crimes. How many teenagers knifed to death in the past 12 days? 3. Three dead teenagers. And we can't do anything about it. I suggest we do. Also, it's 40 millionaires guaranteed tonight. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I could do with £1 million. Think of the ice cream you could buy. Think of the barrels of Kentucky Fried Chicken, or you could have spare ribs. Oh, I'd kill for spare ribs. Kill for spare ribs tonight, but I can't have them. Why don't they do them in Kentucky Fried Chicken? I know it's a chicken shop, but loads of the other places do them. Why can't they? Which would be nice. Watching 3.5 hours of television a day makes your memory worse. I think I watch more than 3.5 hours of television. I do flip between channels. I don't think it matters what you're actually watching. I just think it's a case of you shouldn't be watching that much, but why not? You've worked, you've got up early in the morning, you go back home, you have something to eat, you put your feet up on the settee, and the next thing, you just drift away. Just drift away. How we dare trying to help. David Lammy is saying it's not personal. So, says Monica, if I smack him on the face and tell him it's not personal, it'll be fine. Yes? No. Obviously, as a white person, I'm not allowed to talk about any charitable actions I undertake because I'm obviously doing it to make myself look good. I just cannot be good. Well, no, you see, you can't lump all charitable actions in there. He's talking about the people going over to Africa. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about anything else. Surely, says Richard, we should wave flags of St. George slaying the dragon on April the 23rd. Please don't say there's no such thing, because 1 billion Chinese people might be disagreeing with you. It is true, isn't it? Anish says, morning from Kerala. When Angelina Jolie adopted a black boy from somewhere in Africa, nobody batted an eyelid. Well, I think they did. I think they did. Definitely. And Madonna as well. People going, oh, you just sort of go abroad and you take it. Because Madonna's child was taken from his parents. He has parents. And Dave from Bermondsey is the husband of... I don't know who this one is. It says, my first session of pancreatic cancer chemo today. And so Dave in Bermondsey, all his support. And to you, when I'm awake at this time. It's good when you're awake at this time. I like it. Nathaniel says, it's Tommy Robinson. No, it's not. His name's Stephen. Okay, his name's Stephen. You can call him Mabel as far as I'm concerned. He had a very good piece on the BBC. To be honest, he may have done some things bad in his youth, but I don't think it's smart to ignore everything he says. No, I don't like him. It's as simple as that. I've decided, I've made a calculated guess that I don't like him. And then Nathaniel says he has quite a following. He could mobilise an army. No, he couldn't. Well, an army of sort of thugs who are going to go round and, yeah, mortgage fraud, all the other bits and pieces. So if he wants to mobilise an army, let's make him go and do it somewhere else, shall we? Little Stephen can have his army. OK, my name's Stephen. Come on, we're having an army. Yeah, woo. A heated debate. All day long on television, says Ron, there are adverts asking for donations for children to be able to get clean water. People want to help, but not when told to by celebs. Well, it's that dreadful advert, isn't it, where you've got the picture of the little girl with a big water thing, like a big sort of jerry can thing and plastic on her back, and they say she has to walk 4 miles every day. Get somebody else in the family to do it. Can't send a little lass out like that going to get it. Chris in Yorkshire, doesn't say where, just Yorkshire. Not a fan of liver either. I remember someone I used to work with always told me when she was a child, her grandmother used to buy an ox's tongue from the butcher. She'd take it home and press it herself, and then everybody dreaded getting the top slice. Oh, no thank you. I wouldn't eat that. I won't even eat oxtail soup. Can't bear it. Can't bear it. Just doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd want to eat as part of an ox. I didn't like it at all. Definitely not. Only had it the once. Steve, a couple of days ago, talking about garden centres. Have you been to Long Acres in Bagshot? You'd love it? Yes. Listen, there's not a garden centre within a 20-mile radius of me that I've not been to. I love it. And John in Birmingham says, a few years ago you said you used to like driving a Bentley. Do you still have it? Oh, I think from a few years ago we've had about 3, I should imagine. What's the best and worst car you've ever owned? None. None. They're all perfect. They're all perfect. Every single one of them. Absolutely perfect. I don't think I've ever had one that's been bad. I had one once, which was a loan car. That was a nightmare. But it didn't really sort of bother me at all. But I don't have bad cars. I tend to sort of save up for my cars. I've only ever done HP, as we used to call it, finance, on a couple of cars. And one was a Fiat Tipo, and the other one was a Mazda. And that was it. Caravaggio says Ollie was renowned for depicting violence and torture. He was violent in his own life. He killed a man in a brawl, went on the run, became disfigured in another fight, and died under suspicious circumstances himself. He was either mentally ill or an evil thug. Steve, there's no funding for dementia, says Matt the trucker, because the NHS has to spend billions of pounds every year on things like operations on that idiot the other day who wants to look like Mrs. Beckham, and a simple thing like going to the doctors with a sniffle so they prescribe you a box of paracetamol that costs the NHS £3.50. You can buy them in the shops for 20p. Oh, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. I would have somebody sitting outside every A&E, almost like sort of a junior doctor. As somebody comes in and go, yes, can I help you? I've got a bit of a cold. Go to the chemist. Next. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd do. I would be doing that straight away. People who sit there all day so they can get some free medicine. Get out. Get out. Stop wasting time. And also, you're right. This was the bloke who thought he looked like David Beckham. A complete waste of space. Doesn't work. Doesn't do anything at all. And just thinks he's going to get a sex change. Of course, he's stupid and he's not. Richard says Queen Victoria had 9 children. Killed her husband in the process. I know. What did he get? What did he get out of it? I know she actually got a railway station. Oh, he got a hall, didn't he? That was quite nice, which was good. Send the GC to Africa for a couple of pictures. Think people may begin to see what Lammy's on about. Stacey meant well, says John. She might have done, but it was ill-timed. You just knew. You just knew when it had a picture of Stacey Dooley, holding a black child who quite clearly was looking around going, help me, help me. There doesn't, no idea. I'm sorry, I don't recognise you. Might not have seen a white person ever before, and certainly not Stacey Dooley. And then the thing I really objected to was the fact they went, Stacey Dooley, blah, blah, no name for the child, as if it didn't exist. If I was David Lammy, I'd be getting pretty weed off as well. That's just ridiculous. Why didn't I have a name? Why didn't it have a name? And also, a picture of the child. Why didn't Stacey Dooley have a picture taken with the whole family? I mean, surely she's got half a brain, hasn't she? I would have thought so. Also, The Angel of the North, A Feast for the Eyes. Food artist Prudence State, 39, used 1,782 pies. 3 days to put these pies in. Cooked, uncooked, what a waste of pies. What a waste of blooming food. What a waste of food. Why do we get these? She's carrying a bit of weight herself. She's got uncooked, short crust, puff, phyllo pastry. 3 days to do it. So, in other words, there are people on the streets, suffering badly, and she's creating, she's a food artist, images of famous landmarks made out of pies. What a bloody waste. What a waste. God dear, let's see the papers start doing that one tomorrow. Steve, I want to scream at people who steal 10p bags at shops, says David in Holloway. Well, I wanted to scream at somebody at Waterloo Station the other day. He was one of those, he pushed in behind a woman going through the barrier because he was a crook. He was a cheat. He didn't have a ticket. And people like that, I think we have to sort out very quickly. See, what about the Mini where the door got damaged when it was new? Old Mini's worth lots now, says Ron. Not my one. I think mine practically now must be cut and shut. Cut and shut. Actually, I'm so excited. It's Friday. I know it sounds really ridiculous, but this week has been quite a stressful week. We've been trying to get guests for In Conversation. It really has. It's been the week from hell, I think. But it's just one of those things. You get to Friday and you think, and people say, "Oh, so what have you got to do?" Somebody will ask me. I promise you in the office, saying, "What are you doing at the weekend?" I'm going, nothing. It's as good as that. Yeah, and then on Monday, I'll come in and Twinkle Toes from Aberdeen, he'll be going, "Oh, how was your weekend?" And you think, mind your own business. I don't want to tell people things like that. I'm probably going to go to Costco, do a little bit of light shopping, only a little bit of light shopping, and then I'm going to go, what am I going to do, actually? I don't know. There's actually nothing I need. There's nothing I need. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I did all the washing up yesterday. I'm very good. I've only got to get 2 cups in the sink, and that's tantamount to a military exercise of cleaning. I cannot bear to have things in the sink sitting there. So I did something the other day. I did haddock chowder. Well, I didn't make it. It was made by somebody else, and loved it. And I put the thing in, and I just ran water onto it, so that and then today I shall. Oh, no, I've already done it. I just remembered I'd done it. I've got this obsession with buying frying pans. What is the matter with me? I've got obsession. I can't buy things in ones. I buy things in twos. I'm waiting for 2 parcels to come from America that I've ordered from a magic dealer over there. So I'm very excited by that. And Paul, the driver from Sawbridgeworth, which is where the Beckhams used to have Beckenham Palace, is just back from a Caribbean cruise. Blimey, said it's cold. Great holiday. Yeah. I mean, if you've done a Caribbean cruise, you sometimes think, you wish you could get to the end and then go, I'll go round again. Like sort of you've been to the fun fair, you go, I'm going to stay on and I'll have another go. And on the cruise, because you've had, if it's been a nice cruise and you've done, 14 nights or something like that, it's a case of, I want to go again. So that's why, when I told you, and today's the final day of telling you about our transatlantic cruise, it's a case of, you're going to get 7 nights on board the Queen Mary 2. I mean, it's the ultimate. I mean, I'd love to go. Gosh, I'd love to go. This is sailing from Southampton. This ship, when we went out on our ship, we were with Royal Caribbean, and I thought our ship looked quite big until I saw this. I thought it was a wall. I had no idea, and we sort of looked up and we went, "Oh, God!" And my youngest at the time, well, my middle godchild, when the Queen Mary 2 went like that, this thing just deafened him. Just deafened him completely. I thought he was going to burst into tears, but luckily he didn't. And so you'll do it from Southampton, going over to New... I mean, just even going... People wave and clap and cheer. There'll be a brass band on the quayside. People throw streamers. It's fab. It's fab. I mean, it really is. It's everything that you've seen. I don't know if you used to watch... What was that cruise ship? The Love Boat, which actually was a tiny little ship compared to the size of the Queen Mary 2. And again, they have... I used to love the Love Boat. I've got the box set. I might watch that, actually, this afternoon. I'm going through a strange phase in my life. It's because I'm heading to a sort of a big birthday, and I don't quite know what to do about a big birthday. Yes, more about our big cruise later. What big cruise? Oh, this one. I'm going to do it now, actually. We should do it after 6. You're going to have to wait, because it's the last day. It's the last day. So we do it just after 6 o'clock. But I mean, when I used to watch The Love Boat, I thought it was fabulous. I really did. I used to think, God, that's so glamorous. And then you suddenly realise, when you see the Queen Mary 2, it's like, I was like about 4 or 5 times the size of The Love Boat. And when you see the picture of the Titanic next to Queen Mary 2. It was quite small. Even though, it was become the most famous ship in history. Steve says, Ian, you just mentioned ice cream, and it's cold outside. My favourite ice cream is milk choc chip. Couldn't care less. Anybody who's listened to this programme for more than 2 days knows exactly what we do. It's not BBC Local Radio. Not in its present form, anyway. Ian says, is it possible to do light shopping at Costco? It's for bulk buying, isn't it? I came away with sort of about 3 ton of... Oh, just put it down on the... It's not... Why do you make such a drama about everything? It's not difficult. You just put the cup down with the handle facing me. OK? That's called manners. God, honestly. Is the matter... And don't look like that. Your acting ability is getting worse. I don't know what you were like in Mrs. Hogmanay's class, but Oh, he's gone off for a wander now. That's it. That's the last time you'll see him. He'll be gone for 10 minutes. I forgot what I was talking about now. What was I talking about? That's the good thing about this programme. We never know. Oh, sorry, more cups outside. How lovely. Did you do acting at school? Did you have to pretend to be a tree or something like that? I should imagine you'd be fairly good at that, fairly wooden. You just went to a drama... Well, drama club's the same thing. That's learning acting, isn't it? Did you actually get round to doing anything on a stage apart from playing a floorboard? What did you do? What's a... Sky Masterton in Guys and Dolls? Oh, did you have to sing for that? Wow, what did you sing? What was the big number? Luck Be a Lady. You sang Luck Be a Lady in your little Scottish accent. How sweet. I'd paid to... How old were you then? About 14, 15? 16? I'd love to have seen that. That actually would have made my year. I was in Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn. We did Huck Finn because it was the... I was Huck Finn. There was somebody who played Tom, and I was Huck Finn, his best friend, and I had to sing a song. I've done it before, which goes... I don't know why you remember this, because I was only 15 at the time. Smoking's a pleasure, my best friend, my pipe. I puff with contentment when the corn cob is ripe. That was my big song. Brought the house down. Brought that literally. We're delighted that at last we can fly to Aberdeen, says Diane from Canvey Island, from Southend Airport. No more Gatwick or Luton for us. Thank you, Logan Air. We'll be the first to book. Pete and Diane are going to be that. You should get something if you're the first ones. Logan Air. There's something actually that makes... Look at him, he's so proud to be Scottish, honestly. Logan Air. It's like having Highland Airways. This way to the Highlands. This way to the Isle of Skye Airways. They give you shortbread. So exciting. So bad. But that's lovely. So Logan Air. How many planes have they got? Is it sort of one? I hope they're not sitting outside with the rear gunner. That'll be a nightmare, won't it? I hope you manage to find a seat inside. Outside toilets on those ones. I mean, it's okay, but you've got to cling on. Really have. My wife and I... Actually, I've always wanted to do wing walking. That's a lie. I've never wanted to do wing walking. It's only because I've seen people doing it on the Crunchy aeroplane, and they stand there, and I thought, I don't want to ruin my hair. If you spend enough time doing it... David Beckham couldn't do that. He'd actually take off, the hair would still be on the ground. Apparently, my wife and I, says Tony... won a Caribbean cruise on Saturday Night Takeaway in 2014. Amazing time on Oasis of the Sea. Love the show. Thank you. We went to when parents of my godchildren were looking for a different house. We went to a house, and I used to go around with them, and I'm always told, don't say anything, just in case somebody knows who I am. So we go in there to this house, which was quite nice, actually. Unfortunately, there was a downside to it, which I won't tell you, but it didn't make the area better. And we went in, and the couple had pictures everywhere of them on cruise ships. Picture of them on the captain's table, picture of them, here, there, and everywhere. And so they were sort of chatting. I'm sort of standing there, and I was more impressed with their bathroom. They had a bath that lit up. The interior of the bath lit up with different coloured lights, and I thought that was a selling point. I thought that was the best thing ever, to see yourself, because I've got a shower head, which I use occasionally, which has got lights in it. And the action of the water going through the shower head changes the colour. You're very messy, aren't you, today? Changes the colour of the lights, which was great. Anyway, I'm looking at all these pictures, and the bloke who owned the house came through, and he said, have you ever been on a cruise? And I'm thinking, I'm kind of stuck. I'm going to have to... So I said, yes, we went on a Royal Caribbean cruise. And he went, I always get this, and it goes exactly like this, without... Do I know your voice? There you go. Everybody looks at me and goes, oh, shut up. If ever I go to the theatre and I'm sitting there, people who say, don't say anything. Because there's always going to be somebody sitting round you goes, I recognise your voice. Are you Steve Allen? And you go, yes. You can get enormous amounts of loo paper at Costco, even better Aldi. It's scented, says Kate. Not as cheap, though, is it? Merv in Cardiff says, great show this morning. In Wales, we celebrate St David's Day, 1st of March, with Welsh cakes, also known as bakestones, and a few bunches of daffodils to decorate the house. I shall look forward to the Welsh cakes when I arrive home from work later today. Do you know that there are loads? I've got all daffodils up, but I've left them in the little pots. And then what I'll do is I'll give them to the cleaner. Because and they were only cheap. They were like 95p a pot. And once they start drooping, and a couple of them have started drooping because they were a bit big for the pots, I sort of think that's enough. And then I'm thinking, and probably about week and a half's time to plant the begonias out. So that this summer I think is going to be... and I will take pictures, as always, and I will show you the pictures of them. John says, I hope the Italian thug that hurt that man goes to prison in Liverpool. I'm sure there's a few people locked up that'll be pleased to see him. He only got 3.5 years. This man's life might never be the same again. How can we do that? How can we do that? A UK meteorite team. I didn't even know we had a meteorite team, but it's the first all-British expedition to gather meteorites has returned with 36. They found 36 meteorites, because there are places where meteorites have come down around the world and they've carved out a crater, the like of which you've never seen before. There are some absolutely huge ones. These ones are from tiny flecks to as big as a melon, collected on a huge ice field near the Shackleton Mountains. And somebody says, as soon as you spot a black rock, you know. They look black because they're burnt up as they come down through the atmosphere. They could potentially unlock untold secrets about how certain planets are formed. Don't you think that's clever? Don't you think that's clever? They're also trying to find in Rome the tomb of Alexander the Great. It's been missing for quite a number of years. About 12 years. They thought they knew where it was. And there's this woman, 20 years she's been searching for it. And then the other day, they saw a piece of white marble. And she went, oh, it couldn't be. It's like the Tutankhamun tomb all over again. And so they uncovered it. It's a statue of him. And so they're working on the assumption, it's a case of that might be where his tomb is. Might be. Mind you, there's a tomb at the moment which is really not doing particularly well. It's the tomb of a well-known, I was going to say con man. He's a criminal. He was buried, and people keep digging the tomb up. His grave has been dug up, I think, about 4 or 5 times, because they'd heard a rumour that inside the tomb, inside his coffin, he's been buried with jewellery. Why he'd want to be buried with jewellery, I can't imagine. He wasn't that important in life. And now the family said that there is no... He wasn't buried. He was only buried with sort of, little things, whatever it is, just sentimental items, nothing of monetary value. And this is an underworld hard man. As I say, hard man, but, buried at the moment. 4 times in 8 months they've tried to dig him up. 4 times. Did we ever discover what happened to Jimmy Savile? We know that he was encased in concrete. Did they move him somewhere else? Or I can't remember what happened with that one. He's unmarked somewhere. But this is the grave of William Billy Isaac. After this month's appalling attack on the plot at a cemetery in Manchester, Detective Inspector Claire Moss says, whatever you're after, you're not going to find it. He was buried with nothing of monetary value. He was an ex-boxer. He apparently organised security at the funeral of Ronnie... They all say that, don't they? Oh, I organised funeral and, that kind of thing. He faced several gangland violence trials and was cleared of murdering a Manchester businesswoman, Pat Hayes. But stop digging him up, OK? There's nothing to find. He does this morning. If that big, fat, operatic tenor can wing walk while singing at the top of his voice... I'm sure you could do it too. I know, I've seen them doing it. They do exhibitions of these flights. This is where you stand on top of the plane. I mean, I'd be worried it would break off or something. I'd be sort of left trailing in the distance. I bought an old Renault at auction for £300, says Ron, only to find a bill for a new clutch and full service, £962, done only a month ago. Well, that was a bit lucky, wasn't it? So in other words, it had the new clutch put in. Phew, blimey. Steve, listener for years, first time text. I was on a 30-seater Logan air flight back from Dundee on Sunday. Pregnant wife, baby with hideous nappy, couldn't stand up in a shoebox toilet. Anyway, not their fault. They're great. And go to Scotland. Big fan of Scotland. We like everywhere, actually. We're a big fan of everywhere. There's nowhere we don't like. Shropshire's a bit naff. Staines, Basingstoke, Hounslow, Luton. Only in fun. Oh, and Blackpool. Places you don't want to die in. It's like see Blackpool and die. You will. You will. Actually, a friend of mine went up there the other week, but he stayed in a nice hotel. Because some of them are just dreadful. It's appealing to different sorts of people. I mean, they could smarten the town up. But, as somebody said, they had that small earthquake the other day. It didn't quite affect Blackpool, but if it could have done £1 million worth of improvements. Because, to be honest with you, I mean, the place was dreadful. Are you watching, says Christine, the Real Marigold Hotel on tour? It's lovely. Stephanie Beecham, Sid Little wrote to me some years ago, because I was always a fan of Little and Large. Wayne Sleep and Rosemary Schrager. She's lost 2 stone. Good grief. Well, I mean, she needed to lose it, didn't she? So I haven't seen it, actually. Somebody says you regularly mock local radio stations, especially Radio Shropshire, but at one point yesterday, Hart, Yorkshire, were discussing favourite car parks. Well, that's quite acceptable. Quite acceptable. Goodness sake, honestly. What's the matter with you? Car parks are absolute. I would run that as a phone-in topic. Which is your favourite NCP? Which one is difficult to get? No, goodness sake, honestly. Radio Shropshire does your favourite biscuit. Favourite smell? The presenter. There's a huge amount, Steve, says Mark, of dementia patients cared for daily in care homes are an underrated service that gets too much bad press, taking the strain off the NHS, offering a caring, safe environment for these lovely people. There's 850,000 people out there, Mark. You can't tell me anything about it that I don't know. And I just think that the government should pump loads and loads of money in it. Apparently, says Dave, driving very slowly. Oh, no, he's dieting very slowly. In his HGV, he says, if you want to do wing walking, apparently you've got to weigh under 12 stone. You're not telling me the opera singer is on the top of that thing. Go compare. You're not telling he's under 12 stone. Do me a favour. More like 20. Trish says, I went to Pashley Manor Tulip Festival in Kent last year, which was super. They had a big marquee with tulip displays. Well, it's a tulip festival. What do you think they're going to have in there? Combine harvesters? It's tulips. You could order bulbs to be delivered in the autumn to plant for spring. I've got about 10 different varieties, all growing now. Can't wait to see what they look like. I know I'm like that. But this year it's begonias. My granddaughter Brooke, who is 5, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, planted up a little watering can with a few bulbs to take home. She's so excited. She's grown her first plants. I think that's nice. But as I say, begonias this year, that's going to be my... and I don't know how many to put in pots and things like that. I don't know how big they're going to go. They always put down it grows this centimetre and that, and I think, I don't know. I'll just put them in there and see what happens. And if they turn out beautifully, then you'll see the evidence, because there'll be pictures on my Twitter feed. Actually, I'm going to take pictures of. Actually, tomorrow, I think they're celebrating 30 years of Goods the Chemist in Twickenham. 30 years. That's an independent chemist, by the way. It's not affiliated to anything. Mr. Shah and his team work very hard, and it's what I call an old-fashioned chemist, but modern. And his son works in there as well, and it's lovely place. It's nice. I have to say that because they do all my medication. Steve, what are the best places to live near Heathrow for young families? Runway 7, I think, is fairly popular. France, yes, France is very good. Shropshire is very popular at this time of year. And so cheap. So cheap. Christine says, I recommend you watch the Marigold programmes. They're interesting because you're with locals and will laugh. I have seen the ones where they went over to India and did it from over there. I didn't realise they were doing a tour. Are they doing a tour then? Or are they over in India again? It was very good. It was very good. My favourite car park, says Lee, is the one round the side of Harrods. Very good value for money if you're there for a long time. Yes, it's the Harrods car park. It's the road before you get to Harrods. There's the car park road. Then there's the next road which takes you round the back to Hand Crescent, which I know very well. We used to have a place there. And, my dad had a place there. And my mother, surprisingly. And then it's Harrods. So, but I've been in the Harrods car park. But most car park, the worst one for me is the one in Ken High Street. It's at the hotel there, the Kensington Garden Hotel, which is a lovely hotel. I've been there loads of times for all sorts of things. But the car park, you've got to go round. It's I tell you, you're so worried about damaging the side of the car. I worry about it all the time. Why has this woman on the television got bad hair extensions then? What is it about people wanting long hair? What is it, David Beckham, about people wanting, hair which isn't their own stuck on their heads? Very odd, isn't it? Mind you, the worst thing is, whenever you see people on Sky News doing the papers, that's the best they're ever going to look. They're never going to look any better than that, and that's what I find really depressing about life. Because they've had hair and makeup, and somebody's advised them on their costume, and they sit there and you go, and that's the best. Give up now. Luckily on here, because we're in radio, it doesn't matter what the team wear. This morning it's thongs, but it doesn't really matter because it's all part of the fun of radio. You know, the idea. I like Thong Friday as well. Just a thong on Friday. You know, I think that's quite a good idea. I mean, to be honest with you, some of us look good in a thong, some of us don't. I'm one of those who don't, I'm afraid. Anybody done the M5? I don't even know where the M5 goes to, but apparently it's a tourist attraction. It's the southwest of Birmingham. Best place for it, I suppose. It's being billed, the roadworks there, as a hit tourist attraction. How can you ever... I suppose there will be people who like motorway bridges, mainly because their relatives are bricked up in them, I should imagine. But when they said, no, seriously, you do get a lot of that. We used to have a lot of that in the 60s. They'd say, oh, so-and-so, you know, Harry the Fence has gone missing. And you go, where is he? I think he's on a motorway bridge somewhere. And they go, well, how did that work? You say, well, you just slip him 20 quid, drop him into the cement. You'd never know. Seriously, unless you went through every motorway bridge and you sort of x-rayed them. So I must do the M5. I've never done the M5. I've done the M3, the M4, the M1, the M11. I've done quite a few. They're all quite nice, actually, but boring. Dreadfully boring to drive, aren't they? So the story that we ran with at the beginning of the programme is in a lot of papers today and over the internet. The fact that Katie Price is now drinking way too much. And her life has turned into a disaster. She's not the big, successful, the pricey is always right. She's not. She's, in fact, a total failure. Now she's started sending pictures out of her son, Harvey, going swimming. You know, I don't think you would want to print a picture, unless you're particularly stupid, of your child. So consequently, you know, he's now being trolled by people. I think yesterday, or maybe today, they're appearing on Good Morning Britain. I've got no idea why. Perhaps one of the rare days you can find her when she's not been drinking. Your friend that went to Blackpool, was it Mark, says Barry? No. Some reason. Talking of areas not to love, Plumstead. Steve, when looking for a flat, just had to step out from the train station, look around and go, nah, not moving here. I've never been to Plumstead. I always thought it sounded quite nice. I wonder why it was called Plumstead. Perhaps they had plum trees there. Or something like that. Really agree with that. I've never been. I don't even know where it is. South East London. I've never done South East London. Near Woolwich. Oh, right. Woolwich Arsenal. I'd like to go to Woolwich Arsenal. Oh, right. Oh, I don't want to go to Woolwich Arsenal. It sounds quite nice, actually. I love the idea of getting out of the train and going, nah, not staying here. Could be so funny, couldn't it? What are we going to look at? Migrants from the EU at the lowest for 10 years. Also, outrage, the MP's salary rise, £2,000. That's nearly 3%, double that of their own parliamentary staff. Well, you know, if they do their job, then that's what it pays. I just laugh whenever you get the floor of the Commons yesterday after the MP's pay rise was announced. There's about 10, 15 people in it. I'm sorry, what are the other ones doing? You know, they've caused chaos over Brexit. Now they're going to pocket a big rise. Not so good. And better no deal than a bad one, says Donald Trump, as the peace talks with Kim Stall. I don't know what they talk about. I've really got no idea. And Del Boy's going to return to TV for comic relief. And Stacey Dooley holding child. They put in the you know, couldn't somebody be bothered to actually find out the name of this child who looks petrified with Stacey Dooley? I'm sorry, help, that's what the child is saying, I can tell, but, you know, it doesn't have a name, totally nameless, isn't that bad? I think that's dreadful. Sit here thinking, what the dickens am I doing? Sammy says, I live near Plumstead, don't waste your time, it's rubbish. And Richard says, you obviously suffered some bad experiences in British towns, have you considered having a few days in Dover? No thank you, I've seen pictures of Dover, I don't want to go there, I don't mind seeing the White Cliffs, and hearing Vera singing about them, but that's as far as it goes. It's nice to have your company. It's Friday morning, but you know that, unless you're Katie Price, in which case you've got no idea what day of the week it is. But I'll tell you, it's Friday morning. It's the 1st of March, pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. And it's the start of... I think we're officially now the start of spring, aren't we? So what did we get yesterday? Rain. Now, I don't mind rain. It's the only time the car looks nice. You know, the car does look nice and clean when it's got raindrops on roses, whiskers on kittens, and that's actually quite nice. So I sort of, I go big time on rain, and people go, oh, it's terrible, it's going to rain. I go, listen, it doesn't make any difference to me. Holly says, the M5 takes you down to the sunny southwest. It's a large and infamous car park during bank holidays and summer breaks. Right. We used to, when you were little, you probably don't remember, I can't remember when I was little either, but, and we go, oh, we're going to go to the seaside today. And then you'd go to maybe Bournemouth, or you go to, I don't know where else we went actually, loads of places. And all you did was just sit in traffic jams. And we go, but we're getting nearer the seaside. And in your mind, you'd be thinking, God, perhaps I can get a bucket and spade and a little packet of flags that you can stick on the... I don't know why, it was just what we... And a stick of rock. That's all you wanted, a stick of rock, and then if you were lucky, you got some chips on the way home, and then you'd fall asleep in the back of the car, and that was it. You'd had a day at the beach. And I'm quite sure that over the last few days, people have been enjoying themselves going out to the beach. And at the moment, it's not the most brilliant weather, and it's going to get worse again. So it gets better, gets worse. But that's what it's like over here. It's a bit like going to New Zealand. New Zealand's exactly the same. You go to New Zealand and they go, what was the weather like? You go, it rained. Steve, picture, Willesden, Southall, Brixton. There you go. You've been to Birmingham. I want to go. I now want to go because I want to see, because I used to work in Willesden. Steve, never in Birmingham? You're one lucky person. Spring starts 21st of March, says Monica. Thank you. Do you get the whole newspaper as you're doing your review, or do you have those review sheets like Sky? No, they're not review sheets, Mark. No, they photocopied the thing. Otherwise, they have to sit there turning a paper over. And so they actually photocopy it on their big photocopying machine. Rob in North Kensington says, been to Blackpool once. Never again. Full of Vicky Pollards. Yeah, but no, but, yeah, but no, but, yeah, but no, but. Lee says, I once drove through Plumstead. I had my wheel stolen. I was doing 60 at the time. Good gag, good gag. Why doesn't David Lammy get off his fat bottom and go to Africa himself? Well, he said that he was invited to go, but he declined. So he's not African either. So what difference? His family are from the Caribbean. What difference would that make? You know. But Peter, listen, he has a right to say what he says because he's basically saying to them, listen, Comic Relief said that they weren't going to be using these celebrities for climbing over rubbish things or just having picture opportunities or, you know, pictures with a family or something else because they just go there and that's it. They don't bother. How many times? The only time you know that David Beckham does anything to do with charity is when you see photographs in the paper. That's the only time. There must be loads of celebrities doing stuff. It's just that you don't hear about it. That's the big problem, isn't it? David Beckham will always go across and play football with some children because it's a photo opportunity. And that's why I asked the question, and I think it's a fairly sensible question. Stacey Dooley was not invited last year because she's nobody. She just makes documentaries. That's not a celebrity. That's called a journalist. You know, if you really think you're a celebrity just for making a few, you know, documentaries which are not seen by very many people, well, then that's it. So she decides she wants to up her profile. The next minute, somebody phones her agent and said she thinks she'd like to go out to do some money or do something for Comic Relief. They probably said, what else can you do? And the answer is you probably can't do anything else. So you're kind of stuck with her. So she goes out there. They give her a black child to hold and she has a picture taken and then she hands the child back and that's it. She doesn't follow up with the family and try and find out how they're going. I mean, is she going to be writing to them and sending money out or raising money? We don't know. Does she get paid? Is there a fee for doing this? I mean, presumably she doesn't have to pay for the aircraft flight, does she? That'll be paid for by the charity. And presumably she doesn't have to pay for any hotels that she stays in while she's out there. It's a photo opportunity. They're working on the premise that a celebrity, in inverted commas, no matter how naff, can raise money for Comic Relief. They've raised over $1 billion. I mean, it doesn't seem to have solved the problem, does it? So even $1 billion can't solve the problem. Steve, Dover is where dreams go to die. I know. Amazing to believe that just 10 minutes away from Dover is beautiful Deal. Yes, Deal's pretty, isn't it? Deal's nice. Steve, online figures show the government actually gives hundreds of millions of pounds a year towards dementia. I think not. I think not. I wish they don't. That's why they're having to raise money. £100,000 what they're trying to raise. You'll hear the interview tomorrow morning with Scott Mitchell, who's the husband of Barbara Windsor. We've got a clip as well coming up in a few minutes. Mark says, I've lived in Birmingham all my life. We're a happy bunch in Birmingham. Great shopping. And we're the best place for restaurants. Visit. You'll love it. Oh, thank you. Pablo says, a little child with Stacey Dooley looks terrifying. Of course. I'm sorry. Just go, what's going on? I'm not being given away, am I? It's not Madonna again, is it? Who's gone, I'll have that child. We'll have that one there. Who does have a family. The one that she adopted, David, has a family. You could consider coming to Buxton. We're in the stunningly beautiful Peak District, says Matt. There's a lovely opera house, and it rains a lot. You'd love it. Also, it's where the water comes from, isn't it? Buxton water. And in fact, if you take your own thing, you can fill it up with Buxton water. I've seen the Buxton Opera House. How? Because Hinge and Brackett played there. The dear ladies played Buxton. Steve, I wouldn't bother in Birmingham. I can't wait to move. I've been here 11 years, full of idiots, beggars. The only good thing is the canal's looking good, says Jasmine. Loving the show as always, and got my friends in Northampton tuning into you. Thank you. I don't know anything about Northampton. I'm not sure whether I should. Steve, if England was a body, says Nicola, Blackpool would be the armpit. Yes, it's a shame really, because it could be so nice. It's just the people. You know, and yet they did have one of those 4-in-a-bed hotels there where there was a woman and her son, and their hotel looked gorgeous. Really did look good, away from the usual sort of tat that you expect there. But it's appealing to a certain lot of people. It's like watching certain jewellery channels on the television. They're appealing to the lowest common denominator, where they'll spend 20 minutes extolling the virtues of some bit of tat jewellery. And then she goes, this is so collectible, we've got so little of it, we've raided the vaults for it. And they sit there with their fake smiles and their sort of smarmy old nails and all the rest of it. And there was one woman demonstrating earrings the other day. She had better sideboards than I did. And then you sort of watch it, and then they go, and here is this, and it's... Are you sure? We can do it we're going to get into trouble, aren't we? You think, oh, quit with the chronically bad acting, please. How much is it? $29.99. I've got collectors coming up, and they sit there selling this tat, and it appeals to certain people. So if you're going to go on holiday, and you're going to go to Blackpool, you're a certain sort of person. I mean, I don't know anybody from Twickenham who's actually headed up to Blackpool for holiday. You know, we don't need to go that far to find somewhere similar. Steve, what's the guy that played the piano and it ain't half hot, Mum? I've no idea. Lofty, wasn't it? Lofty. I think they called him Lofty. I'm sure he was the one who played the piano. He was the bald-headed one, and I think he played the piano. Was I right? Or was Lofty or Lefty or something? I can't remember, actually, now. I can't remember. I know he was bald, and I can picture him in my mind, but I can't remember what they called him. And it ain't half... Gunner. It's nowhere near it, is it? I'm so... Lofty was a singer... Whispering grass, don't tell the tree. Yes. Nothing to do with Hinge and Bracket, Lee. You know, they were a drag act, OK? If you come to Birmingham, I'll buy you lunch, says Jasmine. Don't threaten me with poisoning. I can have lunch anywhere. In Birmingham, says Mark, we say Blackpool is an open prison for ugly people. Oh, so unkind, and probably so true. Steve, I live in Plumstead Common. Oh, sorry, Plumstead Common. I thought you meant you were common. At the top of the hill, it's got a great community. Plumstead Art, Plumstead Runners, the Environment Group. Don't live at the bottom by the station. I own the Plum Tree Cafe in Greenwich. Last week we were open and somebody in a high-vis jacket stole table and chairs. Took one set and came back for the other. Mind you, people steal everything nowadays. There's another piece in the paper. Same story as I did yesterday for you, which is people going round stealing... parking meters where you put money in. I didn't even think there were parking meters in London where you put money in. I thought it was all on the app. If I park my car, I do it on the app. Mind you, it's so expensive. By the time you've paid for everything nowadays, you might as well stay at home, look at pictures. You'd love Chester, says Stephen from Chester, where I live. The Jewel of the North. It's lovely, isn't it? It's lovely. Do you know, you must watch some of these jewellery channels. And really, it's the biggest pile of... The more I think about it, the biggest pile of rubbish. These fake presenters. This is so... Oh, look at the colours. And they try and come up with as many superlatives to describe tat jewellery as they possibly can. And this is... And the mine's just closing down. And this is the last of it. $29.99. Obviously not as sought after as we thought. Steve, if Britain were a person, what body part would the Isle of Wight be? I've got no idea, actually. I can't do those sort of things. That was years ago. You could do it because you could visualise the actual land mass, but I can't do that now. That's far too complicated at this time of the morning. I'm light-ent. I keep explaining I'm light-ent. We don't do Brexit unless it's absolutely necessary. We try not to get involved with sort of ministers who jump onto the bandwagon, so they all get their own coverage. And then you get Nadine Dorries, yawn, who turns up on a programme about food. What's it got to do with her? She writes books, and apparently she's somebody's MP. If you enjoy a good ruby, you'll love Brum. Well, you've got jewellery shops up there as well. Amazing, Richard. A good ruby. Listen, you can't use Cockney rhyming slang to describe something in Birmingham. It's not allowed. Ruby Murray, curry, down here. You know, that's round Brick Lane and places like that. Although, actually, I might get a good curry today. And, Steve, you make my lonely morning brighter. Thank you, Eric. Have you ever been to Richmond's farmer's market? No, we've got one in Twickenham. Thank you very much indeed. I know what a farmer's market looks like. Maggie's in Wolverhampton says you make me laugh. And another one, Paulie says, I had a hotel in Blackpool for 3 years. In 2014, I sold up and moved back to Kent. Now I live in beautiful Deal. Blackpool was horrid. Trailer trash, unreal. I know, it is the people, isn't it? I told you when I went up there, we went for a magic convention. It does it every year. And we went up there, and we were walking back to I think we walked back to the hotel. Very brave of me in those days. And there were some people there, some let's call them yobbos, at the side of the road with a fag, and said, hey, mate, you tell me the way to Amarillo. He thought he was being really clever, obviously. So I went, yeah, I said, go straight down here and turn left. I said, just over on the right. Completely through him. That's how dim. After the news and travel, we'll have a listen to what's coming up this weekend on In Conversation. One of the pair is the other half of one of our best loves. It says maybe the guy in the high vis thought the cafe in Greenwich was a takeaway when he walked off with the chairs. In Plumstead, Steve, no one can hear you scream. And John says, I live in Northampton and go on holiday to Blackpool. What does that tell you? I don't know, actually. I don't know what it tells me. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Come to Dudley, Steve. We have a zoo, a castle, and the Black Country Museum, which is the set for Peaky Blinders. I've never been to... That's a living museum, isn't it? That I'd quite like to see. So many places in this country which are brilliant. My brother and his future wife are very good at these sort of places. I'd love to sort of spend money and sort of send them around the country. Ruby Murray, says Mohammed, was a real person. I interviewed Ruby Murray. Excuse me. She was probably one of the most famous singers in the 1930s. I worked for somebody who happened to be her stepson. She married somebody by the same name of Lamar, who was in the circus. Yes, Ruby Murray came in to LBC some years ago. Your mention of Buxton in Derbyshire, says Chris, reminded me of a trip many years ago to the beautiful Chatsworth House, very close to the picturesque village of Bakewell, where the tarts come from. I went to take a look, but apparently it's a sort of cake. Yeah, thank you so much indeed. And Steve, Northampton is a tip and a lawless town, but many parts of the country, the county of Northamptonshire, are beautiful. Listen, there are so many places you go to that you go, oh, I bet that's lovely. I mean, wherever you go, I can see pictures of Twickenham, which makes it look like a completely different place to the one that I know, that I walk up and down every day. Curry, says Martina. If you venture out to Worcester Park or Upper Richmond Road, the Munal Tandoori restaurant, owned by a wonderful Nepalese family who create dishes which are aromatic and delicious. Don't talk to me about food. Not at this time of the morning, because I shall get round to it a bit later on. And yesterday I received my Take That ticket for the concert on the 28th of March at the Royal Albert Hall. But the first time, I've got to bring photo ID with me as a proof it was me who bought the ticket, says Connor. Yes, if you don't, they will not admit you. They're clamping down on this, and some groups have said, and I think Take That are one of them, they don't want people to buy secondary tickets. So people who buy tickets and then tout them online, they will stop you coming in. How they can do that, I've got no idea, but apparently they do. They do. He's doing this, he's seriously, a bit like me, couch potato, and now he's started running, and he loves it. So he goes 3 times a week, and he's going to do a half marathon and then a full marathon. Now, as well as Scott, I'll be talking to one of Britain's comedy legends. This Anglo-Australian first found success at the age of just 23. As one of the writers of The Young Ones, he then started collaborating with Richard Curtis, one of the men behind Comic Relief, of course, and ended up writing the memorable 2nd, 3rd and 4th series of Blackadder. Over the years, he's also penned no fewer than 15 novels. It's Ben Elton. He explained how he developed his style of comedic delivery.
If only I was on Saturday Live now. What a privilege I had back in the mid-'80s. Every week I looked at the newspapers and I just unleashed on what I used to call it the topicals. Yeah. I used to do a 5-minute opening routine written that day. And I think that's where I developed this very fast delivery. I was so scared and I was just trying to remember this. I didn't use an autocue, which I should have done. And so I was very sort of nervous and I just sort of spat it all out. But I think, because I tend to form, you know that great Ian Forster misquote, how can I tell you what I think until I've heard what I have to say? That's kind of how I operate, both as a writer. I never really know what I'm going to say or do until I'm doing it. Yeah. So a conversation like this is in itself a process of improvisation, and so is a stand-up. You write a lot of material, but on the stage, of course, you bust with it and you play with it.
Big fan. The comic Ben Elton, who's in conversation with me this weekend, along with Dame Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott Mitchell. You can hear me talking to Scott and Ben tomorrow morning from 6, after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. But I promise you, they're both really great interviews. Scott he sent me a thing afterwards saying he was so thrilled to have been invited in. I said, any time. anytime. We're going to keep our eye on that one. Steve, it's very hard to get away, says Ron, when you only have one day off a week. Brighton is probably the nearest bit of seaside for a day out. Yes, I mean, I'm actually lucky because I get Friday off and Saturday, and then I go to bed Saturday and I come into work on Sunday. But that's how it works out nowadays. I quite like that. I like doing something. I like being busy. We were talking, the other day about, jobs that some people have that they don't like. They're deeply unhappy doing a job. They're not getting out of it what they should be. And I've always maintained that there are jobs that you do that you really absolutely love. I mean, believe it or not, even though it paid rubbish money, I loved working in a shop, in a department store. I thought that was one of the best things ever. I thought that was great. Till I discovered radio and DJing and stuff like that. Then and you sort of go there and you think, and I always say to people, I've had actors in here and we've said this both the same thing. It's so fantastic. You do something you like and they pay you for it. And people write, it's just phenomenal. It really is. Richard in Darlington says, had a tear in my eye. That snippet of Scott. Have you ever interviewed Joan Collins? Yes, done Joan a few times. My friend has bought 4 tickets for Elton John, says Holly, in 2020 as an investment, hoping to sell them on at a good price. If photo ID becomes the norm, looks like he's going to have to go to the concert himself. And I'm not even sure he particularly likes Elton John. Yeah, they're going to start bringing it in with more and more people. Although why it makes any difference to the artist, what they don't want to see is they don't want to see their fans ripped off. You don't want to see somebody saying the ticket's face value is £35, it's up for sale for £1,000. That's called a rip-off. So that's why you've got to take the photo ID to certain concerts, and Take That have really pushed big for this one. And, the worst thing is, of course, we got a bit of problem with Bros, mainly because the touts aren't interested. So they're having to rely on the fact, because Bros are in the studio at the moment, still got the cleaning contract, and they might be releasing some material, although why, I can't imagine. One's a drummer and the other one sings other people's songs. So I don't know what they're going to come up with. I really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But that's always interesting, isn't it? It's like, we're looking forward to the Spice Girls coming back. Do we care whether Victoria's there? No, of course we don't. Why? They're going to sound exactly the same. Visit sunny Southport, Steve. Beautiful beaches, far enough south from Blackpool, close enough to visit the northern gem of Chester. Lovely. Very nice. LBC News Times. At breakfast, 7 o'clock this morning, as yet another minister resigns from the government over Brexit. MPs will be getting a pay rise of some 2.7%. How can that possibly be justified? Nick will be finding out what the decision to overturn the murder conviction of a woman who killed her husband will do to stop domestic violence in future. Plus, following MP David Lammy's criticism of Comic Relief and its use of white celebrities in Africa, do people like Stacey Dooley really have a white saviour complex? That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 on LBC. Jan raises an interesting point. She said that you said you're off Fridays and Saturdays. Who's talking to me from the radio now? It is Friday. You see, I think that sort of 7 o'clock when I finish, I then look as I've got the whole day left. So that's what I look at, which is quite nice. Farming's a fantastic job, Steve. Oh, it's very hard work. Very hard work to be a farmer. As I say, I was watching that programme the other day. Do you remember the one? I think it's like The Farmer Wants a Wife. And so they found 2 very sensible people for one of the farmers and somebody completely stupid who quite clearly wouldn't qualify, turned up with full makeup on, ripped jeans. Just looking like a complete and utter waste of space. And I thought, and I said yesterday on the programme, she's quite clearly one of those, I just want to be on television. She had to get her father to drive her. She'd obviously never heard of minicabs. Steve says, Elliot in Basingstoke, I'm totally disabled with MS, but listening to you makes me smile. Good news. That's all we need. Sunday morning, QVC, my daughter Maria is showing 2 table lamps that can be candle mode and colour change. No need for batteries, says Marilyn. No leads to plug in as they come with a charger. Oh, grief. And Ron says, find a job you love and you never have to work again. But our best joke of the morning came from Paul, who says, I've heard at the Bros concert, Luke and Matt will have to provide photo ID. Lammy's comments, Steve, about white saviour is a load of tosh. In an enlightened world, regardless of colour, if you can help them, do it. Yes, he just doesn't want to see another white celebrity coming over the hill, cuddling a black child. They should be able to find black celebrities, for God's sake. Can't be that difficult. Although Comic Relief has said that they were going to cut back on that. It's not just a case of, Stacey Dooley's doing it, fly her out there, put her up in a nice hotel. She's not living in a mud hut or anything like that, as far as I know. And so she'll go out there, photo opportunity, and then they fly back again, and that's it. It's not quite the same, is it? Tony says, have you ever seen footage of a bus journey from Twickenham to Teddington? Yes, it's a tram. It's a tram journey. It was to celebrate the fact that we became a borough. That's what it was. Wendy says, be interesting to see how Sir Lenny Henry reacts to what David Lammy said. He's never bothered about the skin colour of fundraisers. No. But a few people haven't said anything that I would expect to say something. Kavita says, it's my birthday today. I'm 41 years young, but now I feel 31. Loving the show, as always. Thank you. We always like things like that. It's always nice to have nice comments on a program, especially on a Friday, because we're all in good moods on a Friday. And the reason we're having good moods is because it's the weekend and you might have something nice planned. I don't think the weather's going to be anything to write home about, so don't bother writing. But, if you want to put your feet up this afternoon, put your feet up. The other day, oh dear, the rows on Sheila Fogarty. I got home and I did a few little bits and pieces, and then I went out in the car and I was listening to Sheila Fogarty. Oh, one man was having a right go about this and that, and we shouldn't have this. Oh dear. And you know me, I love a good argument. Love a good argument. The Daily Express, front page today. Migrants from the EU at the lowest for 10 years. Kate admits she's broody for baby number 4. That'll be Harry going to Meghan. Can't we just get this one out and get another one on the way? And she's going, no, I'm tired. And he'll go, look at them, they're bouncing around all over the place. They've already got 3 children. There's poor Harry he's almost like the Princess Margaret of the royal family. It's every time they announce, we could have another, you can just see them sitting at home going, Harry, do you think we should start drinking? She goes, she's going to go for another one. That'll be 4 how much further down the line can we drop? The answer is quite a lot further down the line. There's no chance that in anybody's lifetime Harry is going to be sitting on that throne unless there's a total disaster. Daily Mirror, Kate, I'm feeling broody for number 4. I wasn't sure about the coat she was wearing. It was a bit sort of... you'll probably sell out, I should imagine. The landmark ruling, our loving mum killed dad, but she was never a murderer. And this is Sally Challen, who served 8 years for killing Richard in a hammer attack at their Surrey home. Daily Star, Shuey. This is Schumacher. They're keeping very quiet about, for some reason, I can't quite work out. They're not giving any answers on, how is he? I mean, they're very private, aren't they? I mean, I don't want to ask the stupid question, but I'm going to have to ask it. He is still alive, isn't he? Or do we not know that? Has he been seen? Yeah. He's alive, the producer says, but we don't know how conscious he is. Isn't that bizarre? So I was very, not disturbed by it, I was just curious. I like being curious about things. Corrie Starr's clash with Killer. And Holly, my Momo terror. New Falls on the Beeb. And Oscar winner Rami Malek is in final talks to play the villain in Bond 25. David Hasselhoff thinks that we're going to be putting our money down to go and see Knight Rider the movie. I'm not sure whether we will. I mean, the trouble is, because it's only people I wouldn't pay to go and see it because I'm not really interested, and I'm the generation that grew up with it. That's not nice, is it? Strictly winner Stacey Dooley in all the papers. If I'm too white, you help Africa. And he said he doesn't want to. Also, Matt Lucas received a death threat from a Michael Jackson fan after he branded the King of Pop a child abuser who can rot. He says he believes the claims of abuse in the documentary Leaving Neverland. And the family have said it's not true. It's not true. Plus, an ape beaten up by rivals at his new zoo has finally been accepted and got 2 girlfriends. Have you ever seen Monkey World? That's quite good, honestly. And you then see the hierarchy within monkey families. It's quite amazing. Also, more on Christine McGuinness. God, you're boring, aren't you? Why don't you just stay in more, dear? Most of these silly little photographs of you going out on the town again. It's so dull and dreary. The Michael Schumacher thing. Hay fever is booming. Luckily, I don't suffer from hay fever, but I'm sure loads of people do. And this is because the recent mild spell started millions sneezing, with spring-like weather hitting earlier than ever. Chemists are warning that the country's 18 million sufferers have started reaching for the It can't be much fun, can it? Your eyes water. Oh, do you suffer from hay fever? Oh, that's awful. I won't pick on you anymore. Now I know you're a sufferer. God, honestly, why can't I just take tablets like anybody else? Oh, do you take Piriton or something? Yeah, Piriton, eye drops. My God, you're a real victim, aren't you? You've got the complete set. 10 to 7, we went on a cruise last year, says John. We were sitting on the deck listening to the band. As we sailed through Bermuda, the man playing the triangle disappeared. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, do you think that's true about the Bermuda Triangle? Do you really think that? And, Steve, is it true the difference between an Airfix model kit and David Beckham is that one of them is a glueless kit? Not nice, is it really? Geraldine says, have a lovely weekend, whatever you do. Yes, I'm now going out for lunch today. I wasn't planning on going out to lunch, but now I'm going out for lunch. I might have fish and chips. Push the boat out, which is very exciting. Also, front pages. Morecambe and Wise conductor bows out. This is Andre Previn, 89. Dreadful picture of a teenager attacked by a gang. One gang attacked one teenager. What a bunch of girls' blouses they turn out to be. 500,000 people have watched it. The boy was treated for minor injuries. He's 15. He was dragged off his bike into a fountain. What a horrible bunch of thugs. Let's find out who they are. Let's get them in court, shall we? Get them in prison. Let's teach them the rough side of life. Daily Sun. The Daily Sun. Why not? Fury at £2,000 MP's pay rise. It's, I mean, to be honest with you, I think the latest increase means that their pay will have soared by £13,750 or 21% since 2012. Quite some going, isn't it? Also inside, David Walliams has set up his Instagram to see snaps of topless models. He's not very successful in relationships, David Walliams, really. Meghan, oh, this is a hilarious one. I read that. I forgot to do it earlier on, actually. It's involving somebody called Priyanka Chopra, who's obviously an actress or something like that. But anyway, Meghan Markle is friendly with her, with Priyanka. And anyway, now their friendship is on the rocks after she missed the actress's wedding. The ex-Miss World was a guest as Meghan wed Prince Harry last May, but the pregnant Duchess of Sussex was absent when her mate married Nick Jonas in December. And then you get this thing here. This is the hilarious bit. I mean, this can't be true, can it? A source told one American newspaper Priyanka was crushed. She feels Meghan didn't respect her. The friendship is over unless Meghan apologises. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. The snub is the reason why the Bollywood star was not at Meghan's baby shower. But another source told The Sun, this isn't true. Both women are friends. Hilarious. I'm sorry, she's dissing me. It's a bit like these sort of stupid people in Towie and stuff like that. The mum scrawling the names in the memorial bench cement is The Sun this morning. One's called Shell, because when you hold her up to your ear, you can hear the C. And the other one's not. Workmen put in the bench, and the next day they started writing their names. Obviously a bit thick, aren't they? But anyway, one woman is being interviewed. Investigations are ongoing. I think we get them and we take them into court. That's criminal damage as far as I'm concerned. Stupid people, honestly. What did I see the other day? It was another one of those happy and on benefits or something. Another bunch of lazy, bone-idle people. One of them, it was a drug dealer. A drug dealer, if you please. Oh, dear. Is this justice for abused wives? Legal landmarker's mother who killed husband with hammer wins appeal. And also, as Andre Previn dies, the genius who put sex into symphonies. I think he was married to Mia Farrow at one point. Plus, inside, 750,000 people miss out on breast cancer checks. Stacey, Fury at White Saviour Hour MP. David Lammy went on to Victoria. You can't stop David Lammy appearing on anything. He's so much of a celebrity now. It's almost big. I think all the rest of the stuff has just gone by the wayside. Let's just appear on television. Go on, David, do the decent thing. He was on with what? He was on with Eddie. I know. I think they're chums, aren't they, or something? Or they sort of, you know, must be. You wouldn't appear on somebody's show if you weren't chums. But he obviously likes him, as indeed we all do. And so he'll be back on later on today. James O'Brien won't be doing aftershaves. He did aftershaves the other day. I said, oh, so after... He was dissing me because of my aftershave. So I showed him the bottle the other day. I don't want him using any. It's far too expensive. And he went, how much is that? So I told him. He went, I could tell straight away. He wasn't used to spending any more than 3 and 6pence on an aftershave. Times this morning, fancy a laugh. The Muslim teacher changing the face of comedy. Good. I will tell you the other reason that Begin woman is being attacked is because she went on television and gave interviews without being veiled. Which, of course, I mean, she should know by now. She's not that thick, is she? Or is she just a liar? I wonder. Polymaths wanted at Britain's first new university in 40 years. Also, a high-profile peer is to stand trial. 4-hour waiting limit for A&E to be scrapped I've never waited 4 hours in A&E. I've been to loads of A&Es. I've never waited 4 hours. I've always been very pleased with the service that I've got. I know some people don't. And also, stranded at 20,000 feet, Tom never sees mountains as his enemy. His mother died on the mountain, and now he's gone missing. Rudolf Nureyev, the Royal Ballet, treated me like an electric hare. I'm probably old enough to remember Rudolf Nureyev. A lot of people didn't remember him. Race is key to stopping gang violence, says Trevor Phillips. I just don't think you're going to stop it. It's growing like topsy. What did we have the other day? Another young person was stabbed to death. It's all gangs. They chase people. It's pathetic, honestly. In my day, you remember the Tufty Club or the Ovaltinis. Now, the most violent thing we had was a stick. Goodness sake, and that's when you went and played poo sticks a little bit later on. Stacey Dooley, blah, blah, blah. Fulham sack Ranieri. Is that important? Probably not. Probably not. And apparently the popularity of fur-trimmed parkas has become a boon to American trappers. Coyote fur pelts are used on the hoods of Canada goose coats and imitators. A good western coyote prize for its silky, light-coloured fur can fetch up to 128 quid. Oh dear, bad news for coyotes, I'm afraid, this morning. And The Guardian. Lack of fines is making a mockery of the pay gap. Momo challenge is a hoax, say UK charities. Of course it could be. And tired and unhelpful stereotypes. The Labour MP in the round with the Strictly star. She's not a star. What are we calling her a star for? She just went on a TV programme and danced. Doesn't make her a star. God, blimey, honestly. Talk about over-egging the pudding. Steve, I think, says Chantal, David Lammy's made the situation worse. He hasn't helped or shone a light in a positive way, and he could have. He still can. He said he doesn't want to. Said he doesn't want to. So what can we do about it? So happy it's Friday, Steve, on the final leg of my journey to Marseille and back. Just about to leave Reims to head up to the port in Zeebrugge. Police made us stay here and then do the final 4 hours to the coast without stopping due to the migrant problems. Tonight on the ship and home tomorrow. Seems like it's been a long week, but I have saved up a few months of your little bit extra. So I was listening to you nearly all day on the trip. And the Spikers page has over 1,000 members, so that was great to hear. So well done, little Julie and Paul Sloan. And that's it for me. I will be back with you tomorrow morning. I went out there because I couldn't find a cup, and I managed to find a cup, and then Phil very kindly said to me, he said, I'll go make you a cup of tea. And so, bless his heart, he's hovered next door.
I heated the cup.
Did you heat the cup?
Yeah.
Do you know, I do that. What, do you just put hot water in it?
Put the hot water in.
Yeah.
In the microwave for a minute.
You didn't?
Yeah.
Did you really?
And then take it stays hotter for longer.
My God, you're a catch for somebody, I'm telling you. One of these days we'll find somebody. Thank you. There we go. Got my cup of tea. Because he said to me, what are you doing? I said, I need a cup of tea. Beginning of the programme, the one thing I like is a cup of tea. But you know what else I had this morning? Which I haven't had in a long, long while. Stop it. Make you stand in the corner. Hot lemon juice. I went to Costco the other day, and, they do little Jif lemons and things like that, which is sort of squirty lemon juice. But I don't know whether it's, because I really don't know, whether it's all lemon juice or lemon juice with something or so. Anyway, whatever it is, they had these 2 big bottles of lemon juice. In each bottle, there's 80 lemons squeezed to get this juice in. So I thought, it's only about 4 quid. So I thought, it might have been 5, I don't know. And so I thought, I'll buy it. So I took it home, and this morning I thought I'll have, because it's very good for you, hot lemon. And so I filled up the cup with hot water, poured in the lemon juice. I think I put too much in, because frankly it took the top of my roof of my mouth off. But it was really nice. And I thought, that's the way forward. That is the healthy option. That is the healthy option. I'm going to drink lemon juice every morning. I used to do it in Vienna. They used to have a little sort of jug thing filled with the right amount of lemon juice. You put it in hot water, and it was delicious. I could drink tons of it. And they'd always say, do you want hot... Steve, you want hot lemon? Yes, please. And so I'm trying to revitalise... I might have to go back, I think, to Costco to go and get some more of it. Anyway, I hope you've had a good week. Thank you for yesterday, because we were... playing out 2 interviews for In Conversation. You'll hear the repeat at 9 o'clock this evening. One is the husband of Barbara Windsor, that's Scott Mitchell, and the other one is Ben Elton. And it's got the most amazing reaction. Scott's interview talking about Barbara and how she is at the moment and how they first discovered, and it's a very moving interview, very moving. And for anybody who's going through things like that, he'll tell you how he's coping with it. It's not easy at all. So all of that this evening at 9 o'clock on LBC. Plus the terrified stars who put on a dog show to put off raiders. Now, I don't know if you've heard of this before. I only discovered them about 5 weeks ago. It was an advert that appeared in Country Life for, it's called K9. And what they do is they train Alsatians to be guard dogs, or as I prefer to call it, attack dogs. But they're trained on certain words. So they train them for a year, and then they can go into families. And so they've got pictures of little children with them to prove that the dogs are, safe and all the rest of it. And then at the given moment, should somebody threaten you or your family, you give this command, and this dog will come to your defence. And I remember thinking, what a brilliant idea. But I thought, well, that's exactly the same as police dogs, isn't it? And these are trained, I think, by ex-police trainers. And I thought, what a sad state of affairs that we're in at the moment, and these dogs are about £15,000. And that was what I thought they were at the beginning. I mean, I think they can go higher, much higher than that. And so you end up with a dog that becomes the family pet. But at the same time, should you be in a situation whereby your family is under threat or you feel threatened, this dog comes into its own. I thought, what a clever thing I'd love a dog like that. I'm always envious of people, the homeless people who seem to have loads of dogs, who seem to be the best trained. They sort of sit there quite patiently. They go to sleep on the pavement. They're not fazed by anything at all. Daisy, who's quite clearly, are you on drugs or something, Daisy, or some sort of medication? I didn't see anything in the papers about the little earthquake. You obviously, but why did you not see that? Can you not read? It was in every single newspaper. Goodness sake, honestly. Do you think the government should bring back the National Service for all these stabbings, says Martin? No, I don't. I don't know what the answer is. I can't wave a magic wand. Nobody can wave a magic wand. It's just, especially after that 17-year-old, she was stabbed in the back. She's like a chief scout, she was like sort of the last person you would expect to be caught up in this sort of dreadful situation. Also, it was, you ask what on earth she was doing in a park in the first place, and I don't have the answer for it. I don't think bringing in National Service will make the slightest difference. Listen, they can't even have a knife amnesty, and people hand in all their knives, and now there's no more knife crime. Load of old codswallop. People carry on, because it's a case of, well, you've all handed your knives in. Ha, I've not. And that's the way it works. This is gang-related, although, frankly, she can't be gang-related. She's 17, she appears to have been an absolutely charming girl. 17, murdered in this senseless attack by somebody. I'd string them up myself from a tree. I would string them up. These people going around, attacking, ruining families' lives. We get it all the time. I'm sick to death of reading about it in the newspapers. People, families torn apart because their son, mainly boys, are caught up in this gang warfare. They're caught up in this, my gang from this postcode is bigger than your gang from this postcode and all the rest of it. I tell you, I wouldn't give you a threepence for any of them. They're scum of the earth, and their parents should be heartily ashamed, because the parents appear to know nothing that goes on. It's amazing, actually. Absolutely amazing. Also, what was the other one? Yes, Stacey Dooley. Everybody's been saying the same thing about this. It's a case of, do these celebrities produce any money? Is she a celebrity, or is she just a documentary maker? I think she's just a documentary maker. I don't think a celebrity is just somebody who goes out with a film crew. And as was pointed out by a number of columnists in the papers today, how can you possibly go out there to raise money for people who've had billions handed over the years, and there's so much corruption, it never kind of gets to the right place. And all you end up with is she's not known over there. She's hardly known in this country. And so she's over there wearing a £350 pair of shoes. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And very quiet this morning, says Holly. 2 car alarms so far set up with the strong winds. Well, that's the way it's going to be for today. It's going to be the strong wind, and it's going to be rain. Who cares? Doesn't make any difference, does it? It's only a bit of water. Goodness sake, we can't cope with it. Take some shower gel out, make everybody work properly for it. Also, men are twice as likely to get a spray tan for a night out. I did check with the producer. He decided that no, he wasn't one of those men who would go for a spray tan. And if you saw him, you would agree. He's not. You can't see him in a pair of white paper panties. Well, you could if you thought very hard about it, but generally speaking, no, he wouldn't be there. If he's going to have a tan, he would go to the south of France and he would lie on a beach, or, that's how he would get his tan. Robbie Williams and his wife are in mourning. Their turtle died. The turtle has a sister, and it's now in rehab. Seriously, in America, you can find people who will sort of regress your turtle because a fool and their money are very soon parted. It's as simple as that. Gary says, I've always had Lemsips when under the weather with a cold. Asked somebody if they knew of a non-medicated equivalent. Looked at me as if I was daft. Well, if you've got is it a cold or is it just a little bit of... It was like listening to Matt overnight. How many people come on and go, how are you? He's already told you at the beginning of the programme when somebody asks him, how are you? And he goes, I'm fine. And then blow me down the next one, how are you? You feel like saying, what, are you deaf or something? I've already told you I'm fine. You don't need to keep repeating the thing. What is this British obsession with sort of, I did it once, but of course it doesn't work with certain people. So when somebody says, hello, how are you today? And I go, well, started on the Tuesday, I had a slight bad back. By the time you've done an hour, I tell you, they're beginning to hate you. They're beginning to hate you. But you have to tell them that. And of course, nobody from East European countries has the sense of humour that the British have. Ours is totally unique. Mad, some might say. Mad. So Dorothy in Wales is playing Scrabble. God. You're doing all the big words. And, if, off, to, when, rain, things like that. I never played Scrabble. I never understood. I always wanted to learn. Tell you what I really wanted to learn. I wanted to learn shorthand. When you see people in court and they're doing, and you think, it's just a load of squiggles. My mother did Pitman. She learnt Pitman, and there was a book, and I remember looking at it thinking, it's just hieroglyphics. That's all it is. It was all, and then I thought to myself, that's quite clever, isn't it? And then we used to have somebody years ago who was our money bloke on LBC. He was our sort of financial editor, and he could type without looking at the keyboard. He could have a conversation with you. You'd be sitting and you'd be, and I'm thinking, are you just writing rubbish? Or is there actually some formation to these words? And it turned out he was perfect. Me, I've just got two fingers. Da, 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 da. Uppercase, da, 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 lowercase. And that's how you do it. It works quite well. But he was fast. And I was always very jealous. Steve, have you heard it's now free to use the loos at Waterloo Station? I use the ones on the trains. I use the ones on the trains, which are fine. Just have to remember to lock the door from the inside. If it's one of the ones with the round door, the semicircular thing. Sorry, we have to have a cup of tea. We have to have a cup of tea on a Sunday morning. It's the only thing that gets me into the day. And today I've got a lot of driving, so I'm going down to see my brother, who fell down the stairs the other day, so I promised to go down there, probably get blown away on the motorway. Yorkshire puddings are the favourite UK regional snack. Producer, of course, not a fan of these. He doesn't like the little crispy things. That's the bit I like, you see. He doesn't do the ones in the baking tray, the Aunt Bessie ones, where you take them out. Kindly old woman with a mop cap on sort of puts your things in. He likes them big. He likes big. You like big, don't you? Very impressed by big. Do you put anything in them? You are from Yorkshire. Well, I've been there. I lived there for 2 years. Don't sort of claim the whole counties for yourself. East Riding, West Riding. North Riding. I can't remember where we were. We were near Spurn Point. Always a disappointment. And that was quite nice. The weather, though, in winter was terrible. When you had a winter there, because it was so flat, it was... and it got really cold, and our little hands got chafed. And everything else, and we had to go and queue for the school bus, and there'd be a blizzard, and you'd be standing, a little frozen snowman, waiting for the bus to come along, like a scene out of the Titfield Thunderbolt. I'm with you, the only view, scum, death, to keep us all safe, says Brian. Little bit dramatic, but I don't know what the answer is. To knife crime, there appears to be no easy solution. You can't do anything about it. These scum are walking around on the street. They've had to, McDonald's in Birmingham, put in a thing that if you're carrying a knife, it warns them. In McDonald's? What are they doing? Cutting their Big Macs in half or something? What are these people? These people are scum of the earth. They really are. Anyway, we got the papers. Papers are full of nice stories and rubbish stories, and then sometimes they're full of stories that they've pinched from other people. And so in the Mirror today, actually, interestingly enough, Mary Berry is making a quick and easy pudding. I've always been in favour of quicker, because now we've got Pancake Day coming up. Pancake Day. And that's what, don't bother making them. That would be ridiculous. They either make a mixture, I think in Iceland it's like a pound, and then you fill it with water and you shake it very vigorously, and then you just pour it into the frying pan. Or failing that, if you're really bone idle, which I am, I just go and buy ready-made pancakes. They do, I think it's either an 8-inch. What? What do you mean no? Of course they do ready-made pancakes. It's for people like me. If God had meant me to cook, he'd have given me a pair of hands that could throw things together, but he didn't. He gave me the gift of speech. So, I mean, I could have had the other gift of baking. But, well, no, it's easy. What you do is you turn the frying pan up, boiling hot, the hottest you can get, and then once it's reached the right temperature, you chuck in one of these ready-made pancakes, and it cooks, and then you flip it over, and then you put your filling in there. Apparently now you can put bacon in. Peasants, don't put bacon in there. It's a pancake. You're supposed to put, fruit in, blackcurrant or things. People put toffee popcorn in and stuff like that. Listen, just a bit of apple, or failing that, it should be just a bit of lemon juice and a bit of sugar. Lemon juice and sugar, that's how it always was. It's only recently they go, have you thought about putting crumble mixture in there? No, have you ever thought of having a thick head? You don't bother with these things. But no, always buy them. So much easier. Otherwise you make the mixture. Of course, you probably make your own. And then you sort of and then what do you do with all the mixture you got left over? Put it in the fridge. Just keep making pancakes till it runs out. You see? That's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with peasants. Honestly. It's so much easier to go and buy the ready-made pancakes. I mean, if you get the big ones, it's fantastic. But I've got a big frying pan, so I can do this. And then you make them and you roll them over. And I have to be honest, you can just about eat one and then the next one's ready. Which is fantastic. Right. YouTube told to ban racist Tommy videos. Not his real name, Stephen. So here he is. This is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Ooh, you little snob, you, honestly. But he's amassed 330,000 YouTube followers. Not quite enough for an army, is it? Emma and Jade to wed after 20 years. Emma Bunton, about blooming time. Good Lord, we've dragged that one out. So that's good. Emma Lee Bunton and Jade Keith Jones. And they're both Aquarians. Bit disorganised. I don't know. That's what she said. I don't know. But there's no let-up. In May, off with the Spice Girls. Mel C, Mel B and Jerry Horner for the big reunion tour. And they'll have a nice time. They'll certainly be doing better business than Bros. Morning, everybody. Where did you get your frying pan from? Why don't you go boil your head? Go and do us all. What a stupid question, honestly. Why do I get the ones who are medicated? Is this the aftermath of, how are you? As Matt said to all of his callers. No, his callers said to him, how are you today? You lived in the East Riding, Steve, says Julie. Thank you. It's nice to know somebody's caring about me this morning. And another one here. SpaceX have announced there's a dummy on board their latest rocket. I've no idea what SpaceX is. Is it a film? I don't know. Matt said, I got a distinction in my... Oh, it's the Matt. He got a distinction in his shorthand exam, and I can type without looking at the screen. Getting camper by the day, Matt. Getting camper by the day. I mean, you could be a secretary. Dorothy says, I can do Pitman shorthand, 80 words a minute, and type at 75 words a minute. Did it at college years ago. Not much used these days. No, my mother used it all the time. Because she was a legal secretary for the police. So it was necessary. So Matt has got a distinction in shorthand. Do you know that? Do you know that he can do, Nick? He can do shorthand. Matt can do shorthand. And he can type without looking at the screen. I mean, whether it makes any sense, of course, is neither here nor there. Interesting, isn't it? When you discover people's little hidden talents. I'm sure he's got others. Another one here, which says, people talking about, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped within the Labour Party and with Tom Watson, who appeared to be quite a nice person. Now he's upset some of the hierarchy, and everybody's fighting. Everybody's fighting, which is not very good, is it? Also, Michael Cohen launching that attack on Donald Trump. He's a racist, he's a con man, he's a cheat. Tell us something we don't know. And I see that Prince Andrew's coming under... a little bit of sort of legalese at the moment, because a friend of his from years ago, and the friend is Jeffrey Epstein, the paedophile, and because you can't tell members of the royal family, it becomes a bit of a problem, really. They sort of, oh, it's great, this is this and this is that, and all of a sudden they go, actually, you're mixing with the wrong sort of people. Anyway, Jeffrey Epstein is up in court again very, very shortly, and as last time, they might be calling Prince Andrew as a witness. not the best thing. I mean, really, it's getting bad. 1 minute, you've got Prince Andrew could be called as a witness in a case against a paedophile. Then you've got the Duke of Edinburgh, who's... I mean, the whole thing is just descending, isn't it? And then you've got poor Harry and Meghan, not really doing anything in life, just sort of faffing around. But it's interesting that they're now saying, because the Meghan's half-sister, she's come out with, Harry's the one who's... Why don't you just keep your big, fat, ugly mouth shut? Do us all a favour. Nobody cares about you. You're obviously a bit of trailer trash. We know what people like you are. She made a TV documentary talking about Meghan, her sister. I can't believe anybody in this country, any sensible TV outputter would want to run trash like that. It's so annoying. So annoying. What have we got here? Supermarket worker Luke Penny. You don't know who he is. He works in a supermarket, I've just told you. But he has a second job. What's his second job? He's a magistrate. But actually, that's nothing clever, because you don't need to know anything to be a magistrate. You sit there, and the clerk of the court will say, this particular case, that's the fine. OK, that's how long you can send them away for. You just have to sit there as a figurehead. And so he just... Anybody can be one. We used to have a presenter here called Robbie Vincent. He was a magistrate as well. And you just go along, you earn a little fee, you sit there, and you try not to fall asleep listening to some very dull, boring cases, because they're all guilty. And then... What are we looking at? I didn't. Oh, right. Have you got something different on your screens? Dancing men. I just got football on my side. I think we need to swap the screens. I don't think... What are you watching there? You must be watching something very, very peculiar. I'm just sort of watching the normal thing. I've got football. Tottenham 1, Arsenal 1. And that's it. I haven't got anything else on there. I wouldn't mind something else. Steve. A lot of people are doing... I didn't realise how many people there were who were doing Pitman and can do shorthand. I'm very impressed. I mean, I seriously am impressed. Seriously. What have we got? We've got a picture here of a girl of 5 who lost all her limbs to meningitis. Is to race in a half marathon in a wheelchair. 5 years old. And it put you to shame, really. Put you to shame. And Elton John has sponsored Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott Mitchell, for £5,000 for running the London Marathon. Good. Could have been a bit more, though, Elt. Could have been a bit more, just a bit more than that. If you heard the interview, then it was well worth hearing, and I'm sure they're going to raise lots and lots of money. Child burial costs are to be axed in July. Well, that's the best bit of news I've heard today. I don't think I'll be saying that would be the best bit of news, but I think it's a good idea. Also, the body of a missing author has been found at the base of a sea cliff. It's, a lot of people struggle with dementia, as you will hear, and it really is. It's quite tragic. When you hear this interview with Scott, Barbara Windsor's husband, you might be going through it as well. You might be going through it. And lonely Gran Sharon Brown is in all the papers today. She couldn't be for luck when she got a message that appeared to be from a hot Hollywood actor she was following on Instagram. He kept calling her an amazing fan, and later the woman of his dreams. Although Sharon was at first sceptical that this could be the real Kenny Johnson, star of SWAT, Dexter and Sons, of Anarchy, but she gradually allowed herself to believe it. Unfortunately, Kenny was a con man, posing as somebody, and managed to get out of her £34,000. He kept saying, she said, he told me that he loved me. And it was amazing. She said, like an idiot, I believed him. She was targeted by this crook when she started following the real one. I keep saying to people, if it doesn't have the tick on or anything like that, it ain't that person. And so she fell for it, hook, line and sinker. She transferred money. She got a £10,000 loan from the Halifax. Then she borrowed 20 grand from a relative, telling him it was a start-up loan for her to work in the film world, and she sent the money to the Turkish account, believing Kenny's promised to pay her back. The fraudster then said his Turkish supplier needed more for shipping, so she took another 4 grand out. You can see the things, I can see them, but she was taken hook, line and sinker. Her youngest said it was a scam, but I'd already sent the money. She's reported the crime to police, but you won't get it because you sent it voluntarily. You didn't come round and twist your arm behind your back. It's your fault. It's your fault. Sorry to be so hard about it, but it is. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Except this programme, which sounds too good to be true, but it is true, which is quite nice. Mary Berry's got a new book out. Oh, it's a lovely thing here. It's a limoncello trifle. Oh, could just eat that now. Limoncello it looks absolutely delicious. In fact, there's all sorts of things. Oven-baked peaches with masala and almonds. That sounds your sort of thing, doesn't it? And also, piccoli tiramisu. I always thought tiramisu was the naffest dessert I've ever had in my life. It's piccoli. Piccoli. Yeah, piccoli. It's got double cream in it, icing, strong coffee, which you've got normally, brandy, sponge fingers, chocolate, and basically tiramisu. But with sort of... Yeah, coffee should always be chocolate. Oh, right, okay. I mean, I have had it before, tiramisu. People go, "Oh, like some tiramisu." Like, it's like we've never eaten Italian before, and you go, "Oh, that's nice. What's that like?" They go, "Basically, it's a bit naff." So, but I'm going for the trifle. It looks delicious. I just love those little sponge fingers you put at the bottom of the trifle bowl, and then when you put on the jelly, it would melt into the little sponge finger. Oh, I could go one of those now. Lady finger. They were nice, weren't they? Weren't they lovely? I don't know what they're made of, but they seem to melt in your mouth. I could get one in sideways. No surprise. Morning, everybody. I didn't know... Well, I knew that they'd filmed the interview that I did with Scott Mitchell. Unfortunately, it made me cry halfway through because, you're talking about, two people. You're talking about Scott, who had no experience at all of dementia or Alzheimer's or anything like that, but there was something that wasn't right, and that prompted him to do something. And I get a bit overwhelmed sometimes with interviews. It's when you're talking about real people, when you're talking about somebody that you've known for, the best part of 30 years. And so, consequently, I did. And then they put it up on the LBC website. Steve Allen cries again. I can't help it. I get a bit teared up on things like that. But I got so many texts and emails from people saying that I sat in the car. One here from Lenny, saying, "I sat in the car listening with tears in my eyes. I met them both some years ago in Panto in Bristol. Lovely couple, so devoted. Painful to watch, even from a distance. My dad suffered. We all suffered." And from Trudy, "Just listened to the In Conversation with Scott and I'm in tears. What a lovely person." It was just, Catherine the same, and just so many people who heard it and were affected by it. And I did, but it wasn't towards the end of it. It wasn't that I was holding it together. I managed to hold it together fairly well, I thought. And then it just clicked like that, It was like Dale's. It was that all over again for me. That all over again. Fine at the beginning of the programme, and then all of a sudden, when the enormity of it hits you, it's terribly difficult. Tessa says, "Been there, personal, intimate, and oh so relevant," and that's what I got from so many people. People talking about saying what a lovely person he is. He doesn't see himself like that. He really doesn't. He just sees that he's had to learn to run. He's doing 2 marathons, a marathon and a half. Bless him. And Elaine said, "Very moving, inspiring guy. Glad to donate for his marathon." It's a Norman Duval. "I knew you'd cry. I knew you'd cry." He says, "The interview was one of your very best." I just... when you talk about people, I know it's very difficult to explain to people if you're not in radio, but when you talk about somebody and you don't think about who's listening, I never think about that. That doesn't bother me, the fact that there's a huge audience out there at this time of the morning. I can't see people. All I've got is the producer, and that's about as good as it gets. But anyway, and all of a sudden things do overwhelm you, and you forget. I went yesterday, because Goods the Chemist in Twickenham celebrated 30 years in the town, and there was a nice little group of people in there, his regular customers, Mr. Shah's, and his staff were there and everything else. And I kept reinforcing the fact that, you have to support local shops in your area, because we're losing them left, right and centre where we are. Whether it's the rents that are going up, or it's the things, because we had a lovely cafe, the Purple Cafe, that seems to have vanished. The baguette shop next door to it, that's going on the 8th, the owner's retiring. There's another place in Church Street, it's going, carpet shop up Heath Road, another carpet shop went on the corner. It's a disaster. You have to support local businesses, because if you don't, you'll end up with absolutely nothing. You'll end up with coffee shops and estate agents. And to be honest with you, how half the coffee shops survive, I've got no idea. But so I did that. And that I got a bit emotional with at the same time. Can't help it. Claire says, "Powerful insight interview. Members will be able to relate to with presenter Steve Allen and Scott Mitchell." And it goes out again this evening. Richard was listening from Nairobi. And Gary and 36 others says, they liked the tweet, which was lovely. And Jazz and Alan saying, I had the pleasure of meeting Scott and Barbara on many occasions, and at the 30th anniversary of Sparrows Can't Sing, which is where I met yourself, and the late Dale. Seems odd to say the late Dale now, it really does. And Zora Suleiman sent a little... I didn't know you could send little pictures. She sent me a little cartoon of it's Tom and Jerry. It's Jerry, isn't it, rubbing his tummy, because I gave her some Frutellas. In fact, not only everybody's eating Frutellas at the moment, which is good. Frank liked the interview, made me cry. One of your best. Do you think that's the indication of a good interview? If you can make somebody cry, I always think that's an indication of a very good film. You know, when you sit and watch something, you think you've actually managed to manipulate me. It's like E.T. Even though I've watched it 1,000,000 times. Well, I mean, not obviously 1,000,000 times. That would be ridiculous. But it still manages to affect me. And I remember, you know, practically cheering with the rest of the congregation, the audience watching it in the cinema in Kingston, where the bikes take off over the police. They're standing there, and you go, yeah, because we didn't know what the ending was going to be. It wasn't until the very end, when if you hadn't seen the film, you have to see it on the big screen, and then you get the cutaway to the little boy with the tears in his eyes as he. Oh dear, we all went. Steve, Easter eggs in Tesco, 75p. Yes, they've had Easter eggs around for ages. I've brought them in here loads of times. And Dimitri says Nick Abbott was shocked that you drive a Bentley while he drives a 21-year-old car. Yeah, well, I'm a lot older than he is. A lot older than he is. You have to do I mean, I've driven them for years, so it doesn't make any difference. All I've done, really, is I've just sort of upscaled every time. You know, when I first started, I drove a Rolls. Well, actually, I've had other cars. And I always wanted a Rolls. My dad had a Bentley years ago, an old one, but you know, with a running board and all the rest of it, really lovely. I wonder where that is now. Couldn't even tell you the number plate, but I had a Rolls to start with. I don't think Nick's that shocked. He knows what I drive, but he said he's going to kill himself if your car's quite new. It is quite new. It is quite new, and it's lovely. It's nice. But there again, you know, you work for something, you save up, don't you? I have to save up for 2 things in life. Well, 3 things. I have to save up to pay the bills. I have to save up to pay the tax. Actually, 4 things. I have to save up to pay the VAT, and I have to save up if I want to change the car. You know, if you're going to go out and spend this sort of money, you have to go out and you have to save for it. So that's what I work. I work for a living. I can't bear people who go, oh, you know, why would you bother working? I've seen too many programmes on the television which drive me mad. You know, people go, oh, I'm living on benefits, and you think, you're not contributing anything. Absolutely nothing at all. Sanj in Wokingham says, Robbie Vincent, great soul DJ. Yeah. He used to work Canvey Island, didn't he, I think, which was one of those places. Steve, instead of saying, how are you, just say you're looking well and walk off. Yeah, but you can't do that on the radio, can you? Somebody phones up and they go, hello. Or failing that, you get, thank you for taking my call. He doesn't take any calls. That goes through to another department on the 10th floor. And they then field the calls and then decide if you're worthy of it. All right there, Mackie. You always get all these different people from around the country. That's what always amazes me. People come from all over the place. We'll get somebody in from another planet very shortly. But no, you can't actually say you're looking well. I mean, what do we say to all those people who phone up and go, how are you? And you go, I'm fine. I mean, after about the 10th time, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Ron says coffee shops, estate agents and charity shops. I know. Big business round my way. I think we must have just about one of everything. One of everything. Oh, and hairdressers. Full of hairdressers. Somebody says, happy Sunday. Thank you. Thank you. I've got to drive down the motorway because I told you my brother fell down the stairs the other week, so he's laid up at his girlfriend's place, which is okay, actually. But so I've got to go there. But I've never been there. I don't think I've ever been, so I've got to try and find it on the sat-nav. That'll be an interesting one, won't it? So a lot of people tell me about the fact that the Easter eggs are out. Didn't get to listen to Scott Mitchell about our Babs, but it's sad because I used to visit my nan when she suffered with the same disease. The sad thing is my nan couldn't remember me when seeing her at the nursing home. Yeah, I mean, that's it. It is that, isn't it, really? It's so awful, Kevin, that you can't... My grandmother died one of my grandmothers died in a home in Ealing, and it was an asylum. And it was sort of people just wandering the corridors. It was very sad. My dad used to go there to see his mother every so often when he was around the way. She didn't know who he was. She had no idea. She might as well have been talking to the bedpost. because she had no idea. You can sit there trying to tell people, but it didn't make the slightest difference. And he'd come away, and we go, "How is she?" And he goes, "Well, she's as well as can be expected." "Does she know you?" "No, she didn't know me at all." Steve, my daughter types as her boss stands and dictates work to her. "I used to do 100 words per minute in Pitman's and type at 80 words per minute," says Mo. Yeah, I mean, I think that's terribly clever, don't you? Doug says Nick Abbott doesn't know that you drive a Bentley. He does. Don't be so silly. Of course he does. He's play acting. He's known for years. Years and years. I certainly wouldn't have him in the car, not with the clothes he wears. He wears corduroy trousers. I don't want somebody with corduroy trousers sitting on my... I've got Connolly Hyde in the car. We're not Cream. We're not doing that. But of course he knows what I drive. Everybody knows what everybody drives around here. It's been common knowledge. Common knowledge for ages and ages. He's acting. Dear me, honestly. I sponsored Scott yesterday, said Little Julie. It's a subject that's very close to my heart. Good. I just think he gave a lot of himself in the interview. Gave a lot. He's ever such a nice boy. And it doesn't matter, whether I know him or whether I don't know him. I've been around the house a few times. I've taken Bar out, as you know, on numerous occasions for charitable events and things like that. And that's what's so awful. That, as I say, we all hope that when it comes to our time, then, it'll be quick. I'm hoping to go on the programme. Just to throw the producer into some state of euphoria. Jackie says there's a snowfall projector light for the house on the internet for this Christmas. It looks lovely. Yeah, I've got one. They're very weak. The colours, it's not as strong as you want it. I mean, you really need some industrial thing. Do you have anything up at Christmas? Nick, do you sort of... Yes, like a tree. You've got a tree. All right, is it a real tree or a fake tree? Real. Oh, right. I know it. Yeah, but you have to start planning. Have you not planned for this coming Christmas? Really? You don't know the colour theme that you're going for? I'm going for silver and gold this year with a splash of red. That's what I'm going for. Oh, I always plan it in advance. Don't you? Well, I plan lights and things like that. And if I see something, I always buy lights. Every year I've always bought lights. Because when I started off, it was strands of 100 or 200. Now you can get them with 10,000 lights on. That's pretty cool. And so those I do buy. I've still got lights in boxes that I've not taken out the box. I know, it's seriously, I'm mad as a toothbrush, but I love it. I love Christmas lights. I could actually live in Father Christmas world. I could. I seriously, I could live there. I don't know what I'd do there, but I quite like it. Steve, out of intro, what happened to Robbie? I've got no idea. No idea. I don't keep in touch with a lot of... I know a few old people from LBC from years ago, but I generally don't keep in touch with sort of people like Robbie. They also... People go off to do their own things. If I'm sure I could type on the internet and find something. Love pancakes, says Juliet. I'll be making my own, and yes, you keep making them until the mixture runs out, fresh and hot from the pan with lemon juice and sugar. That's what it's supposed to be, isn't it? That's what it's supposed to be, and that's why the producer, a man of simple taste, that's what he likes. You're not going to do anything posh, are you? You're not going to have sort of, let's put tuna and cheese in or something like that. Be a bit boring, wouldn't it? I nearly put cream in my dinner last night. And I thought, no, I did some soup, and then had a main course, and I was going to put some cream in it, and then I thought, what a waste of cream. So I didn't bother. Tomato. I'm a bit boring with soup. It's either haddock chowder or tomato. I mean, seriously, how dull am I? I did the big vegetable soup once, but frankly, I couldn't get it all to stay on the spoon, so I didn't bother. And also, I've decided now the best way to drink soup, I've got a big mug, which is like the equivalent of 2 cups of tea, so you can use that for soup, and you go... That's how I've learned to slurp. I don't even do a spoon. If I tip it right up, all the bits come out. It's great. I love it. But I do put a bit of grated cheese over the tomato soup. That's particularly nice. Grated. Oh, you have... Oh, right. You take your noodles from your chicken soup and put them between bread. You are sick. Absolutely. It's a noodle sandwich. You're not serious. We were laughing the other day when we used to go on motorway trips to go and visit relatives who, generally speaking, were out when we called. We used to pull into the motorway service station. My mother used to hate it because my father would pull round the back to where all the truckers go. The separate bits. You get the posh bit at the front and then you get the truckers. And my mother would sit bearing in mind, she's sitting in the middle of a truck park in a Bentley. in the front, trying to look as though she's not sitting in a Bentley in a trucker's park. My dad would come back with these big, thick doorstep bacon sandwiches. My mother hated it to pieces, hated it. But we quite enjoyed it as well. It was a bit novel, actually, thinking, our car was terrible. You used to hope that the truckers were looking at you getting into the car. And then sort of exiting from the car park. It's all very dramatic. 13, you're really nice to be company. 10 to 6 Sunday morning. Please don't get out of bed yet. You don't need to get out of bed. There's nothing. I mean, what have you got to do? Come on. It's 10 to 6 in the morning. Nothing. All right. Rescue your shed, which is now blown into next door's garden. Rescue your patio furniture. I always worry about that. I always make sure that all the umbrellas are down because you don't want an umbrella to take off in this weather. And that's what it's going to be like. That's what it's going to be like for the next few days. So we had the cold weather. Then we had the heated weather, which was a little bit too hot for me, and now we've got rain. But that's what we actually predicted we were going to get. We did predict that we were going to get rain. Also, the royal baby makes all the papers again. They've got a bit confused with the royal baby. They were saying it won't have a nanny, but it will. But no gender stereotypes, whatever that means. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, especially as we were now thinking that I think William and Kate are in line for another baby. 4. They're obviously determined, I think, to actually make sure that Harry gets nowhere near the throne. Oh, it'll be a yes, I think, Warren. They're already planning a barbecue for the summer. It's a few months away, and they're already, Robin is planning his barbecue. Bless him. Bless him. Almost 1,000 staff at Network Rail earn more than £100,000 a year. The Celebs Go Dating. Have you seen this programme? Oh, my godfathers. It's the most dreadful thing imaginable. You know it's vile. It's got Chelsea Healy, a woman who sat at the table with a so-called date and burped at the table. I'd have gone, listen, trash, out. And all's because the bloke didn't know that she'd been on Hollyoaks. I think she thinks it's like Hollywood. But as I say, listen, obviously not that clever if you can't find anybody. And then having seen her manners at the table, I'm not surprised she'll ever find anybody ever again. Doomed to be lonely and tragic. And that's exactly how Kerry Katona's coming over. She just got drunk on it. And then she was complaining about Ant McPartlin, saying that because he's a man, he gets treated differently after drink driving. And I'm thinking, you're just sad, aren't you? You're just sad and tragic, with a family who you sit down and explain about your cocaine taking. Really, very embarrassing, dear. And then, of course, obviously not so clever because you also can't find anybody. Mind you, they've got somebody on there. He looks like the love child of Jeremy Spaken and Oompa Loompa. He apparently was on Gay Ibiza Reps or something like that. I mean, he's either got too much makeup on, he's obviously been to the school of bad makeup and eyebrows. What is it with people? You've got the one who's in Towie, and you don't know anybody in Towie, do you know? And he's also got his eyebrows, who looks like Ming the Merciless. And seriously, it's the worst. Again, another singleton, and you can only just sort of decide. Steve, I had the pleasure of driving an R-Type Bentley and Humber Super Snipe, working for a haulage company in Bermondsey. I shall never go to Bermondsey. Quality charity shops are an important part of our high street. We had a woman in the charity shop yesterday, used to be a man. What, was she selling herself or something? Charity shops, we got loads. We got loads. Little Julie says, off to the garden centre later, need another Tomorite. This is the Steve Allen cure for baskets that are looking a little bit lacklustre. Tubs, everything else. It's full of potassium. It's got the best amount of potassium in. And I was recommended it years ago. So every year I always buy at least a couple of gallons in the nice containers of Tomorite. And it's a tomato feed, but it works very well for plants, flowers and everything else. And all you do is you water, and then about an hour later, once it's all soaked in, then you put a splash, a good old splash, in your watering can, fill it up with water, and then go around and give it, and I tell you, you'll have bigger baskets, your flowers will be bigger, everything will be bigger. So I'm looking forward to the begonias this year. That'll work really, really well. Grace says, indeed, Scott Mitchell's interview was very moving. I don't always listen to it in conversation, but I wasn't going to miss that one. I practiced making pancakes yesterday, so you can buy them. You don't need to practice anything. You just go and buy them. You buy a packet. There's 8 or 10 in a packet, and if you can eat 8 or 10, eat 8 or 10. And then you just put them in... Oh, don't shake your head, honestly. You're such a snob. That's it. Only make my own. Slow release fertilisers, Warren says as well. By Miracle Grow, he likes those ones. Tomorite for me is the all singing, all dancing. I love it. I stagger home with it and people must look at me and go, perhaps he knows what he's doing. Fresh lemon juice and sugar is a must. Yeah, fresh lemon juice. Yes, of course. It's so much easier, Grace. But you can buy them. Why would you bother standing over the stove, making pancakes like the producer? He'll be sitting there by himself. It won't make any difference. He'll go, I think I'll have another pancake. That'll be 3 I've had. Should I have another pancake? Should I not have another pancake? Oh, I'm going to have another pancake. Look at that. What shall I put in this one? Same as the last 3. Lemon and sugar. And then he'll come in here the other week, the next weekend and be going, oh, I had pancakes, Managed to eat 10. I could eat 10. Mind you, I've eaten 16 fish fingers, as you know. 2 boxes, very easy. Steve, I had to endure some of the BBC's All Together Now show. In 60 years, I've never witnessed such utter garbage. I'd rather have long-term dysentery than ever see it again. Well, a little bit too much there, isn't it? Equal rights for people with dysentery, as far as I'm concerned. But, no, I mean, it is rubbish. It's Dermot O'Dreary, isn't it? First week, Richard Madeley. Your heart sinks, doesn't it? Click off. Especially when they brought in the ghastly daughter and her sort of rugby player, because he didn't really say a lot in life. And but I'm glad that people enjoyed. I did tell you about the All Together Now show the other weekend. I said it was a pile of rubbish. The trouble is, Dermot O'Dreary can't stand upright, so he leans into the desk. I mean, he looks so. I'm sorry, are you too bored or something? Can't you stand up? Good Lord, honestly. Is he short? Is he? Oh right. He's short. Oh right. Well, there you go. As opposed to, yeah, I know. Steve, E.T. always gets me going, says Sandra, especially with the young Drew Barrymore. Do you think E.T. ever came back to see Elliot? No. They wanted to do a follow-up film, didn't they? But I always assumed that they would never get round to doing it, because it wasn't... Don't do it. I shall cry. Don't make me cry. Not on a Sunday morning. Elliot, phone home. Go, stay, go! Just take the kid, fly away. Take the kid. Thank you, enough of the music. He loves his music, he really does. Steve, so you come from a filthy rich family. You think that's filthy rich, do you? Anybody can buy these cars. Anybody. You just got to save up. Bentley, and then you started driving a Rolls Royce. Yeah, I had a Mini. I had I've had about 10 different cars, actually. I've had loads of cars. Doesn't make you rich. Although I do give the air of being a little bit, because I work for a living. And you think that's filthy rich? Dear me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I hear you say you're taking a trip to Aberdeen with Scottish Boy. No, you didn't. What would I want to go to Aberdeen for? Why would I want to go there? It doesn't interest me. I might, because his mother started listening to the programme, so that's good. Marilyn says you can use pancakes as lasagna sheets. I hate lasagna. Don't like lasagna. Not one of my favourite meals. Steve says, Tom and the Facebook Spikers group, what grating conversation. Just goes to show illnesses like dementia have no respect for anybody, whether you're a national treasure like Barbara or a man or a woman stacking shelves in a shop. No, there is no easy way. And, there's a picture of Matt Stadlen again. What's he sending me pictures of himself? What is going wrong? But no, I mean, we have to talk about dementia. There's no government funding. They have to raise the money to do it. 850,000 people in this country have got it. 850,000 people. My friend's father died of it, and I've known a few other people as well. But it's awful when it's somebody that you know. She said the other night, how long have we lived in this house? And it's a long time. They've been married 25 years. 25 years, so for this to happen, but he's running to raise money. They want to raise, I think, £100,000. They've raised 50,000 already, and after the interview's been out a couple of times, hopefully they'll end up with a few £1,000 more. He said the one thing, do you know the one thing she likes? The one thing she adores, apart from going out, which she can't really now, it's got to that stage, but she used to love getting in black cabs. She'd always be the first one in the black cab to go, where are you from? She'd always talk to people, and then she'd basically dominate the conversation. It's as simple as that. But and when I did ask him, how she is at the moment, he said not good. He said you wouldn't recognise her as the Barbara that you all new from television programmes and stuff like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So, Sunday People, can't wait to tell you what's coming up on their front page, apart from County Lines drug peddlers. This is dealers posing as Deliveroo cyclists selling crack and heroin. Do you know, this problem is even busier than I thought. Reality failure, somebody called Vaz. No idea, love, no idea. Told how close pal Chloe Green saved his life. All gone wrong with the Spice Girls because apparently, whether you believe the story or not, and I don't know whether it's true, it's a case of there's somebody on the tour who's earning £100,000. They said, well, we didn't vote for that one. Cop killer's brother Cregan jailed for stabbing. What a sad, pathetic family they must be. And strange enough, most expensive number plates nowadays came off motorcycles and mopeds. When they were issuing the numbers then, some of the very, very early ones had some of the lowest denominations. Because we're looking at, we've actually found spiked SP11KED, and that's going for £3,095. Because, and the reason we're telling you this is because Paul Daniels' number plate is coming up for sale. Debbie McGee is looking for £150,000, which is very expensive. There you go, LBC. You can get LBC number plate 852 for £2,350. So I think that's quite good value. But the trouble is, everybody would look at it and go, "Oh, you wait for LBC," which of course would be accurate. I've got another one here. How about? Oh, I love the way you could put this in on a number plate thing. Oh, right, you could even get one for Matt Stadlen. STA 8135 is £25,000. How much is SA? How much can we get for SA something? You know, Steve Allen or Steve A. SA something. What do we got? Let's have a look. Oh, look. Oh, look. 40 SA, my age. How uncanny. 13,079. 32 SA is 15 grand. 444 SA is 14. I see. I can't justify. Well, I probably could if the taxman's listening. I could probably justify spending that sort of money. I quite fancy 444 SA. I quite like that idea. 14,007. I'm not going to spend £14,710 on it. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Quite nice, though. Quite nice. Can you find the most expensive plates? You probably can't, actually, can you? So it's got cheap. There you go. Look, on this particular, what is this place you're on? Platehunter.com. And you can find cheap number plates, cheap dateless number plates, which are always the Irish plates, because it doesn't mean anything, and you can put them on there. Plus, they can offer cherished number plates, enhanced listing, investments. How are investments doing? Down. Let's see what we've got for investments. Because there might be number plates. So search. Well, can you put in Magic, MAG1C? See what that comes up with. And see, because looking at the price of some of them, there's one here which is basically spells England, and they've got a reserve price of 5,000 on it, which is interesting. Magic. You'll search for Magic. So look, here we go. Now I've got a choice. I've got MAG1S. Not quite the same, is it, really? It doesn't spell magic at all, but it's anyway. That's 16,150. Magic. Yeah, there's not really anything apart from that one that she's got coming up, which she thinks could be worth £150,000. That's a lot. That's a lot of money for a number plate. Looking for Zoe 1063. Sorry, for Zora. 1,320, or Zo226, surprisingly, is £8,330. No, don't think that's very good at all. We don't know. That's a lot, isn't it? I like Alf, 2,460. You can find all these different number plates. You can go and play around yourself. I like doing things like that, because you can just see what they're sort of worth, just out of curiosity. I wonder what A1 is. Have you got anything for A1? There's a number plate, isn't there? 91A, price on application. Oh, look at this one here. 32A as a number plate. 68,000 quid. £68,000. Wow. No chance. No chance at all. I bet it's come off a motorcycle or a scooter or something like that. Steve, the only thing wrong with your interview with Scott was it didn't last long enough. I thought the same thing. It did overrun, as interviews go. I'm sort of bounded by a particular time for the programme. This ran over a little bit because it was interesting. I did think at one point that I would do an hour with him, because you could have done an hour, couldn't you? You really could have done. Another one here. A lot of people telling me about films that make them cry, which is very nice, but we're not really that interested to go. Saw Barbara years ago, says Jackie, when they were filming an EastEnders funeral in our local cemetery. She looked lovely and was clonking up the hill in her massive high heels. No transport for her, and she gave us one of her cheeky smiles. No size. No, she's got no airs or graces. She knows her roots. She knows, what went on in life. In fact, they're both such a nice little couple. Seriously. Quality charity... Oh, no, we've done that one, haven't we? Chief Spiker Mike from Finchley says, it's one thing somebody passing from being in an accident, but Scott just put up with someone he loves being taken away piece by piece. Yes. And especially as he's had no experience of it. No experience of anything like that at all. You should borrow the reply that your former colleague, the late great Mike Dickin, used to say, says Dave. To the caller who asked how he was, he said, my health is not in question. Which, of course, is quite true. But once you've heard it once, I feel like saying I refer you to 2 callers ago. Much easier. Bunny is ironing in my kitchen underneath about 100 Christmas decorations suspended from the beams, lights flashing. They stay up permanently. You see, I'm in favour of that. What are you doing, Ian? I'm in favour of things like that. I'm sorry, is this a home for down and outs now or something? We're sort of taking in people off the streets. Getting a bit bad. You've been kicked out of Wetherspoons again? Oh, honestly. I told you, try and drink alcohol. It's a bit silly just asking for tap water every time, isn't it? There's you siding with David Lammy the other day, I noticed. Yes. You won't work again. Also, what else was I doing? What are you doing here? What's he doing here? Is he? Good God. Guest booker. Oh, right. Oh, not quite the same, is it, really? Not quite the same. But anyway, you look well on it. Sort of. Yeah, bye. Lovely to work with you. Thinking of being you for Halloween. The Queen Mother played a key role in putting the Duke and Duchess of Windsor into exile and ensuring they stayed there. Well, of course, there was no love lost between the Queen Mother and Wallis Simpson. She believed if they were allowed back, they would destabilise her husband, George VI, as king. She referred to the Duchess, formerly the US divorcee Wallis Simpson, as the naughty lady. Oh, yes. I mean, put it this way. You could tell that when she turned up for her funeral, she was almost going, I told you I'd outlive you. Very interesting. Also, we've got a nice thing here. Oh, Oprah's Jacko abuse warning. Oprah Winfrey has warned that child abuse is a scourge on humanity ahead of a documentary about Michael Jackson. I don't think she believes a word of it either. I think this is just scurrilous television. You can make a documentary, say anything you like. People can say anything you want about somebody now, and it's a case of he's dead. He's dead. The only licence plate for Matt Stadlen is Snowflake 1. That's very cruel. Very cruel indeed. I don't think you can get Snowflake 1. I don't think that's available, is it? Or even anything very similar to Snow... He's not a snowflake. Do you think he's a snowflake? I don't think he was a snowflake. Never thought about it, actually, before. Steve, K1NGS was something like 150,000 at auction, says Ron. How much is Brexit? B-R-E-X-I-T. Now, that'd be a good one to get, wouldn't it? Brexit. B-R-E-X-I-T. Wonder what's come up there for Brexit. No, not really. Nothing really near it. I mean, you know, BRE is great, but it's not going to work with Brexit, I don't think. No, we don't even have anything BRX. Nothing, even though he's trying desperately to try and get something out of it. Snowflake, we'll see if we can come up with anything at all. I don't think you would do. There seem to be too many letters and numbers. No, you can't get anything on Snowflake. Although, strangely enough, there is one here. They're quite cheap, some of them. 10 Snow, S-N-O, 10, the number, is just under £4,000. Which is great. But you can go and get HL04SNO, which spells nothing at all, for £525. You might as well put XYZB215. Wouldn't make any difference, would it? No job. Next stage of Kim's career. Now, you know, because I did this story the other week, that Kim Marsh has announced she's going to leave Coronation Street, and we all went, yeah, whatever. They're not going to cry over it. It doesn't make any difference at all to them. But they say she's going to walk straight into 2 new roles. You know, so they're obviously pushing this about to let it know she's eminently available. She doesn't want to sit there twiddling her thumbs staring at the walls, which she might be. They say she's already finalising a TV show and a theatre job. Well, I mean, selling programmes you could probably get straight away. You could, do ice cream or something like that. But, you can always get little theatre tours. The trouble is, what you have to remember, what these people need to remember is the moment she leaves Coronation Street, nothing. No publicity, no nothing. She's also getting on a bit now. She's 42. She's been playing the same role, but also, why would you want to go and see somebody on stage? She's not of any interest to anybody. And they go, and a TV show. I think they're making that bit up, unless she's just going to be a guest on something. Because the fact she was in Coronation Street is of no interest to anybody. Once they leave there, like EastEnders, once people leave EastEnders and the security of the set, the lot, the PAs, the people who get you your publicity, they suddenly realise that if you want any publicity in the outside world, you've got to get it for yourself. I know. I could tell you chapter and verse on people. Also, in the garden centre later, it's little Julie is going there, and then a lot of people ask me, why did I mention that I was going to Edinburgh, to Aberdeen to see? No, absolutely not. No, he was telling me what it's like. It sounded ghastly. I said, I don't mind going out to the moors and the Highlands and stuff like that, and I've done Glasgow and I've done Edinburgh, because you will need a warm coat. Luckily, I have lots of warm coats, and then somebody else says a great bug spray for your plants. Boil a couple of whole garlic bulbs in a large saucepan of water, leave it for a day, and then put the liquid into spray bottles. Oh, no, thank you. And, Steve, only if you're a millionaire/billionaire could you dream of a Bentley or Rolls in India. You can never buy a car of this kind by saving money from a job. If you're a rich businessman, you could afford to buy a Bentley or Rolls. I hope you're joking. No. Of course not. Of course not. Anybody can buy one. You just have to save up for it. Doesn't matter how long, does it? Doesn't matter how long. And Albert says, if somebody's got a reg worth more than the car, you know the world has gone really mad. I know. But I've said that to you before. When you go out there and you think you're buying a new car, you're not. The only thing you bought that's new is the number plate. The car's been sitting in a field covered in some gunk which they polish off. Years ago in Ealing, before personalised plates became commonplace, Steve, there was one Radio 2. Never found out who it belonged to. Well, you can do that quite easily. You just type in on the DVLA's number plate base and you put in RAD 102, and it'll tell you what car it's on. It'll tell you where it is, or if it doesn't exist, because it's got a list of every single number plate. So you can put in an old number plate of your own car and find out where it is, whether it's been scrapped or whether it's appeared on something else. We tried that with my Mini, and it turned out, oh, there we go, the UK's most expensive number plate. It's good, and they're looking for, my God, they're looking for some prices here. This is the DVLA auction figures. 25.0. It's on a Ferrari, once owned by Eric Clapton. £518,000. Seems a lot, doesn't it? Also, S1, claimed to be Scotland's first ever number plate. It was bought back in 2008 by an anonymous bidder who claimed the digits would be fixed to an old Skoda. Because it doesn't matter what it was fixed to. 404,000. That is amazing, isn't it? And that's just some of them. There's VIP1. That's owned by Roman Abramovich. £285,000. Good Lord. Sing 51NGH. 250,000 quid. 1RH. That went to a businessman for 247,000. Kings, bought by an Arab sultan for 231,000, and 10, just a binary number, and the letter 0, minimalist plate, purchased in Northamptonshire, 170,000 quid. Because we all do it, don't we? You go down the motorway and you see a number plate. Now, if you saw so-and-so SA, you'd be working out who you thought SA was. And then you drive next to me and suddenly realise I'm nobody particularly interesting at all. Just happen to have a number plate. Already planning a comeback to Coronation Street in 20 workless years' time, Steve, says Dave. Oh, we're late. 17 minutes past 6. The film that made me cry was Billy Elliot reading the letter from his mother who died, said Kathleen. Yeah, dear son, she wrote. Oh, yes. Coming up at 7 this morning, Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle. Up for discussion this morning, Among other topics, the Home Office-backed drug testing scheme could save thousands of lives. Jeremy Corbyn urged to join other party leaders in pushing for the Brexit poll. And an unfair share of trainee places are given to white boys, warns a report. All of that and more at 7. The Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle on LBC. Not this studio, but he'll walk past the door and wave. He always does. So Kerry Katona, I mean, now tell me if I'm getting this wrong. Tell me if I'm getting this wrong here. She's convinced she's demonised for her addictions because she's a woman and a single mum. No, I promise you it's not. The reality TV failure has spoken frankly about her drug and men problems. That's called being weak, dear, being weak. She's 38. She says she's 3 times married. That's how awful she can be. And she believes she would have been forgiven her wild ways if she were a man. Ant went to rehab. He was welcomed back to host Britain's Got Talent. And then, wait for this one. Despite Ant's break, the pair won the National Television Awards Best TV Presenter gong for an 18th year. Kerry says, I mean, seriously, I nearly died laughing on this one. I've had to work my off to save my career. Well, sorry, eating a meal with somebody is working, is it? Really? You've never done a day's work in your life. That's why you're bone idle. She says he's back winning awards if nothing has happened. He was driving a car whilst... and he could have killed a child. Yes, but he didn't. And he got fined £86,000. You couldn't find 86 pence, I shouldn't think. He's done an amazing job. I'm so proud of him and all the rest of it. Well, I shouldn't imagine he cares less about you, dear. You know, to start complaining about somebody and going, it's because you're a woman. It's got nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing to do with it. It's great. Private registration plate, says Pablo, the nastiest thing ever. Look at me. I'm great. No, you're not. Oh, yes, you are. Of course you are. Yes. And years ago, a Rolls passed me on the motorway. Of course it did, Graham. And that's the way it goes. And it was 505 EXY. So sexy. Oh, right. I wouldn't want anything like that. I mean, I think that's a bit naff, really. And but the best one from Mark, who's in Bangor in Northern Ireland, says, I can't afford a personal plate, Steve, so I just changed my name to KUV 6882 for 30 quid. There you go. Works, doesn't it? Hello, Cov. Ron used to have RYK 706 on a Morris Minor. That kind of gone over my head a little bit, I'm afraid, this morning. And I remember Dad's number plate, says Elaine, when I was growing up. Car 229B. I wonder where it is now. I can tell you where it is. I'll tell you where it is. Have you got the DVLA, search for a number plate thing? Thank you. Car 229B. I should imagine if you were growing up there, it's probably been scrapped. I would have thought. That's what happens. They generally go back into the system and it turns up on something else. So we shall find out, Elaine. Panic not. The answer is almost emerging as quickly as I'm sitting here, driving this bicycle, thinking to myself, I wonder where it is now. I bet it's been scrapped. Here we go. Let's enter it in. So, car 229B. Let's see where it is, shall we? Let's see what it goes on. And there you go. They can't find it. So I think it's just gone. He's now putting it in a different way, just to see if he can find it in another way. No, it doesn't exist anymore, I'm afraid. So that either means that it doesn't exist, or it's been scrapped and it's not been reallocated. Because sometimes they are allocated. See, my brother's number on his limited edition Audi is 666 EVL. Have a look. Have a look. There you go. It doesn't. You're telling a fib. Yeah. Sorry? Because they're no, it shows them all. It says if a vehicle is taxed and has an MOT, it'll be on this database. So every car, so you could put in mine, and it will tell you exactly what it is. Do you not know what mine is? Right. Yeah, sorry, we're doing this by signs. Okay. Okay, and then the last 3 letters are... No, that's that. The letter... No, it's a letter. Oh, sorry, hit my microphone. Did you get that one? The letter... What? Okay, yeah, and then the next one is... And the next one is... No. Take off the middle. No, yeah. Sorry, we're just trying this out now, and it will tell you what it is. Should do. There you go. So the other ones, when he was saying it was on his brother's car, it obviously isn't, because it doesn't exist. But this one will tell you, and then you just tick yes. There you go. Where do we have to find it when everything run out? No, we're all right. We're fine. MOT runs out in August. Tax, I've already paid the tax. And you know how much the tax is on this car? £550. Seriously, even I thought that was a lot. And the MOT goes till August. Yeah, cool. Steve, another one here. A lot of people talking about personalised number plates. And so, private registration. Oh, that's right, the NAFIS thing there. And the So Sexy. See, I think the So Sexy thing's quite all right, isn't it? That could be good. The producer's now got carried away with this. He'll be typing in number plates until the cows come home. It's always interesting. But also, of course, the other thing is you can find out. Oh, that one hasn't run either. Isn't it interesting? We're trying to find another one, and you've got to do it in a valid format, which is the first 3 bits and then the other one. But you can always get all this information. So if a car passes you on the motorway, you can look at the number plate, then you can put it into the thing. That's what the police have got. They've got vehicle registration. They know if you've got insurance. They know if you've got an MOT. It all comes up. That's why people get pulled over. They always worry, don't they? They go, why did I get pulled over? Because it flashes up on the police computers as they're going past. There we go. We've got an Aston Martin 505 XC. Okay. So there we go. And I can tell you, MOT, no details held by DVLA. Sounds like it doesn't have one. Is it new? Oh, that's right. It's only just come out, so you don't need an MOT, of course, for another 3 years. Petrol and 2... I love the way you can find everything on here. Vehicle status, tax not due. I think it's great, isn't it? Where you can find all this stuff out. It's not even our car, but the access is for everybody. So what cylinder capacity? 5204cc. I don't know what that means. I've got no idea what that means. 5-litre engine. Really? Only 5 litres? I'm 6.7 litres, I think. I don't know anything about. You're going to put it in again. We're going to find out what. No. Go back. And the space. No. Go back. No. And no. Not that letter. It's that one. So there we go. And you've got to do a space, otherwise it won't find it, will it? No. Go back. Oh, blimey, honestly, your memory like a sieve. That's right. Yes, that was good. And then the last one. That's it. So move that other one there. Now, you see, you've got to do it. If you don't do it properly, there you go. So what does it say? It says here. Oh, see, I'm 5.6 cylinder capacity. I don't even know what that means. So it's obviously faster than the other car. He says. I don't know this. I'm just making that up. But it tells Euro status. Euro status? What does that mean? Don't want that, do we? Not very good at all. But CO2 emissions 396G/km. All I know is I did put it into that little thing, and I don't have to pay this extra charge. I hope nobody has to, but unfortunately people have to. Not so good. Steve, MPs are going to get this pay rise. Yeah, we did that the other day actually on the pay rise. And old cars turn up on that programme Money for Nothing, converted into a table lamp. I used to love it when they used to crush cars and it comes out as a little, and they give it to you to take away. I think it appeared in a Bond movie or something like that. But you've got to do the gap after the last bit before you go for the one thing. So because it won't, because you're not doing it in the right format. You've got to do the gap like it appears on a number plate. They don't appear all the way through, do they? Well, you probably don't know. He doesn't drive. It's good fun, though, isn't it? Very good fun. TV spotlight on Steve, 90, and Jeannie, 76, Yorkshire vet farmers who will never retire. Bless their heart. Honestly, they look as though they've not made threepence out of the business at all. But they're still going. It's on the Yorkshire Vet, 5 p.m. on Tuesday. You should watch it. It's a very good programme. Very, very good programme. Observer this morning, Fleabag killing Eve and me, Fiona Shaw, her small screen Renaissance, and Nigel Slater cooking root veg, which is okay. And Vivienne Westwood. Why is it every time I look at a picture of Vivienne Westwood, I think, are you sure she's a fashion designer? She looks terrible, but she's got her husband and design co-partner, Andreas, and a lot of very nice flowers. And that's the best I can say. We'll take a short break, shall we? It's 6:30 here on LBC. The latest news headlines with Philip Chryssikos.
2 17-year-olds have been stabbed to death in separate attacks within 24 hours. The latest was a boy who died in Altrincham in Greater Manchester last night. In East London, police are still looking for the attacker of a girl in a park in Havering on Friday night. A Conservative MP who heads the influential 1922 Committee of Conservative backbenchers says he believes a breakthrough on the Brexit-Irish border issue is close. Sir Graham Brady says when the right compromise is offered, we should pull together behind the Prime Minister and help her to deliver our exit from the European Union on March the 29th. Free tampons and other sanitary products are going to be offered to women and girls while as patients in hospitals in England. Last month, a group of doctors said it was inconsistent for some wards to give them out, but not others. LBC weather, wet and windy with those winds increasing from the southwest of England. Once Storm Freya arrives this afternoon, a high of 13 degrees.
Morning, everybody. If my brother's listening this morning, the cat's playing Formula One. As cats do, racing all over the house, as she decided it's too wet and cold to go outside. It's about an hour and a half now to go down to my brother's. It was an hour the other time. I think just a little under the hour, probably. Now it's an hour and a half, so obviously where I'm going to is an extra half an hour on. Steve, I'm sat listening to you in bed with my 6-year-old. He just asked if you're rich. Strange question for a child to ask. Why would a child all of a sudden come up? And wouldn't you be saying, where's my cornflakes? You know, are you rich? And to which I replied, of course. So he's just asked you if I'm rich. What a nosy 6-year-old. How dreadful. Can you imagine asking that? It's like going to see Father Christmas going, real beard? You know, what a service, says Elaine. You wouldn't get that on the BBC. Well, you would on local BBC. They've got a fill programme somehow. And my dad had an Austin Cambridge, number plate 7901 MP. How I wish we'd kept it. You'd probably find actually that... Oh, he's off again. There we go. Look, you can't resist it. He's so predictable. 7901, then a gap, and then MP. Okay, 7901. No, it'll be on the other site, won't it? You're on the wrong site. That's hopeless, isn't it? I'm sorry, you can't get the staff. You really can't. When you do get them, they're doing the wrong page. He's got to remember which site it was he went to now. The DVLA one. And it'd be fun. I don't think it's worth very much. 7901 doesn't actually mean anything. It's got to mean something. So let's have a quick check. 7901, and then a gap, and then MP. Okay, and what does that come up as? No, that doesn't exist. That's not an existing... Oh, he's trying again, honestly. He never takes no for an answer from the DVLA. He really doesn't. No, it's definitely not. So it doesn't exist, that one, I'm afraid. So that could have been scrapped, or it's just gone completely. Dave on the Wirral thinks I've got a little engine. Mine is 8300cc's. What sort of vehicle is that? Is that a small rocket or something? I thought mine was... I remember when I had an Enage. That was the fastest British car, I think, on the road at the time. You couldn't buy a faster British car. Why not just use your cough switch to talk to your assistant? Why don't you mind your own business? Why do you use your cough switch? What do you know about radio? Absolutely nothing at all. I don't need to use a cough switch. What do I want to use a cough switch for? What's the point of that? You want to hear the conversations. Much, much better. I have seen, says Stephen Potter's Bar, DAV1D. Yes, that's quite... See, I think that's quite sophisticated. And then bitch on a pink Suzuki Vitara. Ooh, pink. Suzuki. Ooh, Vitara. Steve, check out the film Terms of Endearment. Shirley MacLaine, Deborah Winger, Jack Nicholson. Forget a box of Kleenex, you need a blooming duvet. I think I might have seen it. I can't swear to the fact that I've definitely seen it, but I might have seen it. I'm generally quite good with the weepy films. All the papers are full of this young girl, Jodie Chesney, who was knifed to death on her father's birthday, 17. And words fail me. Words absolutely fail me. She looks a lovely young lady, but now there have been 19 knife killings in Britain this year, most of them in London. Most of them have to be... I mean, she doesn't look like the sort of person who's going to be in a gang, put it that way. And because she was knifed in the back, I mean, it's just absolutely dreadful. She's met Philip Schofield. She's been everywhere. She's been at the Festival of Remembrance. She lined the walkway of the Chelsea pensioners when they were at Festival of Remembrance and stuff like that. You know, I mean, they have to find the person who did this. You know, let's stop shilly-shallying around, Shall we? Let's try and get some people... we get them into court if they're found guilty, at the end of the day, then you throw away the key. It's as simple as that. Let's not even waste time discussing it. These people are too stupid for words and dangerous. The sooner they're taken off the streets, the better. However, we've described a tenant here. She's allegedly caused £20,000 worth of damage. Her name is Katie Bentley. She's obviously the neighbour from hell. In her back garden, she's got a horse. I mean, you know, the landlord who owns the property says she lets squatters infiltrate the house. He won a court possession order. The home appears to be empty, but his key doesn't fit the lock. He said it was a really nice property, but it's been destroyed. She was fined £424, but she hasn't actually paid it yet. These people, I've seen them on the programme on the television, where they go round to somebody's house, and then they go and they look at they haven't bothered paying rent for ages. Occupational hazard. Occupational hazard. Tony Parsons talks about Comic Relief's dilemma is that it's raised £1 billion for great causes, while at the same time burnishing the saint-like reputation of countless caring celebrities. Now, Stacey Dooley is accused of poverty porn for posing with an adorable black child whose name we never learnt, which is what I pointed out. I did it first. I was telling them, why has this child not got a name? Dooley is one of the rising stars of the BBC, a working-class woman who can do serious documentaries as well as triumphing on Strictly. But she must be smart enough to know that there's something sick about doing a piece to camera outside a basic operating theatre when you're wearing £300 boots. Time to think a little bit less about chucking aid money at Africa, a little bit more about trading with them. Yes, I agree with him. I couldn't disagree with him at all on that one. You know, surely she's got half a brain cell. You know, she's milking it for all it's worth. But as I say, last year she wasn't a celebrity. Now, apparently, she's a celebrity because she wins a little dancing programme. And then what was so maddening, he says, about Shamima Begum, the dopey jihadi bride who washed up in a Syrian refugee camp requesting a nice council house back in Blighty, was her total lack of remorse about the crimes of IS. Now Begum's had to flee her refugee camp after receiving death threats from other jihadi wives who want to kill her for the crime of appearing on television without her face covered. Tony writes, still no regrets, Shamima. If she's left to rot in Syria for the next 50 years, the remorse might just start to kick in. Yes, absolutely. Let's leave her over there. Listen, if she's that basic that she doesn't know to cover up when doing an interview, we don't want to hear. Thank you very much indeed. Russell Brand has apologised to the daughter of Andrew Sachs 11 years after he sparked a scandal by leaving lewd messages. Dirty boy Brand, 43, has said sorry for Saxgate. A little bit late now, he's dead. A little bit late, isn't it, really? But there you go. Always after the door shuts, Mr. Brand, isn't it? Him and Jonathan Ross called Sachs, who played Manuel, and left crude messages about Georgina, which were broadcast on Radio 2. But embarrassing. Georgina told him the scandal caused her a lot of problems and left her feeling empty and ashamed. But she did say after, what took him so long? All he had to do was call me. Yes, well, that's Russell Brand. He thinks he's still funny. Which, of course, he hasn't been for many, many years. The number of UK restaurants has fallen for the first time in a decade. How many people can afford to go out for a meal nowadays? When you can, you know, you're not going to go out to a place and go, I'm only here because you make pancakes. You know, because you can do pancakes at home. You can also stick a piece of chicken in the oven. You don't actually need to. You can empty a sauce out of a packet and pour it into of course, in a packet. Of course, in a packet. He's another one. Makes his own sauces. Listen, Marks and Spencer's do beef gravy, chicken gravy, peppercorn sauce, sauces for. Why would you make it? You just get the packet. It's long life, and then you tear the top off and you pour it over your steak. It's so simple. I don't know why you don't know these things. You must get out more. It's terrible. So you'd rather go to... He goes to Wetherspoon. He likes Wetherspoons for a bit of a breakfast. You could do it yourself at home, couldn't you? You could sort of... Before you left work last night, for work, you could have got a slow cooker. You could have put some sausages in and some potatoes and things like that. And then you'd have a little breakfast to go home to. Just open a little tin of beans, and it would cook very slowly. When you get home, it's piping hot. You could have... But you know how to... No, you don't know how to make gravy. You just get some Bisto, don't you? And you pour it into... Oh, that's right. Oh, right. Pick on the poor diabetic, why don't you? Why don't you kick me while I'm down? I'll turn around. You can throw knives at my shoulder blades. You make gravy. Well, that's I've never heard anything so stupid in all my life. God, you'd be telling me next you bought a cow so you don't have to go out and buy milk. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. All these people, I made it myself. They do it on, what's that programme which is about dining? come dine with me, or something like that, and they go there. And there was some bloke the other week, and he was a bit like, jello lad. But he made everything. He made the pastry, he did the whole lot. And so one of the girls there, stuck-up woman, she said, oh, I bet you didn't make everything here. And he said, yeah, I did, yeah. She said, what, even the pastry? And he went, yes. That shut her up, I tell you. Whew, dear, honestly. And he did everything, because you can see him making it at the very beginning. It looked lovely. He was obviously very, very clever. Swingers are going to melt into each other's arms at a Willy Wonka-themed orgy. I should imagine it's probably more Willy than Wonka, but there you go. The sex club is being transformed into the Sweetmaker's factory. It's called Club SX. It's in Blackpool. Where else? Where else? They're being told to come dressed as characters from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and each couple get a bar of chocolate on entry. I don't think these words are very appropriate for this programme this morning. The sex club boasts 19 different playrooms, apparently including a dungeon and a kinky clinic made to look like a doctor's surgery. You're told to drop in saying, we'll be doing a Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory theme. Join us in a world of pure imagination. I think that's somewhat odd, don't you think? You know, when you go into an orgy or something like that, or one of these Willy Wonka themes, you know, to actually go there and take all your clothes off and walk around. What is the point of that? What is the point of walking around with no clothes on, so people look at you and then base your prowess on what they're looking at? I mean, I have showers fully clothed. You know, I've got a mirror in my bathroom, you know, and I don't want to frighten myself. But the idea of going to a sex club, and they've got 19 different playrooms. So, I mean, why would you want something like that? They're all themed. Every single one is themed. One guest wrote of previous visits. People have been there before. And said here, we just love the place. We always have plenty of fun. That's too dreadfully. And somebody says here, I was truly blown away by the place. I bet you were. Goodness sake, honestly. What is it? Of course, typical Blackpool, isn't it? Where are you going to have a sex club with a dungeon? Blackpool. Although there used to be one in Earl's Court. There used to be a woman called Miss Whiplash, and she had a dungeon, and people used to book themselves into it over a weekend. So, in other words, if you couldn't get a place at a travel lodge or something, you went and she tied you up to the wall and left you there all night. And people wanted to be tied up. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Honestly, there's more strange things around Earl's Court than you could shake a stick at. Also, one of them, there was a friend of mine used to live above a working girl in Soho, and she used to have people coming round. One of them wanted to dress up as a chicken. Why would you want to dress up as a chicken? What's the point of that? It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? And then somebody else wanted to be kicked around the floor in a bag. What is the matter with people? Why can't they just go out and have a Greg's sort of sausage roll or something like that? I don't understand why you want to be what do you dress up as a chicken for? And you used to make the noises, apparently. All that kind of stuff. Dreadful. There he is, be with you in about 13 minutes' time. He's already gearing up, even as I speak. Britain facing these 80-mile-an-hour gales as Storm Freya blows in after record-high temperatures. People have been warned of a risk of falling trees, flying debris and damage to buildings. Snow likely in some areas. Didn't think you'd be hearing that one, did you? Snow in some areas. Ghastly, it really is. Other stories of the papers today. They found a rare 7-foot fish. It's called a hoodwinker sunfish. First discovered 2 years ago in New Zealand. Others have been seen in Chile, South Africa and Australia. This one reached California. It's huge. It's absolutely enormous. How they get there, I've got no idea. Perhaps they just drift. Perhaps they wander off asleep and then all of a sudden the current takes them somewhere interesting. Ian McKellen has apologised for suggesting things about two people, and he said that these things happened because they were gay closeted, which means they were stuck inside. And then, Sir Ian McKellen says if they'd been able to be open about themselves and their desires, they wouldn't have started doing what they did. This, of course, is absolutely fantastic, because Ian McKellen took years to come out. He didn't come out at all. It was like the worst kept secret in the in the business. But he didn't come out for ages and ages. Only when he had an affair with somebody who was well known that it all came out. And then all of a sudden it was sort of liberating time. Oh, salmon looks quite nice. Salmon's healthy, isn't it, for you? Perhaps I should have salmon today. I don't know. Think about something. Perhaps a kebab, a small kebab. I've discovered, actually, I can actually drive and eat a kebab at the same time. I'm quite lucky. What a gifted person I am. And I didn't make it myself. The producer, of course, would be making his own kebab. Have you ever made your own kebab? Have you ever done that? But what's a kebab, he says. What's a kebab, honestly? Never known the delights of Wetherspoons on a Friday or a Saturday night when you stagger out into the street, going, eat. And he ends up in the local kebab shop, standing there, leaning over the counter. I'll have a doner, and we'll have some sauce on it as well. Have chips? I will have chips as well on that one. It was often said, wasn't it, of poor Cheryl, that in fact the reason she didn't go and eat out very often is because she couldn't get used to eating food from a plate as opposed to a polystyrene box. Which I thought was very cruel, very cruel. In the Mail today, super dry wife swap. £440 million fashion boss's bizarre love tangle as his ex start dating new wife's old boyfriend. Good Lord above, it's all going on in these multi-millionaire things, isn't it, really? Also, the M&S boss sparking a food fight with Waitrose. Love a good food fight. You can't beat that. I'd be going for that one. Pushy parents fib about hiring tutors to coach their children. Wow. And I'm trying to find something that's interesting. Also, could this be the first gender-neutral royal baby? No. Can we stop faffing around with this? It's either going to be a boy or it's a girl. Or it's a hermaphrodite, okay? But normally speaking, and I think this is going to be a boy. Go on, put £1 on it being a boy. You've got nothing to lose. Crufts judge in doghouse over fraud allegations. Not the first time I've read things like this. And will your child fall prey to the campus drug pushers? There's one here. There's a picture of him. And he turned up. They managed to get hidden camera pictures of 3 of them. They even have business cards. Deliveries 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Don't miss out. And this man called Jay turned up to sell MDMA, even chucked in a gram for free. Nottingham University, that was Leeds University, Nottingham University. There's a picture of a man here who sold 2 grams of ketamine for 50 quid, saying it was good stuff. Over at Queen Mary University, the driver of a £50,000 Mercedes arrived after the reporter rang the number on a business card for Rico. He charged £40 for a gram of MDA, which later proved to be very high purity. And that's what's happening. This is at Queen Mary University. Not too far. I mean, one of them even gave a little sample of Charlie. Or whoever. And you sort of think to yourself, that's what you wonder why sort of kids get into trouble now with drugs. They go, oh, you must try this, you must try that. I'm telling you now, if you manage to get addicted to cocaine, which is not too difficult, you only have to look at the car crash, which is Kerry Coke Toner, to realise you don't want to go anywhere near drugs. Her and Daniela Westbrook, even Jordan, stay well away. You end up like that. Very bad news. Pilloried as a patronising white saviour, Stacey Dooley. I said years and years ago, and I've been saying it for donkey's years, I don't think the people of Africa, which is where we mainly sort out all the money, I don't think they want to see celebrities they've never heard of. They don't know who Stacey Dooley is. She's doing it to boost herself. That's what she's doing it for. All right, she might want to do something, which is good, but she's doing it for her own publicity. Otherwise, why are the pictures all over the newspapers? You know? Thomas, my Scottish boy, says kebabs are easy. He's texting in. He's getting involved at 5 to 7 in the morning. Did you hear about the disaster a few weeks ago? He went up to visit his parents, and they were due to be going 2 hours before he arrived, but then one of their dogs fell sick, so they had to stay. And he turns up. You know, he hasn't seen his parents since whenever it was. And I said, oh, did you take flowers or chocolates? No. I said, oh, what did you take? He took socks and pants for his mother to wash. You'd do that, wouldn't you? You'd do that. I can tell. You would do that. Is that what... Well, but also, if you... I mean, am I wrong in thinking that if you actually go back to see your parents you haven't seen them for a while, you always take your mum some flowers? That would be... He said she doesn't like flowers. I thought he was obviously not asked her at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, so best wishes to him. But of course, he can make a kebab. I don't think he's ever made one. I don't think he knows what it is, so I can't see him having one of those things in his little bedroom. And, oh, right. There's my brother giving me instructions now. So I bet I don't find this place. I'm going to be tootling around motorways with trees crashing in front of me. You know, nothing happening at all, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? Not the best day to be driving down, but, you know, I've got a surprise for them both. I've got them a free gift. A free gift. The UK's wackiest wedding lists. Rabbit sitting, giving blood, even donating organs on a wedding list. I don't get that at all. I really don't. And Samuel, he says, for your information, it's raining. He said, don't ask how I know. He's going to look like a drowned rat. Have you seen Sam? He's this thin. Seriously. It's about 10 of me. It's embarrassing. Well, he's about 10 of me, I think. Surviving a stroke at the age of 83 is Jerry Lee Lewis. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Plus, Joss Stone plays the world's most unlikely gig. Why? I'm not going to tell you who it is. You have to find out for yourself. It is a very, very unlikely gig, really is. And also, did smoking cannabis every night give Sherry Blair's father dementia? That's what Tony Booth's widow fears, as she reveals in a very honest new book. I think the way forward nowadays is to be honest, which I think is what Matt was talking about earlier on. He was talking about whether people are honest nowadays. I'm always as honest as I think I can be. The Daily Star on Sunday. Wes's telly tears for Meg. This is Megan Barton. Oh, look, performing on the internet. Oh, how exciting. And look at... Are you wet? Did you not... it's a storm. Honestly, why have you not brought an umbrella? Sam, it's hopeless, isn't it? Really? Look at him. Totally inappropriate clothes for a Sunday. It's like he's wearing a jumper, like we're in the middle of winter. There's nothing of him. When that thing dries out, it's going to be a nightmare. Please, if you're going out, take an umbrella. You're going to get very, very wet. Daily Star, careless whisper, mum's secret chalk stash leaves allergy son in coma, and crack down on bullying bosses whose silent staff is the Sunday Express. Bless your heart for...